Geordie.
One falls. Two falls. Three falls. Four falls. Five falls. Six falls.
We back.
We are so back.
We are back, and we are on the final table, which is very exciting. Obviously, we've had a little bit of technical difficulties the last 20 to 30 minutes, but we have been assured from the guys downstairs that we are actually back and everything is running as normal. So very excited for this final table to be up and running. Obviously, as we mentioned previously, got a special guest joining us in roughly 15 minutes, and he's going to be giving you some insights on, you know, some poker stuff that from his perspective, which is obviously going to be quite beneficial for those at home that are looking to play more tournaments and stuff like that. So I assume that this is a hand that's already in play, so we're probably not going to have the action for this one, but I assume from the hands moving forward that it'll be good to go. So we do see we have a 9-handed FT. I don't believe anyone's busted at this point. The stack sizes will be posted very shortly. Yeah, so we're going to get the stack sizes that are going to be not correct, and they're going to be... Okay, cool. All right, good to know. So stack size is actually going to be wrong at the moment, which is unfortunate, but we'll do our best to relay the information as much as possible. So for those at home that don't know, the blue chips, 5K, orange chips, 25K, and the green chips are worth 100,000. So if you have a stack of oranges, that's 500K. You got a stack of 5,000s, you got 100K. Somehow you got a stack of greens, you got 2 million. So,
nice.
Yeah, Mooney.
Quick maths.
Yeah,
quick maths.
That's actually the only thing I'm good at in life is maths and numbers. So, as we can see, me there in the side there. Obviously, as you know, I'm not in two places at once. We are on a delay, but hopefully we can see some cards in the next couple of minutes. And I have promised everyone that I'm going to give away a hoodie. We have unfortunately been unable to do that so far, but looking to do that as soon as we get some graphics moving forward. The video is going as normal now, so we are going to be able to jump into the action quite well, mate. But yeah, Mooney, I mean, we touched on it a little bit before, but, you know, I guess who's the sort of player you're most excited to see on the FT? Like, you know, obviously, regardless of stack sizes, we can't get that info at the moment. You like to see anyone in particular battle?
I mean, definitely Jordan. I think he's one of my friends, not being biased at all, but yeah, he's played very solid. You know, we saw that. I think check raise on the just before the break.
The ace 10-0, mate. That was sick.
Massive, blocking some straights, and yeah, we had a chat to him. I gave him a bit of a fist pump, and yeah, he was happy with it. But yeah, going for him, Paris obviously, and Michael. I think Michael Bussettle, and yeah. So I know Michael well from the pub poker streets, and yeah, wishing him all the best on this final table.
I think he busted Chris, which is extra incentive for him that we wanted to win. I think I'm actually going to get pushed out here. I think there's two people coming into the booth at the moment. They're going to steal my hoodie, which is quite upsetting. So I'm gonna
pretty sad.
I'm gonna let Mooney talk for a little bit because
that's okay.
Yeah, they're actually ruining my whole night.
Yeah, this is not good.
You want the hoodie? You want the hoodie? Oh, okay. All right. I'll be back, guys. I'll leave you to Mooney.
All good. All good. So Michael, Mikel Gazzardi folds. Andrew takes the Jack 8-0. I don't know if these graphics are correct. Just bear with us. But it looks like he's just gone all in.
All right, see you guys. Have a good night.
Apologies there. I'm unsure whether this is correct.
So we have been told that the stack sizes are way out.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'd assume this guy hasn't opened
Jack.
7-2-0,
Yep.
and that guy's jammed Jack 8-0. So unfortunately, it does look like the card readers are a little bit off as well.
They're a bit off.
But at least we can actually watch some cards being played. So I was actually going to bring up that Paris snap folded pocket eights under the gun +1, which I would have said great stuff. But I don't actually think he had pocket eights. So we do
Ace
see
King. So
Ace
graphics
King
completely
v
off, yeah.
pocket tens. And we're hoping to get a...
Mancho,
Yeah,
who has
I actually do know
what?
this hand because I was downstairs. So Rahul actually does have the Ace King, and
Okay.
Andrew does have the 2-10. So we are going to lose Andrew in 9th.
GG
And
Andrew.
yeah, GG Andrew. But yeah, from what the guys are saying downstairs, these are the cards from the previous hand. So we believe that it should be accurate from now on. But yeah, apologies guys. We are doing our best here at Play Live. So we do lose Andrew in 9th, getting a nice score. Obviously, probably not what he hoped for. But
Always-
yeah,
Yeah, it's always bittersweet.
very bittersweet, man.
Yeah,
Like
busting these spots. So
you
close
still
to
take
the-
home 3.8k.
Yeah.
So, you know, for a 600, you've made, 6 extra money. Okay, that's fireworks. I don't know if you guys can hear those fireworks downstairs. That's we'll just check that out. 1 sec.
Two folds.
We did hear a bit of a pop, and turns out they were fireworks. So, South Melbourne. We're all good.
We are
We're
all
good.
good,
We
yeah.
did hear a bit of a commotion outside.
Fireworks.
They were fireworks, right? One of the dealers from the final table just come in to say hi. So yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, we did think there was potentially
seems-
something to worry about 1 minute ago, but we're all good. Just fireworks, guys. So don't worry. We did shoot ourselves a little bit there, but that's all right. So. It's right, getting back in the mix. So we do see the cards are accurate now. Geordie raising up the Ace 2-0 from +1, getting a hand as pretty as 10-9 suited to fold. I do think this is a little bit too loose from Geordie, but as we know from what we've been saying, he is a little bit on the looser side and taking the more aggressive approach. And he takes that one down uncontested. So I'm not sure if you guys can hear that in the background, but these fireworks must be pretty sick because they're going off a lot. We do actually see Jordan in the chip lead with 3.3 million in chips, with Mikal and Michael not too far off with 24 and 22 respectively. So we do only have the short stack of Tong being 8.2 big blinds and Paris to Mir not being too far off it. So Mooney's just going to check out the fireworks. I'm a bit jealous. I kind of want to see it, but I'll just stay in commentating duties. That's okay. As we see Jordan with the King 10-0. Man, this is insane, these fireworks. Oh my goodness. This is like, is there a festival I'm missing out on? Like, what is happening?
250.
Huge round of applause. Oh, we're still going. Huge round of applause downstairs. We do see... I really think everyone in the chat can hear these fireworks because everyone in the comments is saying they can hear them. I'll leave you over to Mooney. Apparently I need to check out these fireworks. Apparently they're sick.
All good, thanks, Jackson. Yeah, I did check them out. They're just outside, across the road. So they're extremely loud. So apologies there if you can hear some background noise here. So, but onwards we go. Jordan Bader's in the chip lead, 30 big blinds, which is not much at all. But yeah, he's going to navigate this and hopefully take it out. But who knows? Who do you want to win in the chat? Doesn't matter about our opinion. We're keen to hear who you think's going to win.
Yeah, put in the chat, guys. Put in who you are rooting for. Obviously, 8 players left now, as we did lose Andrew in 9th. So whoever you're rooting for, let us know. We are obviously unbiased here, so happy for anyone to win as long as they're a good guy. Doesn't really faze me. I also am giving away one of those hoodies that you guys were talking about before. So if you do want one of them, let us know, because I've got a question for you guys that I'm gonna ask in the next couple of minutes. So if you are watching us on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, let us know that you're here. Once I get like 5 or 10 comments that people are actually watching and potentially want to win a hoodie, I will ask that question that I've been kind of hoping for a while. So yeah, we've got a few YouTube comments now. I think a few people want Geordie to win. He's obviously pretty popular here. Good-looking guy, tennis player, nice and tall. So, everyone seems to like him here, and he's looking to win. He did just come off a nice little win in APL Millions, scoring, I believe it was like 30K or something in the 6 max. So, K-Shire wants the bold dude in glasses to win, he says. His name is Tamir.
Tamir, yeah.
Yep. And he's a nice guy. So, hopefully he can make a nice run at it. Vlad wants us to make it a RuneScape question. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. But we do get a lot of love for Jordan in the chat, so he seems to be the overwhelming crowd favorite. Deb Wishart in the chat, shout out to you. Would love one to match the cap I won. Haven't collected it yet, so you might be able to get some color coordinated merch going and look quite good. We get Vicky rooting for Jordan and Rahul. Not sure you're allowed to go for 2. It feels a little bit unfair, but no, we appreciate your support.
Yeah, thanks Vicky. Thanks for tuning in. Vicky's a lovely lady.
Andrew
Loves
Hawes,
the game.
one of the all-time greats in the chat. Just beating him in a couple of weeks ago. I said at the start of the day I'm rooting for Jordan and Paris, and watch out for Tamir. So he's got 3 horses in the race. So he's sort of backing all the streets, the favourites and the roughies, and he's going to look to win as Vicky just keeps going and tagging everybody on the FT.
Good luck,
so
Michael Busser.
Yeah, and good luck, Paris. She's tagged half the table. All right, it does see like there is a lot of these comments now, guys. So we'll let this hand play out, and then I'll ask the question. I've decided that I'm not going to give it to the first person who asked the question. I'm just going to give it to a random person who reveals the answer. So, yeah, keep commenting. You can have multiple guesses. That's fine. Don't be annoying. I'll limit it at like 5 max or 10 max, but you'll be fine. Yeah, everyone wants Jordan to win. A little bit for Michael. A little bit of love for Michael. Love in the chat from Francis. Zach Hart played against most of these zoos at some stage. I think McCall will take it down. He's been playing quite solid as well. So we're going to see Jordan defend the 8-7-0 here. No reason to do anything other than that. And see a flop, obviously. Michael way out in front here. And he does flop a gutty. So this is going to be a board that's quite interesting. I think that cutoff is obviously quite wide. Can have all the sets here. Can have all the 2 pairs. But also Jordan can as well. So I don't necessarily think there's like a huge nut advantage. I mean, there's a little bit. Obviously, Jordan probably just whacks Jackson 10. So Michael probably does have all the advantages here. But is going to come out with a C-bet of 2 big blinds. And this is a board that I'm quite interested in. I think I really like a check raise here. You have a hand that you don't want to call. You've got like a really weak gut shot. If you do hit your 9, you do lose to King Queen still. So can get a little awkward and stuff like that. But I think you're just either going to want to fold or check raise here. I think calling here would be quite awful. So Geordie going the aggressive path. I would put a lot of money on he's going to actually check raise this spot and take the aggressive approach. He also is chip leading, so he can kind of go for it. Let's say Michael's got a hand reaching. Like, yeah, he is. Reaching. I think if Michael's got a hand like, pocket 8s or 9s, obviously, blocking that, but he has to just snap fold. He's got a hand like ace-4 suited, just has to snap fold. So this performs quite well, makes it a reasonable sizing, goes with 3x.
And what I want to see from Michael here is I don't want to see him raise over the top. I don't want to see him.
You'd prefer just to call and let him bluff it off?
Yeah, let Jordan hang himself a little bit, and again to put more money on the pot in the pot.
Yeah,
there's a lot of turns that can that Geordie can barrel. So I'm excited to see what can happen, but definitely I don't want to see a raise from Michael here. So
yeah, like to be honest, man, I'm trying to think this through in real time and stuff. And let's say a king rolls off, obviously, an overcard to Michael, but also gives him an open ender. Geordie shouldn't really have any king X, maybe like king 9 or something like that is the only one. But Michael does go with jam and lets Jordan off the hook. Yeah. So Michael winning a sizable one, as Mooney did mention to us, probably not a bad idea to just call and let him blast off which didn't happen.
I mean, it's good. It's good for me. You know, Jordan preserves his stack. Stays in. Still got the chip lead, I believe. So, yeah. Michael takes down that pot.
Yeah,
Increases his stack, and
yeah, I think it's a nice one. Obviously, you know, does win a nice pot, and now he's chip leading. So it's quite funny. Geordie was chip leading about 5 minutes ago. Now he only has 21 big, so he's kind of in that jam range. Not that he has to jam. Obviously, we see Tong with 5.7 big blinds and a short stack. We see Paris with 13, Tamir 15. So there are a few shorties there.
Yep.
Rahul has 20 now, so he's going to be looking to get a nice double. And we're going to play this hand out, guys. What we're going to do, we're going to play this hand out. I'm going to ask the question, and then I'm going to go 5 minutes, and we're going to pick an answer, right? So you guys, stay tuned to the end of this hand, and then I will ask that question for sure. So we see Rahul opening up the ace-queen offsuit. Michael with a hand that probably just wants to fold. If it ever wants to continue, should be with a 3-bet, but I think fold's quite standard. We see Paris here off 13 big blinds. Not sure what he's got yet, but this could be an interesting spot. I don't really see any reason for him to flat off 13 unless he's trapping. It probably should just be a fold or jam, I would say.
just wait for the graphics to catch up as well. Very, very interested to see what Paris is tanking with here. I'm sure it's not 7-2-0 or 9-3-0, so that's excited. Yeah.
Yeah, so look, if I'm Paris here, +2's opened. He is a middling stack, so he doesn't have to be ridiculously tight, but he is definitely going to be on the tighter side, right? It's not like Tong has like 0.1 big blinds or something like that, so he does have to really figure this one out and work out what he wants to do. He does have... okay, I'm going to assume this is wrong. This potentially... He is the button, right? So it's not like he's in the big blind and there's anything wrong with that. I'm going to assume he doesn't have the 5-3 suited here unless he's tanking for... What he's potentially doing, and I know Paris quite well, I obviously don't know what happens his hand, and he does cover his face like he loves doing. But there is potential that Tamir is the next big blind, and obviously it is going to jump up a level, and he's just waiting for that, which is obviously not enjoyable for those watching at home, but for someone playing for $50,000, you kind of just got to give him credit and let him do what he needs to do to try win that money. So let's say that the level up is 1 minute away, and all he has to do is wait 1 minute, and then Tamir, who has a 15 big blind stack, well, the big blind's going to go to 150k, I would assume, and he goes from having 15 big blinds, having 12 big blinds, and I know that doesn't sound like a crazy amount, but it makes it a lot easier to jam with 12 bigs, which means it's a lot easier to bust, right? So I think Paris is obviously doing that. John, what a bundle of sticks.
This is a snooze fest.
Look,
jeez,
I understand it's not great to
not exciting poker
to watch. Well, you know what? What we'll do, since Paris is in the tank, we'll ask my question now, right? If you guys want to hear the question, chuck a I'm here in the chat or something like that. Let us know you're still watching, and I'll answer that question I'll ask that question as soon as we get 10 people in the chat saying that they're here and waiting for the question. Just so I know everyone's watching and there's no glitches on stream. So let us know if you're in the chat, as we're getting a couple already. So yeah, once that goes, I'll ask my favorite question, and we'll get an answer. So
with me, boss. Chop.
Yeah, chop Paris.
Yeah, just ask.
All right.
Yeah, got a couple people chiming in both on Facebook and YouTube.
Michael Parker in the comments. The kid commentating literally says he hates people tanking or they don't have a decision, but I'm being a hypocrite. It's probably fair enough. I probably could just ask the question, but I do want to give people a chance to get in the mix. So I'll ask you guys the question now, right? And it's a personal question. It's about me. So obviously a lot of you don't know. We're going to encourage multiple guesses here. So guys, if you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, getting in as many of those platforms as possible. As I said, I'm going to randomize 1 to 3. And if that platform is, say, Twitch, and there's only one comment on Twitch and they're right, well, they win, right? So I'm going to let people know when they get the question right. And until then, you're going to have to keep answering. So the question is, what is my favorite hand in poker? You don't need to get the suit correct, but you just need to get the hand correct. Now, it's not one of those rogue hands that is like impossible to guess, but it is something that is going to become quite easy, right? So I'm going to let you guys figure it out, and we'll go from there as we do want to get back to the action, right? So firstly, I'll let you guys know when you get it. Don't stress. Jordan does 3-bet the small blind. He comes with a really small size. He literally clicks it to 3.5 bigs, which I'm not sure about. And I also don't know if I love Rahul's decision to call here. I think Rahul's been giving a pretty easy... he just flops it. I think Rahul's been given a pretty easy decision to jam here. Now, we have got Tong as the button with 5.5 bigs. So I do think you do want to like kind of play it out. And hey, guys, we have actually got one correct answer in the chat. We have got one correct answer in the chat. So it is one of those. So if you're going to keep answering, make sure you only use one of those questions. And I'll give you a hint, it's not aces. If anyone says their favorite hand is aces, I just hate them. But we do see Geordie make this really unorthodox play of 3-betting the small blind to an absolute min click, which I find... Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, so Rahul actually gets quite unlucky here. Jordan gets away with one. Jordan said he didn't notice that Rahul actually opened, which explains the peculiar sizing. So he actually did give Rahul an opening to whack over the top, which I really would have liked. Ace Queen is just a really good hand. Not that he would have known that Jordan didn't see the open, but I think you just got to whack Ace Queen O there at all times. And that's and he just 3-bets it and flops 2-pair like an absolute beast. So unfortunately for Rahul, he's been quite stiffed there, quite unlucky, but I do think he misplayed that one. I do think it was an easy choice to just jam in there once Geordie gave him that opening of action. So yeah, I'm gonna say unlucky to Rahul, but I think could have figured that one out. I think he just snap called. So you don't really want to play with Ace Queen O like 17 bigs deep. You're kind of just hoping to flop a pair, and as you see against King 6, King 6-9, you're just kind of in no man's land there. So I would have liked to see a jam there, but does like to take the passive route. I think the thing also is with his chip count, Mooney. I'll put this one to you, but with Rahul's chip count, if he does get called by like say pocket tens or something like that, and he wins a flip, he's now overwhelming chip leader.
It's massive.
So his future game,
massive shift.
So his future game's quite big, right, too. So Jordan also doesn't really want to call off too light either. And we can see Paris's plan come into play. So the blinds are now 150k, which is exactly what he wanted. The big blinds are up and he's in late position. So quite well. But yeah, back to you, Mooney. Do you agree with me on that future game sort of philosophy, or do you just like him playing passive?
No, I think 100% agree with you. 110% agree. Like just having those extra chips behind you, especially at this point in the tournament, can do you so much benefit. There's so much benefit to having that massive stack and being able to...
It's just pressure. Just put pressure on everyone around. And
a lot of ICM pressure, like jamming a lot where people can't call when there's shorty stacks around. It's a very, very
just
great
quietly
strategy.
Look at Geordie just lock into this guy. Just absolutely soul reading him here.
Yeah, look at that. He needs a hoodie because he always
does.
He covers his neck with his t-shirt. I mean, I love it. It's the Geordie special.
So Parrot
J Beta special.
So Geordie isn't chip leader or anything like that, but when it does fold to him on the button, he actually is the chip leader of this pot, right? So when Tong has 4.6 big blinds, the big stacks, and not that Geordie is a big stack, but in this specific hand, he is a big stack. He is actually third in chips. So no, he's second in chips. Okay, so I'm taking that back. He actually is the chip leader, even though he's really shallow.
Yep.
So he can now, once the chip leader folds, he can now play quite aggressive in opening pots. And when you've got a hand like Queen 2 suited, obviously this isn't like an amazing hand or anything like that, but you now can put a lot of pressure on these blinds and ask them, do you want to play for it all? So as you saw Tamir folding the King Jack O off 11 bigs, and I'm not actually sure exactly what you are meant to do there. I probably am looking just to fold there and wait this guy out, but you do need to take a spot. And that's what we were saying, as Keishi says also in the YouTube chat, is you got to take risks sometimes, and there's a fine line between patience and taking a spot. So what about you, Mooney? King Jack O in the small blind versus a chip leader open. Is that good enough for you to whack?
Look, it depends on the stack, but yeah, I'm whacking for sure.
He had 10.5 bigs.
10.5 bigs.
So
probably taking.
Second shortest?
Yeah.
It's close. I actually think it's really close. I'm quite interested to look that one up when I get home, to be honest. Not that I'm going to, but I would like to know. I would like to look it up. I'm just too lazy. For those answering the question in the YouTube chat, I'll give you a little bit more of a hint. Only one person's got it so far. It is a suited connector. It is a suited connector. Does contain no face cards, so it is a suited connector. So that's the last clue I'm gonna give you, and then I'm just
no more clues, Jackson.
and that's it. That's the last one. There's 6 or 7 to choose from. So you got the 10-9, 9-8, 7-8, all the ones down, right? So we're gonna go with that, and whoever gets it can win. So we're gonna see Tong put in the Queen Jack O here for 4.5 bigs, assuming that stack's correct. They did mention that we are a little bit off with stacks, but I do think he does only have about 5 big blinds or something like that, about 6 or 7 big blinds or something like that. So I think this is quite an easy jam for Tong. And when you're shortest, you do sort of release all that ICM pressure. You kind of can just play your normal game. You don't have to worry about pay jumps because you are the shortest, but you obviously do hope you get through, and he is going to get this one through. So he's going to be chipping up to about 1 million in chips, I believe. It is a little bit annoying, Mikkel. It is 5 big blinds, but you do have 9-7-0. And if you call and lose, you're now down to 14 big blinds, which makes it a little bit gross. So, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to pitch this one and move on to the next. So,
on to the next, as they say.
On to the next.
What he's thinking for, maybe the...
Yeah, he just wants to suss it out. Maybe it's if it's only 2.5, 3 bigs, you can probably just call. I mean, you can definitely call off. You're getting the right price there and stuff. But even though he's short 17 bigs, we actually do see him being third in chips, right? So that it is that point in the tournament where everyone is short, and you kind of got to play jam or fold if you're the bottom 5 here. Rahul's 4th in chips, and he is only got 13 big blinds. So interesting to see what these guys like to do with the thought processes and strategies they want to play. Are they going to be hoping to get another pay jump? Obviously, as we mentioned, first place 48,000. Out of curiosity, Mooney, what is your favourite hand?
Ooh, I like Jack 9 suited.
Jack 9 Sui.
Yeah, Jack 9 Sui.
Yep.
It's disguised hand. Can make straights, make flushes. But yeah, I do like looking down at that hand and opening it up. The old 2.2 min click. But outside of Jack 9 suited, I do like pocket jacks. I know everyone hates it because you always think you get out flopped, but it's hard to make a pair in poker.
You get out. There's an overcard to the flop. It's half the time. It's 52% or something. There's an overcard on the flop, which is quite crazy when you've got jacks.
Oh, yeah.
So you do know how to play them.
I guess there's no right or wrong.
No,
That's it.
Just don't whack it for 100 bigs. That's probably my only.
Oh, I've seen it before.
I've seen it before too. I don't know if I like that. We do get a few more people in the YouTube and Facebook comments to get this one correct. Actually, no one in the Facebook chat's got it correct yet, so they've all kind of blundered here a little bit. But yeah, we're just seeing the chip counts now, and it is getting a little bit dicey for these guys at the bottom. They are going to really want to find a spot pretty soon. I will reveal the answer to the question after this hand. And then I think we're going to get our man special guest in after that.
He'll be in. We'll be introducing him very, very soon. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to hand over the mic to him. Legend of the game. So
legend of the game.
We'll glaze him a little bit, just a smidge.
Just a smidge. Just like a UFC or a WWE intro.
But it's been an absolute pleasure for sure to commentate this mini main event and get it down to a final table. I won't be going anywhere. Definitely want to see the J Betas take it down. So it will be good final table photo. So winner's photo. Sorry.
I have to get in that rail.
Yeah,
It'd be rude.
100%.
If he wins, which he's probably the favourite. He's probably the favourite right now. Having chip lead pretty much tied with Michael. So those two are going to be pretty strong. I think Geordie being the more aggressive player with this exact dynamic being chip leader is going to give him the best chance to win it.
Wow, and he runs into it.
He does run into
Jordan's been
Mikel's
playing
aces.
super solid. He's been opening, he's opened Queen 2 suited from the button before, King 7 suited. He's been really spicing it up and taking every single spot. And I definitely give him credit there. But he has walked into it. Mikel.
I haven't seen what he's done yet. I'd hate to see him jam. So let's hope he doesn't jam. Let's see what he does. I think making it 675 here would be really cool. Making it okay.
Yeah, he just flats.
And I was gonna say,
wow.
I don't actually hate flatting. Now, if you're gonna play a balanced strategy, you probably shouldn't do this because you don't. In ICM, you don't really want to flat any hands. But I was actually talking with my friend Chris about this the other day, and I do like flatting aces here in these weird spots where you're kind of just letting the chip leader barrel into you, and it's very hard to lose the hand, right? You're 85% favorite, and look, if you get unlucky, you get unlucky. But I think the thing with flatting aces is you kind of got to understand you just can never fold on any run out, pretty much for 17 big. So if you want to take the high variance route, which is flatting pre, you have to understand that you have to go for it. And Jordan probably needs to realize here that if he thinks that Mikhail is a solid studied player, which, I haven't played with Mikhail too much, so I'm not sure, but he probably needs to understand that, this is a really weird flat. You don't really have many hands you want to flat at all. So you're going to want to tread with caution here. I don't even think this is kings. I think this is just aces. And then, depending on what kind of play type he is, maybe some ace-queen suited that doesn't want to bust, some ace-jack suited that doesn't want to bust, stuff like that. So I think once Mikhail calls here, which I don't think there should be any other option. Let's see what he does. I don't think you should do. I don't think you should do anything other than call, which he does, which he makes the correct play. I was going to say this is a disaster.
This is an absolute disaster.
So this is the beauty.
This is a massive last hand for me.
Yeah, this is the beauty of flatting aces pre, especially against the chip leader. Is it super unbalanced? Yes, but it kind of just is what it is, and when you just run into it, you're sort of wanting the chip lead to either blast it off or flop, or hit a top pair or something like that and let him run into it. So this is a weird hand because Jordan's probably thinking, what the hell does this guy have? And I don't think he can really do anything other than value bet here. But also, what do you actually do? The guy's just got aces and you've turned top pair. I think, unfortunately, this is Jordan's time to die. And unless he just somehow miraculously rivers a king, the only card that I was going to say maybe an ace could save Jordan, but I don't even think an ace could save him because he has to think, what does Mikhail have? How can he have an ace? He's just going to be blasting this one on the river. So what do you think, Moons? I think, unfortunately, it's Jordan's time to die. And he still has chips, but not many.
Yeah, what an unfortunate turn for Jordan, especially, waking up with a hand that he can open with off his stack size, getting flat by Mikhail. He has aces. Gets a really fun board. 8-8-5, a lot of backdoors working for him, and then he just turns the top pair.
Yeah. Hate to say anything other than call here as well, of course. Yeah. That would be really terrible. And he does go with call. Jordy needs...
Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
What the hell?
Wow, you actually called it, but you're like, well, you mentioned the king. It could come in, and
now,
it slid into that river, the fifth card.
How good does this handsome, long-haired, slick-back man run? This is unbelievable.
I mean...
This is crazy.
Best?
So... hits the one outer, can't even hit a 7, obviously, with a paired board. Mikhail is going to be not insanely thrilled with this river, but as we said, there is not a single run out you can ever fold on.
And once you come this far with aces, you're definitely going to... Yeah, it goes in.
He's never, ever folding that.
My days.
That is so brutal.
Oh my gosh, the commentary room is going.
I think, it's really
stiff. Up on their feet. This is a massive pot for Jordan, absolutely massive, and we are absolutely loving it up here. And it's very, very sad for
our friend Mikhail.
Yeah, that's it. He's a great guy. He's a great guy and all, but shout out to Jordan Batis for just getting the runner boat.
I think he was 2% on the flop. And sometimes when you do play these aggro pots, a lot of guys wouldn't even open the king 7 suited, right? And if they do, they're probably just checking flop and maybe folding turn on other potential runouts. But he does just find the turn king, betting for value, and then finds the absolute blessed river.
Insane.
And just does bink it. So we do see Jordan, the overwhelming chip leader, 43 bigs. We've got 27, 10, 7, 10, 12, 11. So he's in this amazing spot, and it's going to be Jordan's tournament to lose. Unfortunately, he could be walking home with $50,000, which is great for me. It's going to be a free dinner most likely, which is going to be awesome. And this is going to be quite funny. I did, without talking about me too much, I did play on a final table with Sean Ragazzini the other day, and the masterclass that he put on that FT for me was awesome to watch. It was just the pressure that he was applying and understanding everybody's stacks, and it was just something that genuinely made me a better poker player just seeing it for 2 hours. We had a 2-hour bubble, and the way he was operating that FT was just incredible. So I don't assume Jordan to be at that level of skill navigating an FT just because Sean is one of the best players in Australia. But Jordan with a chip lead is very dangerous. So yeah, I'm very interested to see how this one's going to play out. Nitish says, why slow play aces so much? Now, obviously you saw the result and he did lose.
Yes.
But 99% of the time on that flop, he's getting a double up, right? And he now is the overwhelming chip leader, right? So I don't agree. You shouldn't just put in aces so you don't get bad beat. That's a really short-minded way of looking at it, I think. I think you want to try play the hand as bestly as you can and make as much EV as possible when you play those hands. And I think flatting and trapping every street was definitely the way to go about that. He just ran into it. If you know, the turn's an ace, for example, Jordan's just barreling on that turn, you know, and
his range.
Yeah, and you just click call, right? So, yeah, very interesting and very unlucky. So that's to answer your question, Tish. That's why I wouldn't slow play. Man, a lot of comments saying how sick this is. You know, Dean in the comments, this is a sick game. This guy's blessed. I definitely agree. Imi, shout out Imi.
Shout out Imi.
He can fold ace on that river, right? No. The reason being sort of what I mentioned earlier, right, is that like you just can't, if you're going to take the high variance approach on that by flatting pre against chip leader, you're doing that because you understand the chip leader is going to 3-barrel a lot of the time. So therefore, you cannot fold on any run out. The only run out you can possibly fold on is something like 7, 8, 9, 10 or like 8, 9, 10 jack or something along those lines where it's 4 to a straight or like 4 to a flush. They're the only run outs you can fold on. If it comes just like a paired board, you're never folding. He got really, really unlucky there. So that's what I would say, Imi. But yeah, hope you're down at Play Live soon, mate. That'd be fun.
Yeah, shout out Imi. Shout out Imi.
I do want to answer that question, but I haven't had the chance.
We're on to this next hand, so...
Paris jamming, yeah. King 4 suited from the small blind. And he gets a nice little pot going his way. So
yeah, nice.
I'm going to answer the question, guys. I'm going to randomize. I've got some cards in my hand. I'm going to shuffle them and pick one out at random. So just give me a sec. We've gone 1 for YouTube. So for those in YouTube, the correct answer is, and it's not even because of the meme. It was my favorite hand before the meme, but loving the meme does help me out. So my favorite hand is 6-7.
6-7.
6-7. For those who come to Play Live, they probably see me doing 6-7 meme every time that the TD calls seat open 6-7. So that is my favorite hand. So for the guys downstairs, if you can look in the YouTube comments, let me know exactly how many people did say 7-6 or 6-7, and then I will randomize again and I'll pick one out at random. So just let me know, guys. I'll let you know.
Wow, I'm glad we ended up giving that hoodie away. 6-7. What a hand!
Yeah,
what a hand!
it did take a while.
It took a while.
My favorite card is a 6 of clubs, as Chris knows. We did used to play that side game a little bit, and I think 6-5 maybe stiff not getting my favorite hand. I think 6-7 is just too good of a hand. As we see Michael raise up the pocket twos off 27 big blinds. Tongue all in for what looks like 5 big blinds. It may be a little... Oh, no, there's some green snuck in there. Yep, so it's 5 big blinds. This is the issue with opening pocket twos. You're probably still doing it as the second chip leader, but you are just never ahead, obviously, having pocket twos, right? The only hand you're ahead of is ace 2. King 7 suited, bet jam. Shout out Oscar Fong, man. Shout him out. So... Peter folds it all day, but an unfortunate ending. Good commentary, guys. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks so much. But we'll see how this hand unfolds. It's in the muck. Oh no, it's not.
5s v deuces.
5 v deuces.
Yeah, you can't fold to that size.
Apologies.
So we're gonna need to see Tongue fade a deuce, or he's gonna be out of the tournament. Sorry, we're gonna see Michael need to hit a 2. That's a pretty clean flop. Going to be looking for a queen 9. No good. So Tongue finds a timely double up.
Yeah, definitely needed for sure.
Yeah.
5 versus 2. But on that note, while the dealer does his magic, I'm gonna love you and leave you, Jackson.
Mooney, been a pleasure, mate.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Appreciate it.
It's been fun. Yeah, it's been a couple of hours.
Couple hours, mate. It's been
What?
7 hours.
7
got here.
hours? What's
Got
the
here.
time? What's
Got
the
here at
time?
3:30.
It's 10:30.
Break after the hand.
Yeah.
So stay for one more hand, and then we'll get Chris on after the break,
Sounds great.
and I can glaze him and all that jazz. Don't worry, mate.
Chris Cockinus, by the way.
Chris, he asked me if your name was Chris Kokonakis. So
No, I know a Kokonakis.
what's Thanasis?
No, I know a Kokonakis.
Okay, personally.
Yeah,
Okay.
personally.
Oh, actually, we're not on break. We're not on break. Break
on
after
break.
hand 75. So
75.
20 minutes.
In
so
20 minutes. Plenty of time.
Don't worry.
Nah, it's all good. But
Oscar Fong sending you salutations.
salutations.
Job well done.
Thanks so much, Oscar. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. It's been fun. It's been fun to commentate alongside Jackson. He's just hearing his hand analysis throughout today has been. I'm going to glaze you just a little bit, but yeah, it's some really high level stuff. So good on you, Jackson. Thanks so much for your support and all of that. And take care, everyone. YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. It's been a pleasure. And peace out.
Peace, Mooney.
Ciao.
We'll be back in 30 seconds, guys. We're getting Chris to join the booth, so should be fun. I'll actually quickly commentate this hand. Geordie does jam the King 2-0 for an effective 8 big blinds, which is quite standard, just, dominating his chip lead and going from there. So, guys, we'll be back in 1 minute, and enjoy the table talk while we're gone.
I can only call you, I can't call these two. It's the only person in jam that I have to call. 75% of the time that gets through. Who was that? There you go. No one loves me anymore. 6-9 fold. Oh yeah. 6-1 folds. 6-2 folds.
I don't know if I would have jammed or not. It's close.
What'd you have with the knife? So,
Suited.
yeah.
What? 9-2 suited? No, like higher. Like straighty. Straighty. 9-8 suited, I'll jam for sure. 9-8 suited, I'll jam for sure. But I had 9-7 suited, so I don't know what I would have done. Have a deep on the button. 9-7 suited. Close. What do you reckon? I just think jam though.
Just coming back to the action here before Chris is getting set up. We're just putting the microphone on him at the moment. So we do see Jordan jamming the 8-7 suited. To me, in the small blind, this is a clear fold, as we do want to be ahead of some jams. And even if Geordie's jamming a hand like 9-5 offsuit, we're still flipping right. So Mayam is never folding this one. And this is going to be one that he puts straight in the middle, I would assume. To me, having 8 bigs, Paris having 10 bigs, Maysim's never really folding here. But yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. And I'll let you guys watch him deliberate while I set Chris up with the microphone.
Yeah. Let's see it.
8-7. What we got? 10-8.
He does end up calling off, and we do see Jordan flop absolutely nothing besides a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and he is stone dead. So Mayam finds a double. I do like the jam from Jordan. It is a bit unlucky that he did wake up with the ace-10 there for Jordan. So Jordan's still in a pretty good position, and yeah, shout out to Mayam with a nice little timely double there.
Net roll. 1.465.
I know. Let me just look at that picture card. I'll be fucking jumping in joy. Oh my god, I didn't want to take up.
So we do find Mayam get a double up as we welcome my good friend and poker professional Chris Kokonos in the building for his first time on comms. How we doing, Chrissy? We excited?
What is going on? I'm excited, guys. Let's do it.
Chris is obviously a very popular player here at Melbourne, and especially in PlayLive. A lot of friendly people seem to get around him, and he's one of the all-time greats. He's one of the pros, and does play poker for a living. So if you guys have any specific questions for Chris, we are open to that. We can get a lot of deep analysis and stuff like that from him, from a cash game perspective, from a tournament perspective. Maybe just don't ask him about how he played today, because wasn't his
Good on you, mate.
wasn't his best according to him. But we do see Paris fold the ace-9 offsuit under the gun +1, which is probably a standard fold. Chris, you obviously been on numerous final tables, especially in the last couple of weeks. They unfortunately haven't gone your way, just maybe to card distribution. But with a hand like ace-9 offsuit off 10 big blinds under the gun +1, when you're the shortest, is that a hand you're wanting to jam, or are you kind of wanting to wait to your bit of later position? Or can we open just the two bigs?
It's definitely a hand that we can open. I think early position, it's not something that I want to be whacking. Even at this stack depth, I think we want to just either raise fold or just think putting it in the bin is also fine.
Can you ever make it two big blinds off 10?
Yeah, you can absolutely make it two big blinds off 10. Yeah,
Probably a little bit easier off 12. I think 10's like a little bit gross, but you probably still can do it, yeah.
It's also depending on who's on the table. Do you think people are going to respect that raise? Do you think you're going to get it through enough of the time? But I think also just putting it in the bin is also fine. Yeah,
I think there's obviously a lot of collision effect as we do see that come into play exactly as Paris was hoping for. So
we spoke into existence.
Yeah, so look, I'll be quick. Collusion effects, basically you can fold marginal spots and hope that someone else busts to get a ladder, which is looking like what's going to happen to Tamir here, unless you can catch a miracle 9, which is unlikely on this flop. Doesn't even have backdoor hearts to go with it. So he is looking for a 9 and a 9 only, and does not get there. So we are going to lose Tamir in 7th.
Well played, Tamir. Pretty unfortunate to run into there.
Have you played much with Tamir?
I have, actually. He's
a really nice guy.
Very nice guy. Very quiet, but very nice guy. Plays very solid. Plays very solid. Haven't really seen him get out of line. Haven't really seen him make too many big mistakes. So yeah, shout out to Tamir.
Yeah, I think he's quite solid. I've played with him a few times the last couple of months, just over the Melbourne Millions and now the what do they call it, the Grand Prix Series here at PlayLive. So yeah, shout out to him. Obviously, hate to see him bust, and as you said, quite unlucky that it was small blind versus big blind or something like that.
I think button v small blind.
Button v small blind. Yeah, very, very similar. Wide v wide configs. As we do have a couple of questions for you. Before we get to that, I do have to pick someone at random to win that giveaway, guys. I do apologize. There was a couple of big hands there, and we did have to get the mics up. So I'm going to quickly shuffle my cards. As the guys in the comm booth said, 4 correct 6-7s. So whoever does win on this, I really hope you can just hit a 6-7 from your lounge room or your bedroom, wherever you're watching it from.
We're doing here in the commentary booth.
We are literally, for those, if there's cameras in here, you probably don't watch those, but we are 6-7ing at the moment. But I'm picking one now. One sec. Number one has got it. So fortunately, the guy who did enter the giveaway first and was correct is the one that ended up winning it. So for the guys downstairs, if you can get the first comment to, I think it actually might have been that Duke's Zay or something like that, may have been the first one, but double check that as well. But yeah, Chris, we have a couple of questions for you, which we'll get to in a second. We just want to see what Tong does with the ace jack off. Is this something that you're doing anything but jamming? Looking at the stack distributions, you are tied shortest, pretty much. So are you looking to do anything other than jam?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think jamming or raise folding is also fine.
Do you like this as an alternative? Putting in like 7 big
I
blinds?
do. I
Yeah,
do.
and then you can fold to go jam, jam.
Exactly right. You can fold going jam, jam. Obviously calling off to just one jam.
Yeah.
As will just be priced in. But yeah, I think this is really good.
Mm.
This serves a great purpose. You know, putting in roughly 2/3, 3/4 of his stack.
I think it actually performs better when you put like 55, 60% of your stack in. Because, you know, let's just say it goes jam, jam now. You've only got 2 big blinds behind. Well, you kind of just priced in now, right? So the only times you could probably really fold if it goes like jam, 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 jam. And you can get like 3 bust outs in one hand. So I get what he was doing. I think maybe a slight misapplication of the strategy.
Sure.
Off 12, probably want to put in like 7 bigs and then can actually fold. But when you put in, you know, like 10 off 12, it doesn't operate as well. Yeah.
You're definitely right. It's good that he saw the mechanic there, though. That's
Yeah, not many people would find that,
Nah.
which is a credit. And like we do things all the time where we sort of see something on YouTube or something like that and go for it. So, a couple of questions here for Chris. We'll go through it. Grogs has asked Chris, who is wearing the shiniest shoes there? Well, I can answer that one for you. That would be me. I'm getting so much.
Not obnoxiously shiny, by the way, guys.
I'm getting glazed for that. I think people like it.
Yeah,
I don't know who Grogs is, but you know, Trilly was in the YouTube comments before under an anonymous name and told me and doesn't want to be known. He's too famous now for us, I think, Chrissy.
He really is. Big name in the scene.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, one of the all-time greats.
Keisha has asked you, what is your study to play ratio, Chris? I'm going to let you take the floor with that and talk about cash and tournaments probably combined.
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, studying is definitely an important part of the game, and anyone that thinks you can win at the highest level without studying, I probably would disagree. But I think unless you're playing the super high rollers, you want to be putting in as much volume as possible. But I try and keep a nice 3-to-1 ratio. You know, if I'm playing 40 hours a week, try and get roughly 10 hours of study in, whether it be reviewing streams, reviewing hands, or looking at some spots on GTO Wizard, or talking hands with a study group. I think that's a nice ratio.
We got to plug Octopi Poker. So Chris is obviously new to the com booth. So there's a free trial for those who don't know, and I'm not sure if Chris knows, but if you are a PlayLive member, you do get a free month to Octopi Poker, which is similar to GTO Wizard in a way, but from what I've been told and using it slightly, you can get a lot of features on there that may be a little bit easier to go through for an amateur, and also do have those inputs for those super tight spots. So yeah, we may have to switch over from GTO Wizard to Octopi, as we do see Mayam open up the King 8 of clubs from the cutoff. I'm just going to look at the stacks and see if I'd prefer jam, and I am going to say no. If Michael had 10 big blinds as well, then I would like to see jam over just raise and really put the pressure on these blinds. But we do see obviously Michael having 20 bigs is probably too much. Back to you, Chris, quickly. Do you actually think you can ever jam here, even into a 20 big blind stack, knowing that he can't really call off just because there are 4 stacks shorter than him? This is one of those ones I've always had my qualms with, is like, can you just go stupid against these like middling stacks because they just can't call?
I think you can, and I think it's all about just a big part of this is the person who is a middling stack aware that they can't call off. And if they're a person that is aware that they have to play super tight versus your jam, then absolutely you can start going insanely wide in these spots. But then again, you got to be careful. You have to take that with a note of caution, because if it's someone that's not fully aware of the ICM dynamics, or they don't understand they have to be playing so tight, then you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. And speaking from unfortunate experience there.
And I think that is something like of note, because not that that's an insult, but you do need to understand, like, are the guys with the middling stacks, are they professionals or are they recreationals? If they're recreationals, they probably don't understand how tight you have to be in the ICM dynamics, right? So if we jam a hand for 20 bigs and the guy just calls us with ace-10 suited, thinking, oh, it's a chip leader, he can dominate, it's like, that's actually not meant to be a call, probably in theory, right? So it is hard, as we do see Michael make probably what we were talking about is a pretty light call, and in these like ICM spots where there's 6 left in a 400 person field, 50,000 for first, and if you bust now, you're only going to get like, I'm going to say like 8,000. It needs to swing up a little bit until we can see the stacks, but you actually don't want to play many calls at all. And if you want to be super unbalanced, you can only play aces as a flat from the field. Obviously big blind is a very different story, but there's just so many bad runouts now for Michael playing you know, in this awkward spot against the chip leader who just has kind of free reign over what he can do to you in the field, as we see Tong make a nice fold. So we'll see a flop. See if Michael can take it. We do see Mayam a very, very slight favourite here, as we do see a Queen Jack 3. And this is one of those flops we were talking about right now. It really depends on Mayam's strategy here. But, you know, Michael with over, backdoor flush draw, gut shot, making it very hard to continue here, Chris. You're going to obviously think Mayam's going to come with bet, or do you think he's going to check this one?
I think two schools of thought. We see Mayam do check here. I don't mind it. I mean, this is just such a middling hand, and unfortunately, betting just, you don't really achieve too much from betting, even though he is the overwhelming chip lead and he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on. Definitely want to check some hands on Queen Jack 3, and I think this is a nice one to check and look to try and check down.
Yeah, you're right. I think like it is two schools of thought. Do we just apply max pressure as the chip leader, or do we take some showdown, knowing that Michael shouldn't really be flatting any hands here? So when he does, maybe we can elect him to be quite stronger than probably we perceive. And yeah, Mason does pick up a gut shot, obviously super weak gut shot, and probably just wants to fold this one. I would say not a lot we can beat here as he does actually make the call.
Does look to call. Not quite sure if I love this from Mason, to be honest with you. He's got a lot of reverse implied odds here. And on top of that as well, Michael is going to be severely under bluffing in this configuration, being one of the middling stacks, and versing a big stack as well. So would like to have seen a fold here, but you know, maybe you know something that we don't, because he's ahead.
So I'm going to ask you a question that I think I know the answer to, but for the viewers, why should Michael not be over bluffing against the chip leader?
Well, oh wait,
Did he snap him off?
Did he
He
snap-
folded.
he
He had to
folded
fold.
or
He had to fold, surely. Yeah, he folded.
oh my gosh, we got,
So that would be one of the sickest calls
wow.
of all time.
that was as a snap call, that would have been insanity.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, we don't want to be bluffing against a chip leader. It's again, I know I've said this a couple of times, but there is actually two schools of thought here. We don't want to be bluffing the chip leader, obviously, as they cover us and they can put a ton of pressure on us. And they can do a bunch of, you know, in this spot, check raising on the river and just put a lot of our marginal value hands in a tough spot. And also, when we do bluff and lose, we become a short stack, which puts us in a very tough spot. However, on the flip side, there's a bit of a meta game, and if you think that that chip leader is not capable of putting that pressure on you, but they perceive you as being tight, maybe you can get them extra folds. So, yeah.
You are right. There is that two schools of thought, and it is sort of, you know, you have to go with your read in game and see how you go. And yeah, I do agree with you that he should be massively under bluffing, just because.
For sure.
Yeah, you have to be under bluffing because, like, you know, as you said, the chip leader just should be, you know, he can bust you out. And if you finish in sixth when there's 4 people shorter than you, it's an absolute disaster, right? Not that you've guaranteed second place or anything like that, but, you know, you are going to put it in there. So Paris is tanking for the break. So we're going to try to get a couple of questions off before we do go on a break. Never seen Chris run good ever. Why is that, you think? I would disagree with that. Thoughts?
Never seen me run good ever. Look, I've had my moments. I've definitely had my moments. Maybe this year, not so much. But no, I've definitely had my moments. I've had some good runs. You know, maybe I've been complaining a bit too much recently, taking a leaf out of Jackson's book.
Yeah, I am one of the all-time biggest complainers, to be honest. So I'm a victim in this life, unfortunately. No. No, Chris does.
Rich.
Chris
Chad, what do you
has.
think about that?
Chris is on a little bit of a downswing at the moment, so we'll peg that to some run bad. He did come second in the APL Millions opening event for $100,000 on the dot. So massive score there. Obviously, his biggest. 100K would be most people's biggest. So unfortunately, couldn't get the trophy to go along with that. But I assume you were pretty happy with that one, and I do believe you shouted me some bagels.
Shout out you some bagels, absolutely. Yeah, it was a great score. Ended up losing heads up against Jack Sweet, who's a very good up-and-comer. But yeah, definitely had some ups and downs in terms of the runs, but that's all right.
It ebbs and flows, hey.
It ebbs and flows, exactly right.
Yeah, we do run good and we do run bad, and that is the beauty of poker. So I do believe we're about to go on a 15-minute break. We do have a couple of questions. I'll get them answered, and then maybe us commentators will go on a quick 5-10-minute break or something like that, unless the guys downstairs want us to keep talking through the break, which we are more than happy to do. Just let us know, guys. One of the questions I did have, which the guys downstairs have taken the comments off, so I've completely lost my... Oh, there we go. Oscar's asked, obviously the commentator... Oscar's definitely one of our good friends. Obviously the commentators are new to poker. For someone like
for those
me...
that don't know, Oscar's one of the all-time greats.
He did win his first tournament, and it was the first tournament he played in 2 years. So, yeah, the guys downstairs have actually said that we are more than welcome to talk through the break, which we're more than happy to do. So, stick with us, guys. Obviously, we're on a 15-minute break here. So, any questions you want to fling through to Chris, obviously a full-time poker player, cash tournament. He has made a living off it and lived out of home for 5 to 7 years or 6 to 7 years, and just been using that as his sole way of paying off sort of his whole lifestyle. And I'll tell you as a mate, it's an expensive one. So if you guys have any questions for him about, how he does it, what, why he does it, exactly what his thought process is, like, I've obviously had this chat with him many times, but it's always interesting to me. So back to Oscar's comment. Obviously, the commentators are new to poker. For someone like me who's been in the game for many, many years, it's hard to see these guys. I'm gonna say it's cut off. I'm gonna say hard to see these guys winning in poker. What are your thoughts on that, man? I mean, Oscar's been playing with us for 5 years, but he doesn't seem to be winning any of these events either.
Yeah, look, I mean, Oscar is obviously one of the best players in Australia, and plays very well all round, and
Doesn't blunder at all.
and definitely doesn't play too aggressive.
So I've got the finish to the question.
Okay.
It's hard to
Here we
see
go.
these new generation players forgetting how we used to do it back in the good old days.
Oh, back in the good old days, yes, of course. Yep.
And Barry with the laugh react.
Oh, you like that one, Barry?
You
did
like, you like that one, Barry?
Yeah.
Look, we're not old school players like you, Oscar, so unsure exactly, but me and Chris do have some results in the cash game streets, so, maybe the new school way is not too bad. He has also asked, with this structure, 70 to 80% should be fine with multiple players sub 20 bigs. Can you comment on how this changes 6-handed versus 9-handed? I'll start. I'll let Chris go. So I'm assuming you meant 80% of the players are below 20 big blinds. Can you comment on how this changes? So the more shallow that you're getting on an FT, and trust me, I'm no final table expert, but I do think that the shorter you are, it does give more of an advantage for the chip leader to sort of go ballistic. And when, you've only got 5 players or something like that on your left, you can now open up a little bit wider just because you now are effectively the low jack instead of under the gun. And as we know, more players potentially in the pot means more chance of you losing the pot or not realizing your equity, right? So I do think that the shallower you are in the tournament, so, when it goes to 6-handed, someone like Geordie, who's got, the chip lead, and Michael also with tied chip lead, those two have more reign to ICM prison someone like a Paris. So Paris having 6 big blinds means that, these players like Tong, who only have like 10 to 15 bigs, they can't really play any hands, and that really depends on if they care about ICM or not. And for those who go, ICM's for poor people, which is one of those sayings that everyone talks about. Well, the difference between coming 6th and 2nd is like $30,000, right? So you tell me what you guys would prefer. You guys kind of got to pick your own strategies and go from there. But like Chris, I know you've played multiple FTs in the last few months and, over the couple of years. What do you find? Have you ever had one of these spots similar to here where a lot of players are sub 20 and you kind of got to navigate and as a big stack? And what do you do if you're like a middling stack?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think I do find as a middling stack, you do become quite handcuffed, especially if the big stacks are competent players and are putting the pressure on. And as big stacks, I think I actually don't mind playing these super short stacks because it actually starts to become very easy to pick up blinds because you get into weird dynamics where having 7 big blinds actually means a lot. And people actually have to start making very big folds off, 6 or 7 big blinds.
Yeah.
So, you can actually put a lot of pressure on. You can open into very short ranges, hands that you would almost never open. And on top of that, they have to make such big folds. And winning the 2.5 big blinds that you win when you open a hand means so much at this stage of the tournament because the average stack is less than 20 bigs. So, yeah. Again, depending on who chip leaders are, or if you are the chip leader, I think you can definitely go quite aggressive in these spots. Again, assuming that the middling stacks know that they
Have to be
need to play
tight,
tight.
yeah.
And if you are a middling stack, it is a tough one and you are a little bit handcuffed. Try and pick your spots. Try not to be... My biggest advice would be try not to force the action. Try not to force the luck. And just realize that you are handcuffed and the best spot is to just wait it out. Get some ladders, get some pay jumps, try and get it to, you know, anywhere between 6 to 4-handed, and then you can start taking some more aggressive routes, taking some more aggressive, you know, reshoves.
Some paths to victory.
That's some paths to victory,
as
exactly
they would
right.
say. And as we know, anyone can win the tournament still. So Paris with 6 big blinds obviously is probably going to be in a little bit of a blender here. But it does make your life quite easy when you are the shortest stack because
100%.
you are sort of not guaranteed 6th, but you are most likely to come 6th, right? So you can sort of play with no pressure and just take a chip EV spot and understand that like someone like a Tong or something like that, he actually can't call you off too light because if you double through him, now he's the shortest and now he's like, oh, I'm going to come 6th, right? So him getting a double, so let's say Tong calls off a jam from Paris. Well, Tong's now got 19 bigs, which I can't see all the graphics right now, but he would be 4th or 5th in chips. And if he doubles up, he'd be like 3rd or 4th in chips. So it actually doesn't really change his position too much in the tournament, where if Jordan or Michael doubled off each other, they'd be the overwhelming chip leader and then they can just dominate these bubbles, right? So, yeah, that's probably answers to your question. Andrew, the short stack is akin to the tail wagging the dog. I do not know what that means, but you got any idea?
Andrew Horst is yep.
Akin. I don't even know that. I'm not
sure what that means.
Andrew,
you are well and beyond.
Andrew, I just play poker, mate. I just play poker. We just play poker. We don't know these sophisticated English words, mate. But once again, congrats to you, mate. I'll give you quite an interesting hand that I played on an FT the other day. So, as I mentioned earlier, 5 left in the 2K super stack, and we're on the bubble as well. And Sean Ragazzini has all the chips. He just pretty much busted me. I've got 1 big blind left. 1 big blind, right? Sean jams. I fold. Denick folds small blind. Krilly's in the big blind off 8 big blinds with pocket jacks and folds. And everyone's probably like, oh my God, how do you fold jacks to an 8 big blind jam? And the reason is simple, right? The difference between coming 5th and 4th is $3,000, right? So you bust in 5th, which is what he could have done if he got unlucky, $0. He just waits for me to bust, which is very, very quick. He just comes 4th and now, and has a chance to win the tournament, right? A less chance, but has some chance, right? If he doubles, he goes from 3rd in chips to 3rd in chips. It doesn't actually really affect his standing in the tournament, right? So he actually did solve the spot and it was correct. So Krilly's a bit of a wizard with that stuff.
Crazy.
I'm definitely not folding that. I'm not good enough to fold that. But I did bust the next hand, so he was onto something there. So, yeah, shout out to him. Another question in the chat. Is G2 Wizard is Octopi better than G2 Wizard? Hard to see, but I'll give it a try. Look, G2 Wizard's obviously been one that's been around for the longest and has the name sort of in the name of the title. But Octopi is one that's been advocated from Stephen Chidwick and some of the top pros in the world. And Stephen Chidwick is like arguably the best player in the world. So it is probably a sponsorship deal as well, or maybe he owns part of it. I'm unsure, but Octopi is definitely one of the leading brands in that solver space, and I definitely recommend people check it out. I did check it out myself, and it was quite informative. So I'm going to go home. I think these tournaments have motivated me to get a little bit better and study, just so I'm not unsure about certain spots a little bit. So I'm definitely keen to try that one out. Arthur, Chris, we used to work together back in the day. Lol. Awesome
Arthur.
to see you crushing it, man.
G'day, Arthur. Yeah, it's been a while, mate. I hope you've been well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope everything's going good for you. Haven't seen you in ages.
I think when I met you, you were working at Jump or
At
whatever
Jump
it's
Central,
called.
yeah. Jump Central. Wow,
Man,
back in the old days.
That's a
My
long
God.
time.
Arthur, you've made me feel old right now. My goodness, that was
Man.
my first ever job when I was 16 or 17.
Is Arthur a poker player or just tuning in the stream?
Not sure.
I mean, I guess he has to be somewhat of a poker fanatic, right?
Arthur, I didn't know you played poker, mate. That's pretty good. Send me a message. Let's have a catch up, even if it's just a call or something. Sounds good, mate.
Cute. Look at these. Look at PlayLive bringing players together.
I know. Unbelievable.
Chris, how do you deal with the inevitable downswings from Keisha.
Oh boy.
And you're on one currently right now,
Oh,
so
boy.
you can attest to this quite well.
Yeah, Keisha, you've struck a nerve here, so thank you for starters. Yeah, I was having a great day.
You haven't a great year until a couple months ago.
Well, yeah, I was having okay, no, we'll get into the answer before I start monologuing. How do I deal with inevitable downswings? Look, yes, downswings are a natural part of the game, especially if you're playing full-time or even if you're playing part-time. It's something that's out of your control. For me, there's two things I'll touch on. One, the practical side of how I'm dealing with it, or how you should be dealing with your downswing. One, and I know this is something that probably people hear too often, but having a good bankroll is arguably more important than being a good player sometimes. And you also have to be well aware of how good of a bankroll you need to have for the stakes that you're playing or for the variance of the game that you're in. For example, and also based on if you have any other income, that affects your bankroll as well. So, for example, if you are playing part-time and you have income, you can be a bit more risky with your bankroll. If you are playing full-time and you have no other source of income, and if you go busto, you have to go out and get a job, or you have to be much more conservative. The other thing I would say is that depending on the stakes, the higher the stakes you're playing, the more conservative you need to be as well. Because if you go busto playing 200 max, it's and you lose a bankroll there, it's a lot easier to make that back during work. But yeah, so I would just say that's the first thing, making sure that you're bankrolled for the games so that you're feeling confident and you're not getting down on yourself and you're not stressed while you're playing is a massive part of it. Secondly, I try and study a little bit more as well when I'm on a downswing, just, plug hands in, just see if maybe I'm accidentally getting on tilt in certain situations and not realizing it. And even if I'm not, sometimes it's good to talk to friends and plug in hands and see that I am playing hands right, and just getting unlucky validates myself and lets me know that I'm on the right path, and I can see the bigger picture of things. Trust me, I know how it feels. I've been on many downswings, currently down a cool 60k this year playing cash. So this is in the last 2 months. So I definitely know the feeling. So yeah, that's how I deal with things. Chris, who is the top dog at Crown? I don't know who this is, but I'm going to take the diplomatic answer here and stay out of that one. There's a couple of answers that I could say that would get me into trouble, but no, there's definitely a lot of solid players at Crown that are playing at the moment. The 5-10-20 game is a very solid game. Still fun game. You still get a lot of action-packed guys that are coming in and trying to just come in into state or whatever. But it's also a very solid game. So if you're wanting to go down, that's definitely a good option to go there.
Are we short on something?
Can Chris give his story on how he came up? Yes, can Chris give us his story of how he came up to the stakes and make his poker? Yeah, so, I started playing poker very casually when I was 17. I was playing, I used to play tennis full time, and I had a tennis coaching business when I was younger as well. I played a $10 tournament down at a tennis tournament in Warrnambool. And I loved it ever since then, to be honest with you. I was obviously atrociously bad. I ended up playing some 5-cent, 10-cent games when I was 17 years old. And I was playing with a bunch of mates. Ended up realizing that the same two players were winning almost every week at this cash game. They were winning, 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks. So then it just intrigued me. So I looked and I wanted to see, is this something that you can do for a living? I saw that it was, and I started taking it somewhat seriously. I was playing part-time for about 3 years, or 4 years, I should say, from the time I was 18 till 20, halfway through being 21. Had a tennis coaching business at the same time, sold that. And then once I sold the tennis coaching business, I went full-time into poker. Jumped from 1-3 to 2-5 when I went full-time, steadily increased the stakes, had my fair share of mistakes as well, made bankroll mistakes too. I went up to 10-20, had a very bad run, had some leaks outside of poker as well. I was overspending, which was a hit on the bankroll, dropped down in stakes, and now the last 3 years I've been very good, and I've slowly crept up the stakes, and now regularly playing anywhere from 10, 20 all the way up to 100, 200. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster, but it's been a good journey. Can confirm Chris destroyed me in poker at his place when we were 18. Oh, I actually forgot that we played one time of mine. That's right. That's hilarious. Well, maybe we should catch up for another game or maybe a drink or something like that, Arthur. How do you approach your mental game? It's a good question.
Not well.
No. This is your first comment back, huh?
Yeah, I had to get a drink.
Jackson Young, good on you, mate.
And I've seen that one.
Yeah, how do I approach a mental game? Yeah, the mental game, it's a tough one. Honestly, just getting outside and touching grass, exercise, trying to eat as clean as possible, doing things outside of poker, studying, all that sort of jazz. It's
Having fun
very
with life,
important.
man.
Having fun with life, enjoying life. You know, it's not all about poker. You can't just lock yourself in your room or in a casino all day long. Got to have other things going on, whether it's exercise or whatever.
I think just like having a lot of fun outside poker, just like going for
100%.
walks and seeing mates. Like a lot of poker players forget that you're allowed to do that, which is, you know, quite bizarre. But I do want to just get stuck into this hand quickly, man. I do think this is a little bit of a mishap from Tong. I do think that you want to jam the King Queen O off 10 big blinds. Just, you don't want to hand like Ace 9 off, for example. Like, let's say they just want to rejam instead of call off a jam. Well, now you're going to fold King Queen off and you have like a 50% equity against it. So,
Yeah, definitely do agree with that.
yeah.
Off 8,
And
for
even
sure.
like pocket fives or something like that, where they actually may fold to a jam, but now just may call your open, and you kind of just like got one SPR and sort of hoping to catch a king or a queen. And if you don't, you're in a bit of a blender. So I think with these 10 big blind stacks, you don't really need to get too tricky with it. I think if he's under the gun, you just fold. Under the gun 6 hands, so low jack just fold, because Paris only has 5 big blinds. But when you are 10 bigs and you're on the button, right, you just kind of just get it in and understand that you've only got 10 big blinds and sort of just run it. So we do see Paris unable to just wake up with a hand. He's quite frustrated. So probably going to be another FT that he can't complete, which is a little bit unfortunate because he has had a bad run of it the last few months. So
Don't count him out. You know, Paris.
Well, it's
Paris
not
is a
over.
grinder. It's not over until the fat lady sings, as they do say.
to be fair, if he gets a double up, then another double up, he's like second
Well,
in chips.
this
So.
is the beauty of tournaments, and this is the beauty of these, I guess, shorter stacked FTs. 6 big blinds is 6 big blinds, and if you get a double, including the ante, you're going to be on 13 to 14 big blinds, and you're very much back in the mix.
Or you
So-
double again and like you're now chip leading, right? So never count yourself out, I
Exactly
think
right.
is the way to think about it. I think that people think then they have 3 to 5 big blinds, they're just sort of out of the tournament. But, you know, it is obviously more likely than not that you will bust soon. But I think, yeah, you just got to take the spots and that get presented to you and don't think too much about it. So, yeah, we are looking for Paris as one of our good friends to find a double here, but try not to be too biased. Would you like to see Mayhem just fold this one? Or you kind of don't mind him just limping, and he does have 22 bigs. Would you rather, like, you know, I think this is one of those hands where you could maybe go all 3 or 4 directions. What's your preferred play here, knowing that the stack sizes are what they are? He is tied second pretty much in chips.
Tied second. Look, I think I personally think a limp is fine here. To be honest, I think we want to go quite polar. In terms of the raises, I think shoving would obviously be a mistake. I think raising would be a mistake. So I do think it is between limping and folding. You can get around either, but second in chips, you know, definitely good enough to see a flop, I think.
And I was actually going to say,
Wow.
what do you think about this play? And I was going to say I quite like it, weirdly enough.
Was that a lead?
No. So it went limp, limp check. Flop comes 8-5-2 flush draw.
And check jam?
Check jam.
Wow, that is, firstly, what a sicko. Love that.
It's quite creative.
I love that.
I think it's, you know, he obviously has equity, has an over, has a gut shot. But you don't really want to check call that because you're kind of out of position with nothing.
Yeah.
But when you do jam, you can get a hand like potentially a 2 to fold. That's just like seeing where it's at, hoping that you can fold some like, you know, queen highs, some jack highs and stuff. Also, Rahul's a reg, so he understands that you're potentially quite weak when you just check this board, so he's just going for it with a small bet of one big blind. Man, the blinds are absolutely gaining. I think we had 20k as the big blind when I started this, and 7 hours later it's 200,000. So, did you end up answering the question about your story and how you came up in stakes and stuff?
Yeah,
you did.
We had a nice chat with
Had a nice chat,
the
yeah.
chat here, beautiful.
So we are 6 left, guys, on the final table of the mini-main event with $48,000 up top. We've got Chris in the booth, and if anyone has any questions for either of us, as we do see...
Oh my godfather.
Man, this is... So obviously these two are pretty close mates, and even though they're good friends, I don't think Jordan's going to fold this one. I think... I actually don't think I like this from... Oh, sorry, I thought he raised. I was like, I quite like a call.
Yeah.
Similar to what Sean did to us the other day, I really just think that keeping someone in with one big blind as the chip leader is enormous, right? You can now pressure people so easily, and we're going to see them check this down. If Jordan's smart, he'll check this down, and that's not collusion because it's one of his best mates. That's if he keeps Paris in with one big blind, it just means everyone else is so much closer to a pay jump and not quite there yet. Therefore, they have to pretty much fold everything. And this is the similar situation that we found ourselves in with Krilly folding the jacks the other day on my FT. So we're going to see check. And this isn't collusion. This is just genuinely Jordan getting the most amount of EV possible.
It's a good move from Jordan here to check
It
this
would
down.
be...
And it's a good move from Paris to check this down as well, just in case he's behind.
Yeah, well, Paris obviously never wants to bet here unless he's got quads. Even if he has a queen here on the river, he doesn't want to bet. As we do see the turn come a king, no help to Paris. And I believe it's gone check on the turn, but we are waiting. We are waiting for the river. As while we're waiting, we want to get Riff in the comment section. Big Show, is that Chris K, the one who didn't invite us out to dinner? Wow.
Wow.
Bit stiff.
Wow. Riff, you're going to do me like that, huh?
So Paris does lose this one, unfortunately, and now is stuck with one big blind. I would have liked to see a queen on that river for my good friend to stay in, but we don't find it as Geordie does find
He's
it.
still in. Don't count him out.
So
count him
Adrian,
out.
I want to actually, I feel like I answered it, but I want to answer it again just so you can understand potentially where he's coming from.
This is
so
the one to explain it.
yeah,
in
so
depth.
for those who want to ask, like, why didn't Geordie just bust him, right? Now, there's literally no reason for Jordan to bust Paris, right? Jordan is almost never, ever finishing sixth, so the pay jump is not anything important, right? And we've got another comment saying that it's sus, right? Definitely not sus, guys. So if Jordan can keep Paris in with one big blind, and as I mentioned, Sean Ragazzini, one of the best poker players in Australia, he did this the other day, right? So I had 450k, he would raise to 420k, leaving me chips behind. The reason is everyone else on the table's handcuffed, right? So when there's only 5 other players on the table, they can have they actually can't call any hands, right? So as Grogus has just said, it creates a new bubble, which is exactly correct, right? So when Geordie keeps Paris in, right, no one else can do anything, right? So let's just say Geordie jams next hand and Michael has ace queen off for 20 bigs. Why would he call? Like, there's actually no point when he just wait like 2 more hands and ladder up most of the time, right? So this is definitely not collusion. I know they are friends, but I would do this with my worst enemy even. So don't worry. We do see Paris get it in ahead, Jack 7 versus Jack 6. I'm not. Jordan has taken this spot as now there's no fold equity, right? So Paris was in the big blind, so he's automatically all in, so can't really do much about it. And we do see potentially some chop outs for Jordan, but as a fan of both, do want to see Paris triple up here and take the win, as they do chop it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Paris is a little bit unlucky there, but it was going to chop about 20% of the time. So hope that answers it for you guys in the chat on sort of why we do want to leave someone in. And like Paris, for example, right now is in the small blind, right? So he's only going to have 0.8 big blinds left, right? Paris now has a whole new orbit to go around, right? So Jordan can basically start jamming any 2 cards if Paris folds this hand, and he can jam 3 hands, right? So let's just say on that river, Jordan goes all in and Paris calls. He gets 200k in chips, right? What happens if Jordan jams every hand for the next 3 hands and everyone has to fold because unless they have like aces or kings, I guess. Even kings you probably just take, but it gets close. Look at the big blind, guys. 200, 200, 100. So he has to just jam most of his range here. I don't know if he's going to do it. I'm not sure if he's exactly studied in this spot, but this is definitely one of those spots where Jordan should just, unless you disagree, Chris, I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
100% agree.
Jordan should just go all in with almost any 2 cards here, and Paris should fold as well, keep himself in for another orbit, and he can now pick up 200, 200, 100. He's picking up 500k every single hand that Paris is still in the tournament, right? So Mayam with ace-10 suited. I want you guys to know this is like the most snappy snap fold in the history of poker. This is like not a spot at all where you want to battle, right? Why would you battle when you're second in chips? You're clear second in chips, right? No point battling as he does.
That's a very good fold.
It is a good fold. As we like to say, like, just because we sort of understand this because we've been taught this, it is still hard to find in game when you know what he's doing. You know that he's opening any 2 cards. I probably would have preferred a jam over just an open. And Paris is actually in a bit of a blender here. So he does just go with it, which is unfortunate for Geordie. So now Geordie doesn't get to sort of just dominate the table like he probably would have hoped. Yeah, Bojangles in the chat. If CL doesn't open any 2 until Paris busts its collision, that is more fair than what the others were saying. So I definitely agree. But we do see Paris with 42% equity. So just about half the time we're going to see him, triple up and stay in the tournament. So for me, biasly, hopefully he can find it. As he finds a good flop, that's a good flop.
Wow.
He's now winning this 3/4 of the time unless we see a queen. And he's still going to win a third of the time, guys. It's not over. And he does not find it. So
that is a very unfortunate run out.
So yeah,
that one hurts a soul.
Especially when you just flop it. Look at this, and look at this rail for Paris. Everyone getting around. I think they are on break. Not everyone's watching him, but Paris is obviously very well loved and respected in this little Nick community. And there's our boy Bassa with the Texas A&M jersey on. So shout outs to the Big Daddy Bass.
Big Daddy Bass indeed.
Definitely not Sam Morrison. Has asked, is there a mathematical or theoretical approach to the optimal placement rotation of the dealer button when it's on you? I say yes. No, when I get the dealer button, I always have it exactly in line with the way I'm facing. Are you the same, or do I just have OCD?
I am specifically the same, and there might be a couple of people watching that know how specific I am about this. I'm very superstitious about how I have my button, and I've actually had a couple people try and play up on the table with me, and they'll move the button mid-hand and stuff like that. So yes, I like the writing facing directly towards me as well, for sure.
What about if it's...
You gain an extra 10% in all your wins.
What about when there's like a 2-sided button, like white or black?
White or black?
Like, do you pick a side, or is it like whatever side you first get it at for the day, that's the side you keep?
Nah, I'm always white.
You're always white?
Always white.
Yeah, I don't know what I am. I feel like every time I get the button, I have to have it on the side where I've got it the first time.
Yeah, that's fair. My thought process with the superstitions is that your superstition can be whatever it is, but it can't change.
Yeah, it's like roulette. You just have to pick the same numbers every time. If you don't, you're a psychopath, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
But yeah, we'll probably get back to the poker here a little bit. Stuart in the comments section says, Geordie should have finished him. He did end up finishing him. I know what you're saying, and I understand the thought process that you're having, but you definitely do want to just put him out there. Stuart Allen, you said Queen 9 should shove. Wrong. We'll agree to disagree. That's fine. No dramas. You can play your game. We'll play ours. As we see Michael open up 2.25x in the cutoff, and Tong with the ace-5 suited. Elects to find a fold. Geordie in the small blind with the 6-5 suited. This is definitely... yeah, I understand we're being trolled with the button, brother. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just having a bit of fun. As I said, guys, have any questions for me or Chris? Poker related, life related, dating advice related. Chris may have some experience from his, 7 years being an adult, maybe a bit longer. You're pretty old now, aren't you?
We're getting old, man.
How old are you? 26, 27?
Yeah, I'm actually 26, turning 27
Wow.
for the kids at home.
Yeah, for the kids at home. So Jordan elects with flat, the small blind. I don't know if I love this, Chris. Michael having 15 to start the hand with. What are you thinking? Would you prefer fold, jam, or flat? Knowing that Maysam's 24 effective behind you.
I respect the initiative from Jordan, absolutely. And I definitely respect getting in the mix and sort of being that force at the table that is just smothering and you're just forcing everyone to play pots against you. I think 6-5 suited, though, just is not going to perform well enough at this stack depth. I would much prefer Jordan to flat a hand that we really want to prioritise high cards. We want to prioritise some King Jacks, and even if he wanted to get out of line and call with, say, a Queen 10 or even like a Jack 8 suited or something like that, or something. Even though that wouldn't be good in theory if he's trying to take that exploitive line.
Probably better than Queen 10.
Yeah.
Sorry.
6-5
suited.
6-5 suited.
Yeah.
I'd prefer him to take those two high card hands.
And
for
why in ICM dynamics, and I've touched on it a little bit, but maybe you can touch on it from your perspective. Why do you think that in these extreme ICM spots, you do want to favour like high cards such as Ace X and King X and stuff like that over a suited connector?
Well, there's two reasons. The first reason is that we having the Ace X or the King X blocks our opponent's strong hands, blocks the opens. When we're bluffing with the Ace X and King X, we get it through more often. We also just flopping top pair is such a top pair in a tournament where the average stack is 15 to 20 big blinds is such a strong hand as compared to a cash game where you're playing 100, 200 big blinds effective.
Making straights and flushes are like super important at that depth, right?
Exactly
Where
right.
when you're 10 bigs, you kind of just want to make top pair and go with it, right?
100%. And in saying that, maybe Jordy knows something that we don't as he picks up a huge draw here.
I think this is a clear bluff now from Geordie, and I think this is going to be one of those times where he just wins the pot in an unconventional way. I don't think Michael can do anything but fold this river. I don't know what size Geordie should go with. Michael having about pot behind, never folding a king, I would say. I mean, I'd assume. What size do you like here, Chris? We do see Geordie come with about 700-800. We do see him come with 800. What do you feel about that size?
It's an interesting one. I mean, Michael's bet into 3 people, and then on the flop, after opening pre-flop, and then checking the turn. So it does look a lot like
Ace high or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does look a lot like Queens, Jacks, 10s, 9s, that kind of range. So when you're betting as a bluff here, I just like to ask the question: how much, if we were trying to value bet, how much would we think that those hands would call? And when we're bluffing,
Kind of a little bit bigger.
a little bit bigger than that. So if we think that Queens, Jacks, and 10s will call, if you were betting for value and you had a king, you think that, okay, the biggest that I can bet here is, say, 1 million chips. And that's the most amount of value I can get. I like betting around 1.2 million as a bluff.
Yeah.
And I know that does sound a little bit unbalanced, but that's
poker.
That's poker. And making that slight tiny adjustment is not something that anyone's ever going to figure out, because that's your own perception of what they're going to call. So,
I think that's the biggest misconception, and you know me, and I, we've talked about it a lot. This balance, and I'm so against balance. I think it's just never something that people will play enough with you in live fields to understand. If you're playing someone heads up, like 1 million hands, sure, very different story.
100%.
6 tabling or something like that. Andrew has actually asked a really good question. Jordan showed the 5-6 suited bluff. Do you agree with giving out that info? Probably not. I think if you're going to show this, you're going to want to underbluff for the rest of the tournament. And I don't actually think this is something that Jordan wants to do. I think that it would have been smarter for him to show like a boat or something like that and let the table know, like, hey guys, I've got it and I'm never bluffing here. And then just bluff for the rest of the night. Do you agree with that?
100% agree. Yeah, I would like Jordan to, exactly as you said. I mean, he's going to want to bluff a lot here. This is going to be an interesting one as well.
He calls. Okay.
He calls.
I don't know if I like this.
I think he's shoved for 8 big blinds.
Okay.
So
He is short. But does he want to keep him in? Is the other question, right? So now, if Jordan loses, he's got. I don't think he's losing this one, to be honest. Got a diamond on.
oh boy.
Can he find one of the remaining
One of the
10
seven
outs?
he needs?
No, he doesn't. So Rahul finds a double, and I just wanted, like, obviously we can see the cards, but he just snapped him off, and I really think it's good to think about exactly why we're doing things in poker. And, you know, are we priced in chip EV? Yes. But is it important for us to maintain our overwhelming chip lead, leave a short stack in, sure, give him 4.5 bigs, whatever, right? I think I'm finding a fold, and I'm not like folding any two, obviously. I'm not folding like ace queen, obviously, but I think these like really cuspy hands, I think we can just let go. And I think that when you are chip leading and you have such an enormous chip lead on the rest of the table, the amount of pressure that you can put on everyone, and especially like a few of the guys being a bit tighter, I think that EV is a lot more in your favor by folding. What do you think? Obviously only 8 bigs, but are you in agreement with me, or you kind of disagree?
I tend to agree. I mean, yeah, I tend to agree. I think maybe we could have found a fold there. At first glance, I just saw 8 big blind shove, and I thought, yeah, we're never folding. We have an ace in our hand. But having a little bit of a think about that as well, and actually just taking my time with it, yeah, I think we can definitely fold. We're fine. Happy to keep him in. We lose a big portion of our stack when we do lose. And this is the point. Even though it's only 8 big blinds in this configuration is so much. And losing that pot, even as the chip leader, hurts a lot. Because now, yes, Geordie's still the chip leader, but it's...
Like, he's still chip leader by a fair bit.
There's less buffer to work with.
There's
now.
less buffer. Like, if he now doubles like Mayam, now Mayam's a chip leader, right? So you just, like... It is a weird dynamic, right? Obviously, to win the tournament, everyone needs to bust except you. But also, in saying that, there's potentially more of a chance to win if you're the chip leader and have an overwhelming chip lead over everybody, than and the way you can maneuver your stack and by jamming a lot versus just like maybe busting someone. Obviously, he's already all in, so you can't have any fold equity, right? So you'd rather take other spots where there's fold equity, I think. But yeah, that's sort of our take on that. As we get a comment from Rani Yako. Hi guys. Hey mate, how we doing? Well, I'm assuming you're a male. Not sure if you're a female. Let us know, and I'll give that a bit of a change up. Stuart in the chat agreed. Fold. Don't want to double the short stacks lightly. I agree completely, mate. It's something what we discussed just then, and you're on the ball. I think, you know, doubling the shorty now, you can't put as much pressure on everyone. You can only put as a pressure on a couple of guys now, which is still fine. You're still in a really good spot in this tournament, but I think if you had to think about it for longer than 3 seconds, you may have been able to work out why you do want to fold. But I'd be interested to look that one up in the sim. Did you hear about the Lodge card room got raided? I did. I don't really know anything about it, but yeah, America's kind of its own place, so I just kind of tune out.
Yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy over there. Absolutely. I haven't looked into it too much either, but that can't be good for business.
Speaking of America, you are looking to go to Vegas this year. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm actually booked in my accommodation today, and I'm booking my flights tomorrow. So cannot wait. It's going to be my second time in Vegas. Went for the first time last year. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I obviously was there as well. We had quite a fun time there. It's very expensive as we know, but how often do you get to travel around the world playing poker with your friends? And
it is true.
Unfortunately, we didn't have many deep runs. You did make day 5 in the main, which is, I guess, semi-deep. It is only 5% of field, so it's not like crazy deep. And, you know, there's like 11 days in that bloody tournament, which is crazy. But, you know, for the 10K main event, must have felt pretty good.
Amazing experience. I mean, for anyone that's in poker and loves a game, even if you're playing recreationally or part-time or full-time, it's a must-do at some stage in your life. It was a great experience. I was actually on a Wilkesoo's table on day 5, which was interesting to say the least. I personally liked it, but can definitely see how he rubs people the wrong way.
That guy is insane, man.
He's one of a kind. He's one of a kind, for sure. Just getting back to action here, we see Tong off 11 bigs with Queen Jack suited.
Small blind, yeah.
Small blind. Well, Jackson, what do you think? What do you think about this one? What do you like here?
Yeah, for me, we are the shortest. I mean, Michael has 8 bigs, we have 11, but it's pretty much the same. We're going to be, you know, wanting to just jam this one. Queen Jack suited is way too good of a hand. You know, we may feel like Geordie's calling a little bit too light. I like what he's done. I like that he's left the chip behind, just because, as we know, I mean, I'm assuming as he knows that Jordan actually does want to keep him in the tournament. So if we do get in the Queen Jack and we run into it and we do lose, at least we have a chip behind. And although that does benefit Jordan a lot, being able to pressure everyone else, it also benefits us. So it's sort of like a win-win, right? So for example, when Sean, and this is definitely not collusion, but when Sean last night was jamming, or 2 nights ago was jamming, he was asking, and as you can as a player, you can ask for, tell me how much you got, or can you let me see your stack? And he was working out exactly how much I had to the 1,000 chip, and then raising to an amount a little bit less than that, just to know that if it did go his way and he busted us, he didn't bust us, he just won. We'd now be really, really cuffed, and he could dominate the rest of the table for another orbit, which, as we mentioned, is very, very important. Like, if you jam 3 hands in a row, get it through because a guy's on 1 big blind, well, you're taking him another 1.5 million in chips, which is 7.5 bigs, which is just crazy. So I do think that Jordan will finish this FT hopefully as a winner, but having a chat with us, maybe watching the stream or talking to a couple of people smarter than us can maybe work out for next time sort of that A7 hand and why it wants to perform in a certain way as we see him wake up with the marvelous 950. Are you wanting to raise here, or are you going to call? We're opening up into the second big stack. Are you putting max pressure on this guy, or he goes large? He goes 800, I think.
800 on
4x, 6x. Sorry, 600. So 3x. Yeah.
3x. Interesting. I mean, look, Jordan is
he's gone for it. Hey,
good friend of ours. Very, very creative, hyper aggressive. I mean, as I said, it's probably the same thing I said about the 6-5 suited hand. I love the initiative, and his instincts are fantastic. The hand selection is a little how you're going, but I mean, if he's just putting the absolute maximum pressure on second and chips, that's never a bad thing.
It's probably better than just passing up the chip lead and folding, right?
100%. I mean, raising is definitely better than folding. I'll tell you that much for sure, given the dynamics. And yeah, I mean, Mayam can know that he's out of line and can't really do much about it as well, to be honest, because
that's the beauty of ICM, man.
That's the beauty of ICM,
you can know exactly. Like Sean Ragzini was jamming any 2 cards and clearly folded jacks just because of the extreme ICM dynamic, right? Me having 1 big blind and we're on the stone bubble, right? So I understand what he's feeling. I definitely don't hate the hand selection from a chip EV point of view. Potentially just rather go with some overcards, like some higher sort of cards in this dynamic. But as we said, if his strategy is just any 2 and I'm just going to just maximum pressure, I'm just happy with his strategy here. So it is kind of cool to see him put on a bit of a masterclass. I do think, as you said, he has really good instincts with this stuff, which a lot of people do not have. As the chip lead, you are just going to want to raise a lot. And he does find the Jack-6 suited, which is quite an obvious jam for those who are, pretty experienced in the tournament fields. As we see Rahul with the 7-6 offsuit. This is probably a call, but it's like 7-5 off. We just want to pass up here for sure. As he does not really get a great flop, but Jordan with the flush draw. This is one that we're going to be able to triple off. Not that we're going to get there because Rahul's most likely just going to check fold. Rahul does have a lot of 5x in range. I mean, not a lot because he is in this ICM blender at the moment and just can't defend a lot of the offsuit 5x that you would in chip EV. Can't really have Queen 5-0. Shouldn't really have 5-4-0 and stuff like that. And as we know, offsuit there's a lot more combos. So
looks like Rahul is in the tank here. Hasn't followed just yet. It has the there we go. That's put in the bin. It has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
This would be a cool hand. Yeah, it's check raise. Yeah,
it would be interesting. I mean, Jordan's opening probably 90% of hands and c-betting all of them. So it would be a very interesting spot to find a little check raise, but does let it go unwisely so, as that one was not going to get through.
Yeah, and I do think it's a bit awkward for Rahul because, you obviously have a lot of 5x. I mean, you have more 5x than Jordan, but you need to ask yourself, actually, do I have more 5x than Jordan, right? So in normal chip EV spot, I'm meant to have all the 5x as the big blind, and the button's meant to have not as many, right? Because he's not opening up 5-0 and stuff. But when we realize that Jordan's actually chip leading, and he's opening up not any 2, but 90% of range, and then also we have to be tighter with our hands, so we're folding 5-3-0, even 2-5 suited, maybe 10-5 suited, we're folding in this dynamic. There's a lot more hands that we're just folding, and we may think we have range advantage on this flop, but we actually probably don't anymore because of how much tighter we are and how much looser they are. So Yeah. Oh, we get a question from Endgame Airlines. Have either of you commentators had an interaction with Tony G? I know Chris has. Probably leave that one for the imagination, I would say. No need to talk about personal lives too much from other people unless you want to.
No. Look, don't have. I have stories that I can share another time, but I have. What I'm happy to say is I have played with him before. He is a character. He's a character. We've played cash games, and it was a lot of fun playing with him. I might leave it at that.
He is like the videos, right?
He is
very
exactly
similar
like the video.
what
He
I've heard,
did
yeah.
not disappoint. He did not disappoint. One probably quick story that I can share.
Oh, the Mr. Richmond one, please.
Hey.
The Richmond one?
Oh.
Tell the Richmond one.
Okay,
don't tell the Richmond one.
It's maybe getting a little bit too personal.
Sure.
Maybe getting a little bit too personal. I'll leave that one for another time, but it is a great story. But one of the funny one that I did have with Tony G is I remember playing a big cash game with him, and I shoved all in with top 2 pair. He calls with a 10 high flush draw for a big pot, about a $30,000 pot playing cash. I asked him, Tony, how many times would you like to run it? And he goes, it's a friendly game. We'll run it one time. And of course he hit it hard, and I had to shake his hand with a smile on my face.
I would have hurt.
But inside I'm screaming and crying.
Yeah.
yeah,
Screaming, crying, throw up.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, nice hand. I'm handing him my share of the 30K pot, and on to the next one. And on to the next one we are.
Yeah, so Geordie, even as the chip leader, do you like the open with 3s, or do you think you'd rather a hand like Ace-5-0? Or are we still opening these pairs?
I'm probably looking to still open. I think we're 5-handed as well, so even though he's under the gun, and open the hijack, we could just put on so much pressure. And there is now a clear short stack here, being Michael with 6.8, call it 7 big blinds. So we now can start putting on some decent pressure. It's an easy call off against Michael as well. Actually, again, maybe we do want to fold.
It's
Against Michael. He shoves for the reasons we were
gross,
discussing
right?
before. But yeah, look, I'm probably still opening this one, as under the gun is now the hijack.
Yeah, I do agree. I do think a hand like Ace-7-0 is better, but
100%.
it's still both opens, I think.
Yep,
And
I agree.
And Rahul coming with jam from 15.5 bigs on the button. Probably not wanting to induce. Just if Geordie does have a hand like Ace-2-0 and we get 4-bet whacked on, obviously we're ahead. But with ICM and there being such significant pay jumps coming up, we actually don't want to run a 70-30. As bizarre as that sounds, obviously we are ahead just an infinite amount of times with queens. But when Geordie just whacks an ace like Ace-2-0, we are only winning it 70% of the time. And would we rather take home in ICM the pot 70% of the time, or would we guarantee take like 4.5, 5 big blinds? So it is a weird one, because if you do bust in 6, you only get 7.8k off. Sorry, 5th you get 10k, right? Sounds great. Yeah, third's $30,000, guys. So there are massive pay jumps here, which is why Tong is in the blender here. This should pretty easily go into the muck, because we have obviously no fold equity, but Tong's probably just weighing up his decisions. As we mentioned, when there's $50,000 up top, every decision is a lot tougher
100%.
than level 1 of a tournament.
And it hurts the soul to fold pocket 5s off 11 bill, but he's found a really good fold there. And Geordie's found the good but standard fold of 3s. So very well played by both. We've got Tell the Bloody Story in the chat.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have even. Yeah, nah, unfortunately not, guys. It's not even bad. It's just like, it's not our story to tell.
Does anyone else want to hear the Tony G. Richard story?
Well,
Oh,
you can ask Richmond in person if you see him. How about that? He's
I'm happy to tell this one in person as well, but it's an in-person story.
Yeah.
In-person story for sure.
I think I did say second was 30k, but if I didn't, I apologize. It's second for 30,000, first for 50,000, and
Crazy.
if they do bust next, they will get 5 figures, exactly 10,000, which is obviously a great score. But as we all know, the ones that have run deep before, it is very bittersweet, coming extremely close to that illustrious score of 50,000, and only getting 10k feels like you haven't done the justice. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on a hand before that we kind of missed over because we were chatting. We did see Mayam open up ace, I think it was Ace-5 offsuit on the button into Rahul and Michael to 3.5 big blinds. I think this is an error with sizing. I think that, you're now priced in against the big blind only having 7 or 8 bigs. And against the small blind, like you kind of just, if he jams, you're just wasting another big and a half. So for those at home that are newer to tournaments, there's not a lot of situations where you want to open to more than 2 big blinds when you're this shallow. But we do see Tong with a pretty standard all-in spot, I think, here with the King 9 suited. It's too good against just one blind range right now. So most likely going to see this one get put into the middle. Any other thoughts from you, Chris, or is this just a very obvious all-in?
This one is going into the middle.
Obviously,
Absolutely.
a little bit annoying that, we are not shortest. We're actually second shortest, but this is still a really good spot, as we have mentioned on numerous occasions. So we'll see this one going into the middle after a little bit of deliberation. Obviously, it's me, Jackson, and with Chris in the booth. If you guys have any questions for us, poker, not poker related, feel free to ask. Happy to answer as many as we can while we get a little bit of a tanking job from Tong here with the King 9 suit. I think he just wants to sort of play it off like he doesn't have a strong hand, but as we know, King 9 suited against a range of an unknown is quite good. But in saying that, when you got 50,000 up top, you really just don't want to bust, but you do need to take your spot eventually. And this is one of those times where you'd much rather, like for example, the pocket fives, if he called that off, would be a disaster. Where this one is an obvious all-in, I think. And let's just say he limps and then folds to a jam, or raises and folds to a jam. That's like probably the worst option of all of them. I'd rather I would never just fold this, but I'd rather you just fold than race fold, obviously.
Of course. Jackson, I'll ask you a quick question here, right? Same situation, but Michael has 2 big blinds. What do you like doing now?
So if Michael's got 2 big blinds, it becomes a lot more interesting now. So I actually now want to just fold this hand, as it does feel a little bit gross. But in saying that, at the end of the day, like as I've mentioned before, when he's got 2 bigs, he's just busting in 5th like 100% of the time, right? So, are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Definitely in agreement. I think we'll definitely want to just fold it here. If you had 2 big blinds, just because busting is such a disaster. And also with 11 bigs, if we do get a double, we're not really in that much better of a position. We've still got the chip leader to our direct left.
Yeah.
We'll see Geordie make a
disciplined fold. Yeah.
Fold.
We do have king high, but the guy has to be a little bit tighter, as Jordan figured it out. So I'm glad he thought that one through and didn't call off the king 8's offsuit.
Well played on both parts.
King 8 suited comes a little bit closer, but I still think we can probably pitch that one and maybe take, or maybe like king jack suited for sure.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah. So here's the chip counts, guys. So Jordan with 38, Mayam 22, Rahul 20, Tong 13, and Michael, our short stack, with 6 big blinds. We get another comment from Matt in our Facebook chat. Let's go, Jordan. He is playing quite a solid FT at the moment. Has made a couple of blunders that I didn't like, but he's still in the tournament, not me. So what would I know? As we see him nearly at 10 million chips, he's 3/4 of the way there. So very excited to see him hopefully take this one home. And we're on a bit of a delay, Chris, so hopefully we can get in the photo at some point. But hopefully they can celebrate for a little bit if he does take home the victory. Tong waking up here with ace queen o. This is probably even an easier decision than before with the small blind. Anything here, Chris, or is just a pure jam here? Ever just like open folding, or you just this is too?
No, definitely not open folding. If anything, I would
open induce.
I would be inducing, but I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't.
We want to do it with ace queen. If we saw ace king here, I wouldn't mind opening to induce Jordan. Wouldn't mind that from ace king, but yeah, ace queen, just fist pump, put the money in the middle, I reckon.
Yeah, and I think even with ace king, it becomes pretty gross, right? Like, I do understand what you mean by inducing, but we just want a hand like pocket threes to fold instead of 3-bet jam on us. Just because now we are flipping for the lot. So, as Mayam just has a pretty clear fold here. Nathaniel in the chat, let's go, Geordie. A lot of support for our man, J-Bats, 4 bats. We got a question in the chat with Tarika. How do we get better at poker? Is it just playing non-stop and studying spots, or are there other ways? I'll let Chris answer that one, as he does study a lot more than I do.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, yes, it's definitely a mixture of both. For me, it's depending on your skill level. If you're still a beginner and a recreational, I think you should be playing a lot. And before playing or studying, I'm actually going to say the third and most important thing is getting a good group around you, becoming friends at your local casino, whether it's Crown or wherever you're from, and becoming friends with the pros, becoming friends with the regs, and just getting friendly with them, and just asking them about hands, talking poker with them. You know, you have to learn from people that are better than you. I mean, I'm constantly talking to my friends that are at a whole new level than I am, and just constantly talking hands, constantly talking about spots and concepts. I'll just quickly interject myself here as looks like Michael has gone all in with the ace-5 off 6.5 bigs roughly, which seems fine, seems pretty standard.
$1.250.
Got a comment saying pros at 1.3. There's pros everywhere. There's pros at every stakes, but I mean, you can just become friends with pros or regs in the bigger stakes and just get friendly. Even just take them out for a drink or a bite to eat and pick their brain. That's the best way to go about it. Once you've done that, get a couple of people around you, then just ask them how they like to study, run hands past them, and then from there it's putting in volume, a little bit of study, and just talking a lot of hands. Would you agree, Jackson? I was just saying that probably the best way to learn from the start is finding people that are better than you, becoming friends with them, and just talking a lot of hands.
Yeah, I think that's like the best way. I think there's a lot of YouTube as well. Like I think that's probably maybe one thing that you miss out on or maybe don't do that I do a lot of is I watch a lot of YouTube and specifically one channel, Crush Live Poker, by Bart Hansen. He specifically targets like these 1-3 to 2-5 to 5-5 fields. And the player pool is honestly, without being rude, quite weak. And a lot of people are just playing for fun. So naturally they are kind of not as good as, the regulars and the professionals, obviously, right? So I do think that what Chris said is correct. I think studying, but I don't think you should just like get in G2 Wizard the first time you ever find poker, right? I think understanding the rules and then, once you've done that, going to watch hand histories from, YouTubers and not like Rampage and stuff where they're just punting, but like proper people like Hungry Horse or Crush Life Poker who are actually taking calls from players who are playing in the stakes that you want to be playing in. So you want to be playing in 1-3 and 2-5 for the moment. Well, listen to calls from those. And I know Bart has 3 to 4 calls every week and I watch them every day still. And I've been playing for, 6 years.
Speaking of Jackson as well, we
had a call once, hey?
We actually put in a call to Bart Hansen
Yeah.
maybe, gosh.
3 years ago, maybe,
I
yeah.
think it was longer, man. I
Yeah.
think it was longer. Yeah, we put in a little call. We played a cheeky 2.5K pot playing a 1-3 home game.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was great fun.
Yeah, they were good times. We used to play at Chris's house, like no rake, just, couple of mates playing for what started off as $100 each into like thousands each. And we probably rinsed a few of the guys there and probably thought it was
Shout out
better.
Oscar Donald.
Oh, you're the worst. Yeah, I think we're gonna. Yeah, I think that was fun. We do play with similar group now. We kind of just elect to do the $100 sit and goes. I'd say it doesn't get crazy, but it does get crazy still with our good friends. And we do see Vlad in the comments section, Crush Life Poker. I watch every day Unreal content. I agree. I think he's, for someone who plays cash for a living, and I also, I sort of resonate a lot more with like the 2-5, 5-5 players and fields because, I coach a couple myself and I still, talk to a lot of people in those spaces. I can kind of understand it. And I obviously play different games now, a little bit bigger, but the way I play is very similar to how people play these 2-5, 5-5 games. And as Nathaniel said, if we can actually just open up Nathaniel's comment for the guys downstairs, that'd be great. I'd like to do that because obviously Nathaniel's one of the best players in Australia now, winning a plethora of tournaments. So if we can get his comment up there and I can read it off and give some of you guys some advice from literally one of the greats.
Just quickly, Jackson, we got a bit of an interesting hand Bellamy, we've seen the same open from Mayam on the button. It looks like he's gone 800,000.
It's 3.5 bigs, right?
Yeah, a bit over 3 bigs, 3.5 bigs. Into a 7 big blind stack and a 12 big blind stack. Interesting that he's chosen this size. I assume with an ace jack suit, he's looking to raise call off. Interesting to see what Michael does here. It's a very interesting spot as it almost feels like he has to go with it, but also knowing he's not getting any follow and he does decide to go with it.
I think he's already
On the big blind.
Just double check. Just double check.
And we will most likely see an inevitable call here from Mayam. He's got a pretty nice hand here. Button the big blind for 7 bigs. So I think he's just going to get a count. Interesting sizing written in the chat. Yes, I do agree. Not quite sure if I'm in love with the sizing. But he's probably just looking to put a bit of extra pressure on from the big blind, from the button, sorry, wider ranges. So going for a bigger size to really put pressure on those blinds. I can see the merit, but I think same thing gets accomplished by just the standard min raise. Any thoughts on Mayam's gameplay across grade day 2? I'll leave that for Jackson. Jackson's just stepped out of the booth for the moment. He's seen a lot more of how Mayam's played throughout the day. But I've played with him for a fair few years now, and he does play pretty solid overall. He has called, which we do expect. And Michael's going to need a 2 or some straights or some clubs. He's got about 30%. And that is not going to look too good for Michael, as we will see him out in 5th. GG Michael, great run. Always bittersweet to come this far, no victory, but he's had a very good run. It lasted a large field. There were 4. Chris, you still play tennis? I unfortunately don't play too much tennis anymore. I probably should. A lot of people have asked me to play tennis with them recently. As Nathaniel says, what a call in the chat. Yep. Probably a reasonably easy call. I think he just wanted to take his time there. And
What ended up happening? Did I miss something?
Yeah.
I was a bit distracted.
We've lost a player. Michael out in 5th.
Yep.
We've had Mayam open 3.5 bigs on the button.
Into Rahul and into Michael, yep.
Yeah, so Michael has found ace-2 suited off 7 in the big blind. Has gone all in. And Mayam took his time, but ended up making the call.
Michael jammed on the flop or pre-flop?
Pre-flop.
For 7 big blinds?
Yeah, Mayam took his time.
Just wanted
to take a little bit of a... I mean, you know what? They're playing for a lot of money. It's $50,000. It's a $600 blind. So it doesn't hurt to take your time and just make sure you're not making any massive mistakes, or if there's any big chips you can't see. But yeah, Nathaniel, what a call indeed.
I'm gonna bring up Nathaniel's comment because I don't think the guys downstairs heard me when I mentioned it. But we did get a couple of questions in our YouTube chat asking about advice for people wanting to get better and learn the game. And I definitely think Nathaniel's advice is going to be quite good because he is, someone who's gone from, just starting as everyone does to one of the best players as they do end up bringing it up. So Nathaniel does say, when I was a recreational learning about the game, I watched a ton of streamers and YouTubers who were playing bigger stakes than me and winning. It's super useful to see players break down their thought processes in real time. I couldn't agree with you more, mate. I think when players, I think the most important thing in poker is not necessarily studying. I think it's actually understanding thought processes and understanding why people do certain things. So I think that's a great set of advice from Nathaniel. I'm just going to quickly get a drink. Give me one sec, Chris. Can you take over for a sec?
Sure. What have we got here? We've got King 9 suited. Open on the call. Okay, here we go. 2 a flop. Tong defending the 9-8 offsuit. Seems fine. 4th in chips, yes. Get a flop of King Queen 6. Great flop for Mayam, but doesn't look like it's going to get too much action here. Why is there so much tanking? Yes, there is unfortunate tanking in tournaments. It's one of the sad realities, but you got to remember people are paying for a lot of money, so every decision has a massive impact on the course of the tournament, and it's life-changing money. I mean, you're buying for $600 and there's $50,000 up top. It's very hard to 100 extra money or almost 100 extra money in 2 days. So definitely a lot of pressure on these guys for sure. Got another question. How do Australians get volume in without online games? Yeah, it definitely is tough. A lot of casinos, play a lot at the casino. We now have PLAYLIVE open, which is amazing. Some other tournaments around as well. Australia. And the casino always has games too. But yes, not having any legal ways to play online does hurt, of course. As Mayam is really closing the gap between first and second. Only a million short of Battis, which is good for about 4 big blinds. So, well, Mayam. Jordan, a little bit card dead.
How much do you want to play for? How much do you want to play for? How much? Let's do it. Hey, would you actually fancy?
Andrew asked, do you prefer shock locks, Chris? Yes, I do. Yeah, I think shock locks are great. And I think it'll end up being a massive part of the game with people tanking for pay jumps or bubbles, which is a normal part of the game, has to be done. Oh, we have a special guest, Mr. Richmond, in the building. There he is.
We have just stumbled into a wild Mr. Richmond. Unfortunately, as he's phrased it, drowning his sorrows. So unfortunately, I'm assuming couldn't find a bag in the main. We're gonna be regging tomorrow, I'm sure. Yeah, I've nailed that one right on the head. Yeah, I am good at this, Mr. Richmond. I'm good at reading. As we see Rahul take the 14. No, not really. We see Rahul take the 14 big blind jam with Tong sitting at 9 big blinds. What's your thoughts on this, Chris? Do you think even with pocket threes here off 14, you like this jam? Like, obviously, we're just denying a bunch of equity from overcards, such as an exact hand that Mayam has, like a king 10 offsuit, where if we do open this hand, we kind of just get him to fold and, we get him to call and take some post-flop action. Are you leaning fold or are you leaning jam here? I don't think raising is actually an option at all, personally. I think
Raising definitely not an option.
I think it's jam or fold, yeah.
I think it's jam or fold, and look, I personally feel like this is fine. Off 14 big blinds, we're third in chips with 4 left. Fourth is obviously less than 10 big blinds, but relative to the average stack is not that short of still 9 big blinds. Effective. So yeah, I'm definitely taking this spot. It seems close. Definitely does seem close, but yeah, I'm probably taking this one.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And it is a bit close, and we're going to see Tong in the exact same situation now with only 9 big blinds, and
this one I think is less close, as he's the clear shortest.
Yeah, 9 big blinds. Still has some fold equity. It's not like he's got 3 bigs or anything 100%. Like that. So we can just look to take this spot. Have you answered that question? What is the realistic percentage of players that break even or are better?
No, I haven't.
Not sure what he was referring to there. But in terms of what percentage of players break even playing tournaments, I mean, it's actually not a heap. I think with tournaments, because obviously first place makes up a large portion of the prize pool, you have to win eventually. And if you don't, you're going to be on a kind of lifetime downswing. So this is why there's a lot of those players that do bing something early and then kind of go on to play a lot of tournaments and stuff like that. But I won't name names, but even one of the best players in Australia that I'm quite good friends with told me his results last year, and he plays full time, and he was down quite a few 100,000. So even the best players do lose. And as we mentioned, live tournament poker variance is so insanely crazy that it doesn't really make you don't really realize your edge too much in this, right? So it is a lot of luck unfortunately in tournaments, but it's kind of the beauty of it too. And that's why we get a lot of recreationals win, and it's not always the best player wins. Like even the World Series of Poker main event, a lot of players, not always the professionals win, and it is actually quite a shock. Like obviously, like Negreanu, for example, has never won one. Helmuth hasn't won one in many, many years. Ivy's never won one, for example. So, yeah, we do like to see, the recreationals win, and that probably answers that question. I do think this is a mistake here by Geordie if he's jammed, or has he flattered? Yeah, this is a mistake from Jordan, and I'm going to have a chat with him after and sort of maybe give him a bit of a thought process on why. And Chris, obviously, if just flatting this, you now are keeping we're keeping a guy in with 0.4 big blinds, and we can kind of now dominate. He is going to be the big blind next hand, so maybe that's something to consider that I haven't thought about. But it does just give you another hand where everyone has to play like super passive. So we are going to look to see him fade a 3 here, and if he does fade a 3 and now a 4, he's going to find a nice spot. So we do see a clean queen on the turn, and a river is an ace. So we do say GG to Tong in 4th.
GG, Tong.
And he's going to walk home with, I believe it was $12.8 thousand, but I need to double check that, but we'll see it very, very shortly. So we've got in the comments on YouTube, tell us your thoughts on this hand. I'm assuming you're talking about that hand just there. As we mentioned, pocket 3s is probably just too good for 9 bigs. We are only 4-handed, so we do only have to get through 3 other players, and we are going to get folds from hands like, Queen 8 off and Queen 10 off, and even potentially hand strongers like King Jack off. Let's say the small blind even wants to fold a hand like King Queen off, we can get the fold. So if he flats, the 4s could find a call. I don't agree with that. I definitely think that Rahul in the big blind is going to just snap fold 4s either way. You're never really ahead there, obviously. You're just never ahead unless specifically Geordie has, say, like ace, king, ace, queen, and then that guy's got a pair worse than yours, which actually was the case for our short stack. But, very, very rarely you're ever ahead here. So the reason I like call is just as I mentioned, you just get to keep it in and keep your opponent's handcuff one more hand. But, yeah, Jordan with the over 10 million chips now. So he's in a very good spot to bink this 50K. As Draven says, flatting seems way too strong a play in that spot. Yeah, I don't know if I disagree. I think you can do that with hands like 7s as well that potentially can fold to a jam. Hand like ace jack suited can do that and fold to a jam. So, I disagree with you there, Draven. As we see Mayam open up the king 2 off, I think this is probably too loose. We are second in chips, so we do want to play a little bit more snug. He has been using some obnoxiously large sizes. He does end up going with 2 big blinds here. What's your thoughts on this one, Chris? I mean, it feels a little bit too loose to me. I know it is a button open, but we are opening up into the chip leader, and there's a shorter player than us.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of this open, to be quite honest. Now we can really see some clear first, second, and third in chips from the stack sizes, which now means the ICM pressure and implications come into a massive effect. And what that means is that Mayam should be playing
the tightest,
extremely tight. I can't see. Can we see the path anyway?
Yeah, they're flicking through actually, as we can see at the bottom of the screen. It is kind of slow, but we can see them flick through quite slowly. So as we know, prize pool of 200K. And as Chris was alluding to, we're going to see a first place of 48,000, a second place of 29,700, which is a $20,000 pay jump, and then second to third, 18,000, so $11,000 pay jump. So as you mentioned, pay jumps get really significant at this point, and it's very hard to get to this spot in a tournament. But when you do, man, the payouts are just so big now. You really need to just chill out.
100%. And yeah, just waiting for that third place to get knocked out is so important, because even if you take away the monetary value of it, it's almost 20 binds in one page up. You just have to wait for one person to bust and you win 20 binds. That is absurd. And you are a clear second in chips as well. So yeah, I would have liked to have seen Mayam fold that one on the button, especially opening into the big blind of the chip leader as well. But in saying that, he's taking that one down nicely, closing the gap. And again, some people don't believe in ICM, and some people just want to win trophies and they play for first. And
That's fine.
And that is totally fine as well. And if that's the case, then you can almost take the reverse of
Yeah, you can
this thought
actually
process.
put pressure on the big stack, which is very weird, and it's kind of a
Yeah.
weird dynamic. And like, let's just say, for example, Jordan limps this, and you have like King 7-0. I'm not saying you definitely should jam, but like, let's just say you're like, F it, I'm just going to jam right with some random hand, as we do actually see him wake up here with a strong hand. But yeah, it's one of those spots where the chip leader has to sort of think that you're respecting ICM, therefore chilling out a little bit. But Rahul's actually in a great spot here. And Mayam being second chips is in the worst spot, because when Mayam's the button, that means Rahul's small blind. So Rahul can actually jam quite liberally against Mayam because he's shortest. And also, he has to think that Mayam, by the looks of it, isn't actually being that tight as second in chips. So are you wanting to jam here, Chris, or you want to 3-bet induce this pocket tens?
Well, looks like Geordie's limped.
Yep.
So I definitely would like. It's interesting. I definitely prefer a raise. I think I just prefer a raise here.
It's a little bit gross if we get jammed on, but it's like we're not folding.
Look, yeah. In contrary to what I was saying, this is a hand that's just too good.
Yeah.
This is definitely a hand that's too good. This is a spot where you'd want to go very polar with your raises as well. You'd want to be raising absolute top of range, and then absolute bottom of range as well. And tens most definitely being part of that top of the range. As we see a flop, which comes... Well, I'm not going to say it comes clean for tens, but tens is going to be the best hand here almost always, as we'd probably see a lot more aggression from a lot of ace-x hands.
Yeah, a lot more limp jams, I think, if we're Geordie. And the reason, like, obviously what me and Chris have been saying for the past hour or so is, when, we are second chips, we do want to be tighter, but also we do have to understand that Jordan's probably limp jamming a hand like, some weak ace-x, obviously, but also some hands like pocket fours, pocket fives and stuff like that we have completely crushed. So obviously there's a massive pay jump coming up very soon, but also, we are just dominating a lot of his jams, as we do see Geordie actually float the flop with the Jack 8 of diamonds. So I think...
Devious intentions.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on this? Because obviously has complete nothing except backdoor flush draw. But is probably just looking to take this one back, as we do see a really nice check from Mayam. Very standard, but very nice. And any chances of Jordan bluffing this one are now gone, because he has some showdown now. He does beat like a hand like King Jack. Just any unpaired hand, obviously. So yeah, I'd be shocked to see anything other than check. If you do find a barrel from Jordan, do you actually think that Mayam would fold with a club, or do you think he has to bet really big for a hand like tens to fold? BVB.
I would say that if Jordan is going to bet this river, it has to be very large.
Yeah,
it has
very
to be
large.
Very large, very polar. You are saying that you can beat an ace when you bet this river. So I mean, for me, to be quite honest with you, I wouldn't even hate Jordan playing a strategy as ridiculous as all in or check.
Yeah, jam or check.
Jam or check on that river, really just representing 2-pair plus.
It's really gross because you have no blockers to literally anything. And you actually have a jack as well, which kind of unblocks, or sort of blocks his...
Probably would have liked to have seen him just put that in the bin on the flop.
Yeah.
Respect. Yeah.
He's a blaster.
I respect it. He goes for it. But yeah, that one probably would have preferred even a check raise. But yeah, I'll probably just putting that one in the bin.
Yeah, I agree for sure. I think, you can't really have any straights as the big blind, and Geordie, while marginal, can have 3-4 suited, I guess. some frequency at least, and therefore has the nut advantage as we see him just take a small one down, opening up the button. So as we said, guys, payouts 48,000 for first, 29,700 for second, and 18,300 for third, with the first place going to one of these three gentlemen. So shout out to Nathaniel in the chat, enjoying the commentary, boys, doing a great job. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can shed some light on this FT and analyze some spots as good as we can for all the viewers in the chat. As I've mentioned numerous times, if you're new or just have any questions, guys, feel free to ask. Me and Chris are going to be in here for probably not a lot longer, just because we are three-handed and it is going to finish up quite soon. But for those who have stuck around, we really appreciate the support. And as we've mentioned, you know, Play Live, the main event is tomorrow. So for those who want to stick around, hopefully me and Chris aren't doing commentary, which means we're still in the tournament. But if I do end up busting, which would be a bit of a shame, I'll probably be back in the booth and commentating it as well. Vlad has asked, would this be Jordan's biggest cash? Yeah, he did cash for 30, I think it was,
or 35,000.
Yeah, he did
At
cash.
Apex.
Yeah, so he needs to get first for his biggest cash. Can't do second. Would you like to see Jordan potentially raise his hand? Just one of those high log offsuit garbage hands.
Yes, I would have liked to have seen Jordan raise to about 2.5x here, to be honest.
We are obviously against shortest, so he doesn't need to play super tight, but he is very wide, obviously being in that small blind.
This hand, a 10-4 off, a non-suited trash hand, very good hand to do that sort of play with. As I said, similar situation in the previous hand where Mayam raised the 10s, and I said in this spot you want to be raising your absolute top of range and absolute bottom of range and go hyperpolar, and that's a very similar spot at that super short stack depth, and that would be the example of absolute bottom 10-4 off. Is one of the worst you're going to get.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And the solver does really like these like really junky hands. Like you do get hands like, you know, 10-5, 10-6, all these higher 10x's to fold, as well as some higher 4x's. So you are getting hands that dominate you to fold, which is great. I think that's something that's missed, and that I agree with you. Even though we're going small size pre, we're probably not going to see a lot of folds. We do have the betting lead now, and we're also in position, right? So we can get him, like he had 7-6 suited, so he doesn't really have a chance to call that on the flop. But we do get a comment from Twitch, and he does say, doesn't 7-6 suited want to jam pre? I actually think yes. We are shortest, so there's not a heap of ICM pressure on us, and we do get hands like, you know, King 7-0 to fold, even just like Queen 10 off and can fold and stuff like that.
Well, again, Jackson, sorry to cut you off. It's also Jordan is incentivized to overfold as well. In this spot as well, to keep him in.
Well, he wants to be the big stack, right?
Exactly right, which has been the theme of the day in a lot of our chat. So yeah, probably would have liked to have seen 7-6 suited shove there. Good pickup, but
yeah, Mason's going to be taking the chip lead off Jordan after this hand, I believe. Obviously, can't see a world where, I mean, look, Jordan could continue with the King 7-0, and hopefully for his sake doesn't flop a king. So yeah, we're going to see what Mason does here, and see if Jordan can fade the king. So he does come with 3x, and what are you doing here? Is there any chance you're ever, you know, limp raising this as a bluff? Can we use some offsuit King X, or, you know, what, like for the viewers at home and even for me, what kind of hand selection would you want to use if you were Geordie to limp raise as a bluff? Obviously, you know, we have our ace kings and tens and blah 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 that can make nice hands as 4-bet whacks, but as bluffs, what do you like?
yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, these blind v blind spots are
Super nuanced. Hey?
they're super nuanced, and they're super tough. And in theory, you're going to find a lot of these hands do a lot of mixing, to be honest. I know that's a boring answer, but a lot of these hands are just going to do it at a certain frequency. I would imagine that you don't want to use your King X hands in these sort of spots. You want to take a more polar range. Maybe you want to take more Ace X hands as like the check shoves.
Do you ever have limp 3-bet folds? Or limp 3-bet folds? Or is that just really gross off 30?
No,
I'm sure there is some.
I think you definitely can, but
Like, hey, like Ace 2-0 or something like that. Just wants to like limp 3-bet. and then just fold to a jam,
Yeah,
which
for
is
sure. Maybe even this. Maybe even the offsuit king X. I don't mind as doing the exactly what you just said. The limp 3-bet fold.
it's a weird one
Yeah, it's not really a hand that you want to whack. Whereas the offsuit ace X I think just works so much better as a
as a whack.
You know, you can just run it. You always have 30%. Whereas the offsuit king X sometimes.
Yeah, you're just dead.
Every so often
20.
you're just in trouble.
10. Yeah. If Nathaniel, you're still in the chat, mate, would love to actually know. Do you actually would have studied this spot? I'd assume quite a bit. If you know any hands that want to limp 3-bet and then fold to a jam, if you're Geordie, that'd be
In this specific
in this
spot
specific
would be
spot,
great.
yeah, three-handed and stuff like that. We obviously aren't as studied as you are, so we do see Geordie actually lead this flop after limping the small blind, saying that, you know, I have more 2 pairs, I have more straights now that the 3s come. Mayam doesn't really ever have 5-4, doesn't really.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Pure aggression, pure. Jordan Vadas.
He just has a feel for it, doesn't
Very
he?
good instincts,
Yeah.
this kid. Seriously, very good instincts for sure.
As Breaker mentions, nice pickup. We definitely agree. Bob Job says there's no limp 3-betting at 30 big blinds in chip EV over only limp jamming. I definitely agree in chip EV, but obviously this spot is a bit more nuanced than that. So I was just wondering, potentially we do hear a scream downstairs, so I'm not sure which way that's gone. Hopefully, yeah, a little bit of a spoiler. In 20 minutes, I think we're going to see a big hand, but that's okay, guys. Obviously, can't do a lot about it. So yeah, in 20 minutes, guys, there is going to be a huge hand, and we're going to see some action there. So yeah, that's quite fun. But yeah, Geordie's put himself in a really nice spot. I'm not sure if I love it, to be honest. I think Mayam can have pocket 9s and potentially pocket 6s and stuff like that, where Geordie probably can't have any of the pairs because he would have limp jammed. So I actually don't know if I like that. Do you agree with me there?
Probably not 100% sure if I agree. I don't really think Mayam will have 6s here. Pretty sure that those pairs are just going to want to whack.
Whack for 30?
I think they're just going to want to whack. Yeah.
Over a limp? Okay.
I think
wow.
so. I think they're just going to want to take the pot down. It is.
Hang on, this is... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, here we go. Are we blind? Here we go.
I thought he... Yeah, so this
And
is...
we are off to the races.
Yeah, so Mayam finding the jam for 14 effective. I don't hate it. And Rahul with a very easy call with the ace-9.
And we are off.
Hear the board, teach me a lesson. Ace for a sweat.
Mayam finds a 3, so Rahul is down. Rahul is unfortunately going to be losing this one. And we do see him GG, so...
GG, Rahul, and we are heads up.
Yeah, unfortunately for, as we see our friend Amin enter the booth. No spoilers, please, Amin. We don't want to know who wins yet. We do just want to...
If someone has one, we don't even know. We're just heads up at this stage.
We are at the pointy end, right? So this is actually going to be a very fun heads up. Both players have the exact same stacks, guys. So this is going to be one where obviously there are some variants in the cards, but this is going to be probably a battle of attrition here. And both players at 40 big blinds. So unsure if that scream was a big pot or someone busted, but we are going to be having a monster hand in about 18 minutes. So we've also been given our... from our guys downstairs I'm not going to spoil it, but there is going to be a point in the next 15 minutes where we should take our headphones and turn them down a little bit. So we'll probably keep you a little bit with a little bit of notice there. Great run, GG in the chat for Rahul. Bittersweet, cashing for $18,000, but obviously still very far away from that $50,000. It's brutal, man, isn't it? You come third out of 400 people and you get like nothing, it feels like. Obviously you get something, but it feels brutal, right? 18 versus 50.
Not sure if $18,000
No,
is
it's not nothing.
Or a $600.
Nah, it's not nothing. But like you're so close
Of
to
course,
you're so close to $50,000 and you get what feels like a third of that.
It
And it's
is
like I was
just-
so close.
yeah.
All he needed to do was hold ace 9 v king 3. And he's now second in chips and now has a chance to win 50, right? And Mayam's on the ropes, so you can get very close.
Tournaments are so bittersweet, aren't they? I mean,
unless you win, you're depressed, right?
Yeah, there's always something to complain about.
Well,
but-
even if you win, you may have swapped, you may have sold,
Exactly right.
you know, you may have made a deal on the FT.
That's why, I mean, for a bit of advice for those at home from a mindset perspective, in this game, in the poker game or professional gambling game, and especially in tournaments, you have to be a glass half full person. I really do not think you can survive as a glass half empty person because there's always something negative to be viewed.
Yep, completely agree.
It's easier to view a situation in the negative, I should say.
If we can get a scroll down in the Facebook comments, I did think I saw Nathaniel mention something about him having no life and some hands with blockers and stuff to refer to what we were doing with the hand selection for a limp 3-bet fold, unless he's deleted that one. I think he may have deleted that one, which is all good. Not sure if it's him or whatever, but we do see Mayam opening up the Jack 10 suited and Geordie coming along with the 8-4-0. Obviously, quite an interesting spot. I think I'm not the most studied heads-up player, obviously, for obvious reasons, but, you know, I feel like we're going to play a lot of limps for maybe not this stack depth, but you can just play a different strategy where that strategy includes limps, raises, obviously raise folds, raise calls, and there's numerous ways you can play FT, which makes it exciting, and that's why every FT is different and every heads-up experience is different. As we see Geordie come with check raise, which I love.
Here we go.
This is one of those spots where we're wide v wide, so Mayam C betting is probably just range betting, which I quite like. You get like, you know, some queen highs to fold and stuff like that.
Yeah. Specifically like from this hand as well. It has so many
Backdoors, yeah.
Wouldn't have actually hated to see Mayam peel the flop here as well.
Really, ahead of some bluffs and
ahead
just,
of-
yeah, okay.
Beating some bluffs. It just has such amazing backdoors and has a very nice hand that he can bluff off on later streets too. Don't hate the fold as well, but just
Could consider it.
Yeah, could have definitely considered a float there. For
And
sure.
we
A
are
very nice hand to
and we
fold.
are deep enough where we can, you know, pick up some backdoors and continue calling. Let's say the turn's like 8 of diamonds, right? Well, now we can actually turn our hand into a bluff, and we can now
100%.
check jam, or just, you know, if he bets into us, we can jam as a bluff. And there are many ways to win a poker hand, guys. It doesn't all just need to be your value hands, as we've seen Geordie take the more aggressive approach in this spot.
Too high, baby. Come on.
Yeah. Special comments from Mr. Richmond in the commentary box. He actually doesn't mind 3-betting the flop as a bluff, obviously, and I don't mind that. I think, as he mentioned, we have not a lot of equity. If we're against a king, we're kind of dead, obviously, but just being able to float with Jack high is kind of a bit gross. But he does bring up the point that, you know, if Jordan is bluffing, well, we're rebluffing him now, and we can get him to fold some hands. And, you know, when we're floating, yeah, we're in position, but we don't have the betting lead, which is kind of gross, and we have to fold on a lot of runouts. So, you know, depending on the runout, he's quite right, and 3-betting the flop may be an option there. So this is why Mr. Richmond's very hard to play on FTs. You never really know what he's going to do, and as you may have heard.
I think he's
on the ball there.
He's a sick puppy.
Nathaniel in the Facebook chat, there are some FTs where it's super sad not to get a great result. However, most of the time you do have a very good run to make the FT at all. You'll go crazy at MTTs if you're a glass half empty guy.
100%.
Definitely agree. Obviously quite bittersweet in the moment, and we do obviously remember the hands that we run bad in most of the time, but you do, to make an FT, especially of a field of 400, need to run insanely good. Like, you know, even someone like Cale Burns, for example, right? Like, he's not going to win every tournament he plays, right? Even like a Min, like, he's not going to win every tournament he plays, right? He may even fire 3 bullets in 5 minutes. You never know. But the thing is, there's a lot of variance in poker, and you do need to get lucky in a lot of points. And yeah, this is one of those spots where you can't be, you know, glass half empty. As we see Jordan limp the Queen 5-0 and Mayam coming with a pretty standard raise, Ace Jack O. No need to be doing anything other than playing your hand. There's no ICM pressure anymore. So
let's see what size it goes to here.
As we get a little yap in the comments from Liam Murray.
650. That's 650.
Yeah, not bad. In position. Out of position. Yeah,
Probably would have liked to see him go a little bit bigger here.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Out of
would have
position.
liked to have seen at least 3x.
Yep.
maybe even a little bit bigger.
I'm actually
to be honest.
thinking with a hand like this, I think this actually makes a great limp 3-bet candidate. I could be completely wrong, and maybe this is an absolute torch, but if Mayam is doing exactly what, a theory, I guess, would do, you kind of do want to have some bluffs in here, and you want to have bluffs that have very easy folds to 4-bet jams, and this makes for a great candidate. So we do see Geordie actually take the Queen 5-0, and this puts a hand like Ace-Jack-O in a bit of a tough spot right now. If you know Geordie, and if you're kind of following sort of, I guess, theory, this probably makes for a quite easy jam, and I know saying that obviously is easier said than done, but if you call here, right, you're out of position, and you're kind of in a gross spot. Like his value hands like Ace, King, Ace, Queen, Aces, Kings, Queens, you're just not in great shape against, and out of position makes it hard to realize that. So I probably want to come with jam here if I want to continue this hand. I mean, obviously you can flat, and you are ahead of his bluffs. He's probably using some Ace-X bluffs, but you probably disagree. You may say that some Ace-X is good enough to just call like some Ace-4-Os and stuff like that. Do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely don't think we need to turn every single Ace-X into a bluff here, especially 40 effective or 35 effective at the start of this hand. I definitely would like to see Mayam.
You want to see a jam?
Well, I want to see him put the chips in here for sure. Obviously, being results oriented, we can see the cards.
Oh, and he does fold.
Oh, wow.
And this is the power of being aggressive in tournaments, guys. Like, if he, now not that he knows his hand, obviously, but if he could see that he's folded a hand like Ace-Jack off to a limp 3-bet, we are going to not win. They're not going to lose this tournament too often, right? Because we're just going to have so much aggression. And, there are going to be people in the comments being like, oh, it's such an easy jam. And, like, obviously we think that it is a jam, but it doesn't mean it's easy jam. And we are playing for $20,000 right now on top of what we already looked up with $30,000, right? So there are times where the guy's got a massive rail behind him, and you just jam Ace-Jack off for 4-betting, and you just get snapped by Ace-King. You feel like an idiot. And you are on a stream as well. And it is brutal when that happens. Like, I've definitely done some stuff on stream, and I know Amin's done some stuff on stream that looks quite punty. But, you kind of just got to go with your read. And as I've mentioned to pretty much everyone I've talked to the last few months with poker, like, when you're right, you look really, really good. And when you're wrong, you look like a bit of a banana. And, like, it is what it is. And you kind of just got to trust your gut. And Mayam's gut told him to fold that one. And he does fold, unfortunately for him, and probably won't get to see Geordie limp 3-bet. You won't get to see that hand selection for a while. So, Cole Rooney in the chat. Shout out Chris Jackson, most handsome guys I know. Shout out Cole. Been a while, mate. Hope you've been well. Geordie with the Ace-4 offsuit here. We're playing 25 effective now. So, I'm thinking we take this one as a limp jam. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I don't mind a limp jam with this one as well, to be honest.
25, we're getting kind of shallow now.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to assume he... Well, actually, I think I'm contradicting myself, because I did think I said we can take these offsuit Ace-X for limp calls because it is strong enough. But now I'm actually seeing it. And now when instead of 35 effective, we're 25 effective. Does that change it, or am I just a big hypocrite?
Look, it also depends on who the big blind is as well, right? It depends on, are they overly aggressive? Are they not aggressive? We don't want to take a one-size-fits-all approach, especially in heads up. Heads up, I think, we have the most room for exploits and the most room to alter our strategy based on who we're versing. I mean, if we see someone that's raised folding a bunch, then yeah, we can start whacking these sort of hands out of frequency. We can start calling them and calling down out of frequency. But I think it plays nice. It plays nice as a jam against someone that we think is squeezing a fair bit out of the big line for sure.
Yeah, I do actually think that we are going to see Geordie jam this one, and unfortunately going to run into it. This is an interesting one. I think suited maybe... man, I'm really not a heads-up guy. Maybe I should make a heads-up one time, and then maybe I'd be a little bit better at it. But this is going to be... He's not considering folding this, is he? I hope. But he's just... Yeah, okay, he does...
we have an all-in call.
Okay, we do have an all-in call. So, Geordie with the Ace-4 offsuit. We are going to see Geordie win this tournament 30% of the time right now.
The rail's going crazy.
Rail is going crazy. And we do see a pretty clean flop for the two queens. and we do see Jordan Battis dead. So unfortunately, we're going to see a big hit to his stack. Mayam at 51 big blinds and Jordan now at 15 big blinds. So a 3.5 chip deficit as we see Amin rooting for the opposite team from us in the stream there. So
He's just passing by. He told me about a hand.
Yeah.
We've got him in talking to himself in the
yeah, Amin's in the comm booth and he's not happy.
Pass by. And
Guys, he's actually raging. He's out of control.
Amin is our enemy.
he's telling me about the ace jack.
Yeah, banana. So
I mean, just told us he does not want Jordan to win. That's
yeah, our mate doesn't want us to get a free dinner, unfortunately. Breaker in the chat said the guy just raised folded. Surely that isn't screaming strength when it's almost a 4x open. Look, you are right, guys. He did size up, but we have to also realize that we can see the cards and Jordan can't, right? So we don't know what he had last. Like he doesn't know what he had last time where he got 3x instead of 3.5x. So look, I think it's a little bit much of a muchness, and I don't think it's too much of a factor. Obviously, not knowing what he had, like there are players that go smaller with their value and bigger with their bluffs, right? Because when they're bluffing, they want people to fold more, so they go bigger. So it is like sort of a hard thing in poker to work out exactly what each player is doing. And I've realized that if you're just trying to understand exactly what your opponent is doing without seeing many showdowns and stuff like that, it's going to be very, very tough to come to correct conclusions. Would you not flat the 1.1 and just play a flop? Look, it does become a little bit gross with an offsuit ace-x. You hit your top pair, you're not overly happy and stuff. You are in position, but I think this hand just plays better as a whack, to be honest with you. But yeah, Chris, what do you think there? You kind of agree with that one?
Yeah, I probably just prefer a whack with this one for sure. I can definitely see the merit in calling. I just think there's a lot better hands that we can have here that perform well as a call. And I just think ace-4 performs way better as an all-in. Really nice bluff candidate. We block, obviously, the strong ace-x. Mason will be opening, or will be squeezing, I guess, out of the big blind. And when we do get called, we're always going to have 30% unless he does have aces. So, yeah, not much playability post unless we hit the ace. So, yeah, probably like this one as a jam. Running into it, unfortunately.
But at 35, I think it's a little bit different. Now we like to see some limp 3-bets from like like Queen 5-0 and stuff like what Jordan did. So
Kai said, would have found a fold at ace 4-0. Definitely don't think we can fold. I think folding would be the worst option. Heads up, having an ace. It's very strong to have an ace heads up. And yeah, I don't think we can be limp folding, especially to such a small size as well, to the not even 3x. As much as it always feels gross, but yeah.
you do have to assume the guy has some isolations that are quite wide, and like not that Geordie would have seen it, but he did fold the ace-jack off. So like when you're jamming ace-4 off and you think he's over-folding, it performs even better. So we're going to see Jordan now with 15 bigs effective, and he's only going to be playing limps or jams here, and mainly limps, I would assume, as well. So his hand isn't in the reader yet, so we're unsure what he's got. So we can do a little bit of like a Triton thing where they don't know the hands. And Mayam, this is going to be a jam 1,000% of the time. If he doesn't, it's a little bit of a torch. Worst option by far is raise folding. So he's going to want to jam here every time. And if he doesn't, check is a lot better than raise folding. You don't want to raise call off, obviously, 100%. Just like, bit of a disaster. But yeah, he's probably going to think this one through and find a jam, I would assume. But he has seemed to be on the tighter side a little bit. So we are unsure exactly what he's thinking, but he does go with jam, and Geordie does find the fold. So I think this is the hand. Yeah. So, yeah. I'm going to just give you guys a bit of a spoiler, and they have said maybe turn down your microphones just a little bit on this hand. Not exactly sure what happens yet, but we are most likely going to see an all-in, I would assume, unless they just want to start screaming for no reason.
Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
we're in for a big one, apparently. Oh, and we start with jacks on the button.
Yeah. So
Here we go.
So this should be a pure limp, and we're hoping that Jordan just whacks a lot of offsuit ace-x, some suited broadways, some suited connectors, some worse pairs, and as you can see, he does have jacks and is going to limp, as we see Jordan with 10-7, and we are by the looks of it, going to see an all-in at some point in this hand. So it's kind of cool to have a spoiler. Let's see what we see. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so not looking good, unfortunately, here for our boy Jordan. Does find the 10. And I know what I would do here, Chris. What are you going to do when Mayam bets this flop? Are you going to be looking to fold? You're going to be looking to check raise or find a check call?
Guys, I'm probably just folding the flop, I think.
Just know he has fucking... Just know he has jacks, yeah?
Nah, I think so short, and we're gonna have some natural bluffs here as well. This one's going
7-6
into the
and
middle.
stuff, yeah.
7-6,
3-6 suited. Oh, he doesn't. He can have all of it. Yeah, he just checked.
3-2, Ace-2, Ace-3, 7-6, 8-7. Nah, I mean, it's just yeah. I mean, yep. Here we go. This is
very standard. Yeah.
Off this stack depth as well. This is basically, in my opinion, a cooler, to be honest.
It really is, guys.
This is just a cooler, this stack depth. There's nothing that can be done. There's absolutely no getting away from this hand.
We're so shallow, where top pair is just the nuts. And I was going to say, what do you think?
Looks like he's going all in.
Do you like this all in, or do you want to let him bluff it off?
I'd probably prefer... I think an all in is fine. And here we go, guys.
Turn your headset down a little bit, guys. I have been told this is going to be a loud one. So
Jordan looking for a 10 or a 7. Otherwise, oh my Godfather!
He does find it.
Outs. Oh my Godfather!
He's found it.
He has found the 7, and we're back in it. And the crowd goes wild. The rail is losing their marbles.
Let's go. This is awesome. We're now back to 31 effective. Both players have even chip stacks, and we're going to get a count to make sure exactly the chips are correct. But Jordan is going to be the chip leader most of the time, and yeah, what a turn! Like, he had so many turns that would have been good, like a 3, a 6, an 8. Just finds a 7, and turns Mayam not dead, but in quite a blender. So Jordan now the chip leader, and it has flipped back completely. And
tournament poker, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a great
game.
game.
What are you gonna do?
Shake it, man. Freezing after that. That's cold, man. That's what does my mate say? It's cold like the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, shout out Vassar. Cold like the Minnesota Vikings.
Shout out Madison in the chat. Brutal hand. Agree, definitely. Obviously, pretty stiff to lose that one. But we do see Jordan find the miracle 7 and find the double. So
unlucky, Mayam. That's a well played hand on both parts. Pretty standard hand. Just
it is
that's
brutal.
The cards, I guess.
It is brutal because you're looking at a guy who was 80% chance of not only a trophy but $50,000, and now is only a 50-50 chance to win it, which is brutal. Had it all and unfortunately got punished. So.
Jackson, what's the page up? How much are we actually paying?
$20,000 right now. So both players have locked up $29,700, and we are playing for $49,800. We do see Jordan find the Queen Jack suited, and is going to open this one up. I think now that he's a little bit deeper, can start playing some raises. As we've seen, the stacks have gone a little bit shallower just because the blind levels have gone up, I think, or maybe just...
Yeah, no, blinds have gone up. We're playing 150, 300,000 now.
I'm agreeing with Kiwi. I am tired too, mate. So, look, obviously good friends with Jordan, so I hope he does win it, but I am quite tired as we see Mayam defend the King 3 offsuit, which is quite standard. This is probably too good to 3-bet. To isolate here, which seems funny because it's such a bad hand. But heads up, this is actually not a bad hand at all. Heads up performs a lot differently. So we do see a flop of 8-3-2. Mayam out flopping Jordan, but this is one of those boards where I think you can just triple off here liberally. You're just going to get so many good turns, like any diamond, any 9, 10. Obviously, Queen Jack, any King, any Ace for perceived range.
Definitely want to bet this flop for sure.
And when we get called here, we're going to elect to be betting on probably like 70% of turns as well. Just putting max pressure on their weak pairs. and put Mayam to the absolute max test here. It's very hard to call down over 3 streets with this hand.
100%. We're definitely not going to see a fold. It's just whether we see a raise or call.
You think you can raise here for a little bit of protection?
Probably prefer to see him flat this hand and then raise a worse 3x.
Like maybe like a 6-3 suited with some backdoor straight, backdoor flushes.
100%.
Yeah, like 6-3 of spades or something like that, where you now can pick up some additional equity if you are behind, as we do see Jordan find one of those pretty bad turn cards that we mentioned. We did say any ace to 9 he'd be barreling, or any diamond, but doesn't find one of those. And the guy in the Twitch chat seems like a bit of a pro, so he does say 3-4 and 3-5 play better as check raises, which I do agree with, but kudos for finding that. We do see a check from Mayam, and I'm going to assume Geordie potentially wants to just shut this one down. We are ahead of, not a lot, to be honest. Maybe we can get some ace highs to fold with a small bet. Maybe betting like 800k here, getting some potential ace highs and king highs to fold, and probably not getting any pairs to fold. What are your thoughts here, Chris?
Interesting one. I mean, when we bet this river,
Kind of want to go polar, I think.
Well,
maybe.
I think we want to go polar, to be honest. I probably prefer, I know I say this a lot, but I think it's big bet on check. We were wanting to rep 9x plus, and then we're repping like some 9-7, some 9-3, some 9-2. Yeah, so Jordan's decided to go about. He's gone pretty large.
Yeah,
He's gone pretty large.
I understand it's only 5 big blinds, not even 5 big blinds, but this is a spot that is, not polar, but, he has bet 2/3, and in tournament poker, 2/3 is not small. So,
Probably would have liked to have seen it to have a straight blocker in his hand, something like any sort of 6 or a 10 or something like that as well.
it looks like he's going to get looked up quite quickly from Mayam, unless he's just counting out his chips.
It's a tough spot for Mayam. Definitely wouldn't blame him from going either way. But definitely a lot of natural bluffs here. But, you're also going to lose a fair bit too. And you'd imagine a lot of ace high and king high are just happy to check it down.
Yeah,
So-
that's also true. So you're going to say queen high is the best hand.
And he's made a very good call here.
Yeah, and credit to Mayam, as we do see him take the chip lead now. So we are 39-27, and we do see a nice pot from Mayam. Nice call from him. Obviously, as we can see the cards, it makes it look a little bit easier. But when he only bets 5 bigs, he may feel like he's just too good of a price against someone who's shown capabilities of bluffing. So, yeah, found a nice one there, Geordie. Unfortunately, taking a little bit of a hit to his stack, but still 27 bigs, still plenty of chips to play with.
We'll be winning the main on Monday. Considering that they said I had the top 6 the entire day, I did not have any strong. I didn't have 6-7 calls. Up to 6. One. I got lucky early and then just kind of quite floated. Like, I got the 260. 4 races to 600. I was happy over 200. I know average is a bit more like 300, but whatever. Average just means nothing. At least I was just stuck in about 6-7 calls. Heads up.
That's if you want to. This side, winning side. Who wants to finish second now? There's still 10 off.
4 bets, 375, 6-7 folds.
Yeah, Jordan.
Let's go. He's never lost a day in his life. He's not about to start now. Come on.
Hey, Jordan, can you show us your pose? Jordan, give us a pose quickly.
So we do see Jordan take down a nice little small pot, and every pot is meaningful in this, obviously. 2.5 bigs every single hand is in the pot as always, but you are paying that every second hand for majority. So, yeah.
We've just seen a comment, just moved to Melbourne and seems like a nice venue to play. Absolutely. If you just moved to Melbourne, Play Live, fantastic venue to play at. Everyone's so friendly. Honestly, it's such a big venue and there's so many tables. But Jackson will probably agree with me. It really feels like
It's friendly.
It almost feels like a home game with hundreds of people.
It really
You know what I
does,
mean?
and like I kind of obviously they take it very seriously here, but also the staff are very friendly, so you can actually banter with some guys and have some fun. So I just want to get to the action here quickly because this seems like a pretty standard jam spot from Mayam.
We definitely could see the chips go in here for sure.
For people who are wondering in the chat, why are we jamming a hand like pocket threes? Well, Jordan's opening a lot of hands, and with a hand like pocket threes, you don't really want to take this one to the flop, right? So you're obviously going to flop, and as T-Law has mentioned, this is a heads-up cooler, and I completely agree. So he ends up calling, which I really don't like. You are just going to have 3 overcards come on every flop, and if Geordie has a hand like A7 off or something like that, you really just want to see him fold, because you don't want to just run it. So
Saying that, this is a flop he could get in trouble on, to be honest.
So this is one of the safest flops you could possibly see with pocket threes without flopping a set. You have a heart, you've got a backdoor, straight draw, but also you just have a really clean flop for your pocket threes. No overs except for the paired board, which is very unlikely as he has to have trips. So I'd like to see Geordie bet this one, obviously, but do you like to see check raise here from Mayam, or do you want to see check call?
Don't mind a check raise here at all. I mean, it's a very weird spot because it's not a hand I would ever flat pre-flop. But definitely, I wouldn't have minded to see a check raise at all. We deny a whole bunch of equity.
Yeah, we get like some we even get value from ace highs that can't fold, right?
And
so
our hand is going to be good a very, very high percentage of the time as well. We do see a more passive route. We see a bet call, check. Geordie has decided to check the turn.
I'd like to see Geordie bet this river for value. Obviously, it is quite thin, and we do lose to some hands. I think Mayam betting this river would be a blunder, unless he does feel like he can get value from ace-x. So actually, might not be too bad. I take it back, and Geordie just snap checks back. I would have liked to see him probably take a little bit of a second to think and understand that he probably doesn't have a bunch of queen x or 10x. Like, I think that's a pretty fair, evaluation. Obviously, just losing to some flush draws that got there on the turn or the river in terms of pairs. But yeah, unfortunately for Geordie, that could have been the tournament right there. That should have actually been a jam from Mayam pre, and Geordie snapping that off. And
Mayam just knew. Somehow he just knew that he was getting pair over pair, and he didn't jam, which is quite incredible actually.
Yeah.
And the show goes on.
Yeah, the show does go on. As Lupe Fiasco said, the show goes on. And Jordan's going to be quite upset when he does see that one, that he probably should have won the tournament there and then, or at least taken an enormous chunk out of Mayam's stack and have him on the literal ropes. So I would have liked to see Mayam jam there. Obviously, results-based would have lost, but you can't play and make your decisions after you've seen the guy's cards. So we see you later to Mr. Richmond.
See you later, Mr. Richmond. One of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time
One of the
greats,
original all-time greats.
as he just slams the door.
I love him so much.
As we do see a limped pot pre, and we do see a flop of Queen 7-5 two-tone. Both players flopping no pair, but Mayam picking up an open ender. So probably seeing Mayam take this one quite often. We have seen Mayam take the passive route in most spots, so we probably will see call. We do have a heart for some backup here, and we do want to get some ace highs, some king highs to fold as well. Also, just having a bunch of equity against a hand like, say, pocket nines or something like that. Obviously not anymore, but he does just absolutely blinky the turn, turning a straight flush draw as well as a straight.
Wow, what a turn card. This is such an action turn card.
Yeah. So what are you doing here as Geordie? Are you continuing the bluff, or are you checking and just check calling this one? This is actually very close, and I'm unsure what I would do.
Probably would have liked to have seen Geordie bluff this turn card. Put a bunch of pressure on 7x and 5x without a heart.
Probably right.
Even put a bunch of pressure on. I mean, a lot of 9x is going to have the straight draw with it as well.
9-8, yeah, 6-9.
So they're not really putting much pressure on the 9. It makes for an easy call on the turn at least.
I was actually going to say, and you know, now that I'm seeing it, makes it a little bit easier, but I actually was going to say check raises here quite gross, and I actually like it. Obviously, we can see the cards, and we can see he's not dead, has a heart, but does have an 8, so he blocks the straights, also blocks the flushes. He's not blocking any pairs. I potentially might have liked to see a hand. It is a weird one because in heads up, we are just wider, so it's almost like we almost want to block 2 pairs, but we also want to block flushes and straights, and you can't block all of them. So Maysam just goes for the passive route again, and sorry, when I say passive, I mean low variance route, and he does just jam. Like, I really would have liked to see a call. He has a heart, so he does, and he gives Mira a hug. He does have a heart, so it is harder to bluff you on. It is harder to bluff you on later streets. So it does lose the chip lead again. And we do see Maysam take an overwhelming chip lead now. I really do like to think that Maysam should just be flatting here on the turn. I really do not like the jam. You're just getting all of his bluffs to fold out, which is not what you want, and you're getting all of his flushes to just snap call you. Obviously, do get called by sets and stuff like that, but Geordie now 20 effective. And yeah, we do have a couple of comments in the chat. Maysam plays a lot of cash. You reckon that mindset affects how he's playing this tournament? Look, not really. I just think his overall personality is probably just more on the passive side and wants to take the low variance route. Obviously, like, you know, if you do flat the turn and the board pairs or the heart comes, and you just kind of make him play scared now and check fold, but you never really want to do that. You kind of want to let him bluff as much as possible. As we do see again, like Ace-3-0 should just be a pretty easy jam here over a limp, and we are playing out of position with Ace-3 off, and it just makes it really gross on like literally almost any flop bar Ace-X. So I would have liked to see Maysam just whack that one in for 20 and go for it. Nathaniel, not the rail hug. Was happy that he won that hand.
7 checks. 6-4 checks.
As we do see check, and we do see Jordan with literally no showdown here and does find the check, and Maysam will take that one. I really would have liked to see Maysam jam that one pre, as I mentioned, but let's just say Geordie's got a hand like Queen 5-0 instead of Queen 2-0. Now he just loses to a hand that he never should have been a part of, but does take a 2.3 to 1 chip lead, and George reckons that the rail hug is cursed. So according to Nathaniel, Jordan is the winner of this tournament, so well done to George. But in reality, Maysam has a pretty clear chip lead, and I think if he has some advice on his rail, I think he would probably like to see him elect to play a little bit more aggressive in spots and take a bit of a higher variance approach, and that will probably fare a little bit better for him. So I do agree with the Twitch comment. He does want to just flat that turn and protect in position against the polar line, which is definitely...
It was a very polar line for
yeah,
sure.
definitely fair. I mean, he's what? Did he check raise flop or did he just bet flop?
Lead flop.
Lead
check
flop
raise
and then
turn.
check raise turn, which is really bizarre. So
It's very, very polar, yeah.
as we see the 10-7 versus the 6-7, as he does flop a flush, as he does flop a flush draw, but not much to go along with it, as Maysam does flop bottom pair, but not a lot to go with it. I think
Jackson,
this is
you
gonna,
really can't help yourself.
No,
can you?
I really find it funny, man. I don't like this bet on the flop at all. I think we do just want to see, and he is getting a high five after taking down one big blind. So Maysam obviously
you gotta respect it.
You gotta respect it.
They're playing for a lot of money here. It's always nice to have a bit of a row and have the boys around you. So
yeah, we are almost getting to that 3-1 chip lead at the moment. So we do see Maysam now definitely in that range where he's going to be wanting to be jamming pre-flop a lot here. with these marginal hands that don't want to see flops and then can obviously just limp a hand like pocket nines and induce him. So Geordie's going to be wanting to limp this Queen 3-0 hand, as he is going to be doing with not all of his range, but pretty much all of his range. This is one where suited we probably take jam, offsuit we probably just want to check behind and realise. Are you happy with that analysis, Chris, or you kind of want to jam either way?
No, I think we can also have a couple of 2.5x opens as well, to be honest with you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. You can definitely have a couple of...
Well, he has found it. I mean, he's made it 2x, which is too small, but Jordan does fold. I really wish I could tell Jordan that you should never fold to a 2x open once you've limped. But you just have too good of a price to call.
Not sure how I feel about that ISO from Mayam as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably wrong selection of hand.
Yeah, this hand just performs very nicely as just a check back.
Probably rather hand like literally like Queen 5-0, where you
Probably,
have a blocker that doesn't want to jam like Ace 5-0, but something that can
100%.
block a little bit of your opponent's stronger hands.
100%.
Seat 7 announces all in. Seat 4 faults.
Shout out Joey in the chat. Absolutely blessed to have these two commentating right now. I'm not sure. I think we're watching a Geordie masterclass, unfortunately. Hasn't had the good end of the stick with the cards lately, but does find the jam with the A6-0, which is very, very standard. Don't want to limp call this one. Just want to get it in and run the equity, and you're going to get folds from like 90% of Mayam's range here. So he's tanking for, I'm unsure why. He just has 7 high here. If he does have a hand like 7-6, you actually can find a call here just because it just plays well against hands like Ace King and stuff like that. And
Jackson, you really just want to call us 6-7? Yeah.
No, genuinely,
genuinely,
like these suited connectors, I've never understood it because it makes no sense to me. But when you have big blind ante, and you do have these suited connects like 10-9, 9-8, 8-7, 6-7, you do actually want to click call in those spots for 13 bigs because you just have a lot of equity against these hands like these aces. Like even if he's got like Ace 3-0 and stuff like that, you're just like flipping almost, and sort of happy to run it, I guess. That's the study I've done with some big blind ante stuff. I'm not sure without the ante, but we are at PlayLive here playing with an ante, so we will see how it goes. Thanks for the Twitch comment, mate. Appreciate it. Probably can't say your name because it's but appreciate the chat. As we see Mayam pick up the Queen 2 suited, and he's going to want to limp this one every day of the week. And he does jam. Okay. Do you like that, or is that you feel like that's too loose?
Don't hate it. Probably just see him mix there, to be honest with you. Do a bit of a mixture of both.
That's what's good about you. Whenever you don't know, you just say, let's mix it.
Well, I mean, okay. All right, let's actually talk about that, right? So mixing, in theory, is obviously a thing because you want to be balanced. There are some hands that want to do things at a certain frequency, blah, 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 right? But how do you actually take that to reality? For me, what a mix means is if a hand in theory is mixed, you take a real life situation and you apply that to the reason why
you think he's overfolding, you think he's underfolding.
Yeah, exactly right. Or to be honest with you, and I know this is not a very theoretical approach, what I'm about to say, right? But if something is a pure mix, you can either take a live dynamic reason as to why you take the passive or aggressive route. Simply, even a reason as simple as, is the guy a little bit tilted or not? You know what I mean? And like, if a hand in theory is a complete mix, right? But you see the guy wearing headphones on his phone, chilling out, and you think you can bully him, you can take the aggressive route.
Sure.
If you think he's on tilt, you can take the passive route. And that's how I sort of like to mix when a hand is a pure mix.
Yeah. No, I understand completely, as we do see Geordie flopping second pair, which in heads up is quite a nice hand. I think if I'm continuing here as Maysound, I probably prefer check raise, just
Yeah.
backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but it does
Find the jack.
yeah, it does find the jack.
Probably would like to have seen a raise. Would have actually really liked to have seen a raise.
Yeah.
A nice raise here with 2 backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draw as well. But alas, finds the
The ru-
3 outer and the 2 outer.
Really unfortunate, and I think that Maysam should be betting this all day of the week.
Yeah.
Because he's getting called from 8x, 9x, and an ace high. So Geordie's probably going to bet this one for value, and hopefully not too big. I think he's probably going to bet like 400k and just go really small, try to get looked up by ace high. And Maysam has absolutely just whacked that one in his face, which I think makes this a pretty easy fold. Obviously, we can see the cards, guys, but you know, he's just snap jammed, right? Like, and I'm not like insanely massive on like live dynamics, but like when you want to bluff, you really want to think about things like, am I over bluffing? Do I have the right combos? Do I think this is a good spot for it? Blah blah blah. When you just snap jam, you're basically saying like I have the nuts, and I really don't like this from Maysam, and I'm not about like balance, blah blah blah, but I really just think that if you had a bluff here, you would think about it for longer than 0.5 seconds, right? So I really hope Geordie finds this fold and can live to see another day.
It does make this call. It's
over.
It's all over, Red Rover, and Mason will be the winner of the mini main.
This is a tough spot. Don't get me wrong. I just think I've played enough poker to know when someone snap jams after facing a bet, they've probably got it. So I really, he does.
We see Jordan making a
Yeah,
good fold.
and I look. I actually think that's tougher in theory as the.
I love the camaraderie. It's so good.
This is
They're up and about.
This is quite funny, to be honest with you. But nah, you got to love it. They do really love poker, and he does really want to win this. But he does find the rail hug, which did look a little bit awkward at times. But would prefer to see a dap into a hug combo. What are your thoughts on that? Do you prefer the dap hug combo or the grab both your friends' hands and hug?
You know, I love it. I think there is so much passion. Oh, we've got an absolute all-time legend in the chat. High key. What is he? Can you pull that up?
He said Maysam 1 to 185 and Jordan 1 to 325. I think I can bet this at TAB.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
High key, beautiful.
We're not a bookie here, unfortunately, high key, but do like your input into the chat. Shout out to Jackson Young in the comments. I've just found a comment just to up our numbers. We do have 200 people watching us right now, which is pretty cool. Chris's first time in the booth, so appreciate all the support. This obviously isn't a 5K or a main, but it is the mini main, so do appreciate all you guys staying up into the wee hours of the night. It is about to hit 1 a.m., so definitely appreciate it. He has been smacked by the deck the last hour, Tarika says, so definitely want to see what they can do here. They are only 10 bigs effective now, so Jordan needs to find a couple of doubles here to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, we're going to be over pretty soon, as Maysam can sort of just start liberally jamming now, as he does find the Queen at O, which is quite fine off 10 big blinds. As we see, we are going to get some colour change here from our TD Jose. But this one does look to be, unfortunately, over quite soon. Hopefully not, for Jordan's sake. He can obviously recover. As we said, any amount of chips is enough, but Maysam would be probably winning this 90% of the time from now, just having an overwhelming chip lead, and all it takes is one hand to go in. Geordie's pretty much got a jam. A lot of hands here now from the button, and this is going to be one of them, I'd assume. You're not really going to find a fold Jack 6 suited off 7 big blinds. It doesn't feel like a hand you want to jam because you're not going to get folds much, but you do just want to run the equity here. So
This is going to be definitely at the bottom. But
and we do just want to see a fold here. And this is one of the hands that's going to fold. So Maysam,
we've been wrong about Maysam this
bunch,
stream, Jackson. So
maybe he does call it off.
No, he has not folded yet.
Yep.
He's thinking about it.
Yep. Very detailed and insightful. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks, T-Law. We are trying our best to give you what we can and put our minds in the minds of the guys playing at the felt. And being able to see the cards helps a lot, as you guys know. When you're playing, obviously makes it a lot harder, navigating fields and understanding and stuff like that. But we do see Mayam with a 6-1 chip lead. So Geordie's going to really, I mean, look, while you are playing for $20,000, the pressure is also off a little bit because you know you're not winning this too often, and you can now just start jamming and really facing no tough spots and sort of can just live and die by the cards. So yeah, we can just sort of wait this one out as we see Mayam with 8 stacks of greens, which is obviously a lot. That's 4 million right there, and sorry, that's 12 million right there. Yes, 6 stacks of greens. Yeah, so has all the chips, and we do see him with the Jack 10 suited, which is going to be one of the snappiest opens in the history of the world. As we do see him
This will probably just go all in. We're sub 10 big blinds.
Yeah. And this would probably go all in for 20, right? Suited,
yes.
Get some king queen off the fold potentially.
Yes.
Get some king jack off the fold definitely.
No, I would not think that king queen would fold, but probably some.
Potentially. I'm not saying definitely, but Mayam might fold. He's been quite tighter.
That is fair. That's
on the
fair
tighter
point.
end and stuff like that. So,
stand corrected.
and if they have ace queen, well, we're still like 43%, and we just run it. So it is what it is.
And he has.
And we do see a
Oh,
snap
they
call
call it. Here
from
we
Geordie.
go.
So this could be.
Saddle up. We're off to the races.
This could be the hand that Chris is trying to find a one-liner in the chat. So we do need to see Geordie fade spades, jack, or a 10. As he does find the jack, and the tournament is going to be over unless he can find an ace.
Oh my Godfather! What is happening?
He finds it.
Chat, are you seeing this?
Insane. Wow.
Clip that, chat. Clip that.
Absolutely.
Ace on the river. Where has he
Clip that,
found
chat.
it?
Mate, he has just absolutely drilled 3-outer on the river, and Geordie is back in this tournament.
What is happening?
18 big blinds.
Oh my Godfather.
You're now a double away from being the chip leader in this tournament, guys. So we are going to get that exciting hand and go straight to a 15-minute break.
Are we on break now?
We are on a
Wow.
break. So we're probably going to love and leave you for a little bit unless we can talk through it. Yeah, Joey in the chat. Wowee. You are right. We are actually going to continue talking through the break, guys. I don't want to lose the vibe of the night. We obviously just see this 10-person rail just absolutely railing Jordan from behind.
Geordie, give him a bit of advice. Tell him to fold next time. He's not a good all-in hand.
Clip that chat. Indeed.
As Imi said,
we're seeing that spam in the chat.
absolutely finds it. And
Wow.
Christian back in the chat.
Mayam.
Clip that chat.
Unlucky Mayam. That is that's a bad beat, to be honest with you. That's for a run out, I should say.
Yeah.
That is.
And as we've seen,
that's
George.
big.
So maybe Nathaniel's right. No rail hug. Just sort of take the win and take it like a champ. As we see, Geordie has a rail of about 10 people behind him. So he's getting all the support possible in the world, and he's looking to take this one out. Now has a bit more confidence, still in that jamming range, but now has 18 big blinds. So both players are going to be in the mix here, and it's going to make for a fun show. So as we have said, Imi finds it, and
absolutely found it.
as we do see our TV actually turn off, guys. So I am going to contact the guys from downstairs and just quickly let them know that our YouTube has gone. There is a TD that's come with a remote, so I might quickly run and chase him. So cute.
I reckon he's accidentally just.
He's. We are on a break, so it's not too bad. Just give us a sec, guys. We can't see anything, but
We'd love to respond to your comments, but
we can't see anything.
We can't see anything.
Nick, yes? Is that good for commentary or not?
Great for commentary. They're going to lose it upstairs.
Space Harry Greenstein.
They're going to lose it.
Lose it as in like what? They want to go home early?
No, they're just going to
Oh, flip. Yeah.
they'll flip.
Yeah. I can't believe it. Like, that's twice. That's heads up as well.
Yeah, exactly.
come, mate.
So there won't be a break for it. So it'll be at the end of 1 hour. So you'll get 1 hour break. Raz.
Sorry, guys, brief intermission, and we are back. A couple of comments in. Finds it. Makes up for fading the 3s v8s going all in. Yeah, 100%. Well, we've seen some stuff on this FT, especially in this heads-up battle. A lot of interesting hands, a lot of crazy runouts. This has definitely been entertaining. Guys, shoot me through any questions. We're obviously on a 15-minute break. I'm really enjoying this commentary stuff. It's pretty good. Might have to do this more often. Let me know if there's anything else that you guys want me to be saying or any insights you want me to
Sorry, Michaela.
to give on the game or on myself or anything else.
It's bizarre.
Yeah, we've got a couple hundred people watching now, which is pretty exciting.
It should have been over an hour
Two
ago.
two good rails. Jordy's got the boys down there. Man Sam got his mates down there. So we're playing.
They call it.
We're playing for just shy of $20,000
It's like
as a
done,
pay jump,
finished. And then it just comes
which is just
from the river.
incredible for $600 tournament. That's so fantastic that Play Live has been able to get these fields. Definitely worthwhile. We're in Melbourne. You have to come down. If you're not in Melbourne, definitely worth the trip down just for a Play Live series. We're nearing the end of this series. Obviously, day 2 of the main tomorrow, but whenever the next series is, I'm not actually sure of the dates, but definitely worth a trip down for a week or two. Chris, what's the field like in Vegas? Very, it's very broad. The fields are very broad, to be honest with you. We, I mean, if you, obviously the higher the buy-in, the tougher the fields, but the better players are even better, and the whales are even whalier. I've seen some absolutely astronomical stuff in Vegas, but you also get the absolute creme of the crop.
Creme de la crop.
Yeah, creme de la creme. So, yeah, bigger field, which obviously the bigger the field, the more variance, but the more exciting. And yeah, just a very, very wide skill difference. But yeah, it is very soft over there for sure. A lot of people getting in the mix, you know, gambling on table games and lots of money over there as well. So yeah, definitely worthwhile going for a trip and going for a WSOP series at some stage if you're a poker fan.
Got to be rolled. It's quite expensive.
Yeah, it's
there.
not cheap. And Jackson is much better at his spending habits than I am.
Ooh, I mean that's not hard though. That's like kind of easy.
Yeah, I'm a spender. Unfortunately, definitely something I need to work on. And don't for you guys grinding up a roll at the moment. Please don't
follow your path.
do what I say, not what I do, because I definitely
You're a blaster in life.
I'm a bit of a blaster in life. Yeah, no good. We probably one of the worst stories in Vegas was
the smoothies.
Oh
my goodness, guys! Listen to
this one, guys. Right, I was there, me and my partner, and Jackson and another mate come up to my room. I was staying at the Encore, and we're just having a little chat. I think we were going to go out for dinner or something afterwards. Maybe play
some
a
poker.
tournament or something like that, or some poker or whatever. And I'm like, guys, let's just get 4 bottles of water, 4 milkshakes or smoothies.
Yeah.
$180.
Ridiculous.
4 bottles of water, 4 smoothies, $180.
And these smoothies, guys, were genuinely like. Not only were they terrible,
Horrible.
They were very small. Like they were like the cup you'd find in your like cabinet. Like they were like normal size. It wasn't like a big cup that's like a Vegas cup, right? Like huge cocktail cup. No, and it was disgusting as well. I was very upset with that. I was excited too. I love smoothies, especially strawberry. Yeah.
Have you guys ever paid $35 for smoothies and they used off strawberries? because I have, and I did it 4 times.
Yeah,
it was a disaster.
Yeah, it was a shambles.
Chris, what do you spend on? I'm just look. I used to be a lot worse. So I'm just I'm just a lifestyle guy. I like eating out. I like
$80 on breakfast. $80
I'm a breakfast
on lunch,
guy.
$20 on dinner. That's
honestly, yeah. I'm a foodie. I like my cafes. I live here in South Melbourne, just around the corner from PlayLive, and it's such an amazing area here. And as I said, credit to PlayLive. They've picked a fantastic area. I mean, if you're coming down for a holiday and you want to play poker at the same time, it's a great destination. You can holiday and play poker at the same time. We've got amazing cafes, restaurants around here. But yeah, for someone that lives in the area and likes to spend money on eating out, yeah, it's dangerous areas for me.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, just lifestyle stuff. Yeah, other leagues for sure that people should definitely not get involved in. Which
and this is without drinking and smoking. This is just like you're not
yeah.
even going
I
out
don't
drinking.
drink. I don't smoke. I don't party or anything. I'm just I'm a food guy.
Just love food, and you're not even fat. You just like genuinely love nice food.
I love it. Yeah, it's so good.
But yeah, you gonna get us a drink?
Yeah, I'm going to leave you guys with Jackson for a couple of minutes.
Be nice.
Going to give us a couple of waters.
Yeah,
get us refreshed because who knows? We could be in for a while here. I mean,
we are still 60 bigs in play.
We're still 60 bigs in play. We are in the mix, and with these guys, it could be over in a hand, or we could have another hour or two in us. So stay tight.
I can tell you his breakfast order while he goes. But can you get me a whatever sparkling water flavor you want? Whatever you want, I'll get 2 of that.
You like the one we had before?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Flavored sparkling water.
Yeah.
Only at PlayLive.
Yeah, it's actually elite. And it's sugar-free, which means nothing to me, but, you know, to those who don't want sugar.
Come down to PlayLive.
It's just only got flavors, acidity, regulators, preservatives, and sweeteners. But no sugar. It's fine.
Only at PlayLive.
He's just muted my mic. Good guy. All right, so a couple of questions. Chris Gatley in the Facebook chat. Geordie getting lucky there makes up for fading the 3s v8s going all in. Completely agree. I do think that in against most opponents that Geordie just wins the tournament there and then, and the 8s just does go all in versus the 3s. So pretty unlucky there for Geordie, and he still is quite a chip lead deficit at the moment. But the next question Chris Gatley ordered: should Jordan be snappy off any King X or Queen X if Mayam jams now? We don't want to be going too wide. Queen, like if we have like Queen 4-0, for example, that's definitely not a hand that wants to jam for 18 bigs or call off a jam for 18 bigs. If we find a hand like Queen 6 suited, that potentially performs better as a jam versus obviously versus a limp and then calling a jam. So to answer your question, no, we do want to be calling off like probably kicking 10 suited plus, Queen Jack suited plus, I would say. But you also probably want to be the one being aggressive when you are the short stack. Just because you do want them to fold, you don't have to call off. When you call off, you're at tournament risk and your life could be over very, very shortly. Where if you are the one, jamming, well, obviously they can call and you can win, like what just happened, or you can just get them to fold, which is great. So, Liam Murray, how long until play resumes? I'm going to assume 15 minutes from when we started, which would have been roughly 10 minutes ago. So we're going to say another 5 more minutes until play resumes, unless the guys have agreed to a shorter break. I do find in a lot of these spots where both players are sort of locked in and just want to kind of play it out, that play does resume sort of quicker. So it is surprising to me it took 10 minutes already. We were doing it before and it was only a 5-minute break. We all just agreed that we just need to get a drink and stretch our legs and then we're going to go back and play. So we have got word from the guys downstairs, 2 minutes until the players get back and we are back in the booth and commentating our play. So high stakes ETA, yes. 2 more minutes, mate. Liam, 2 more minutes. Winston in the Twitch chat, a gamer. How many viewers across all platforms right now? Has it dropped since Chris Kokkonos' platform came in the booth? It was about 5,000, and then when Chris got in, that dropped to about 200. So unfortunately, did ruin my performance there. Nah, just joking. He's been great, as I'm sure a lot of you guys that know him would agree with. Leon, his breakfast order, he just gets like eggs. I don't know, man. He gets to get eggs and matcha and coffee, just like a complete banana. So, not sure. He spends a lot of money on breakfast. It's actually quite ridiculous. So, we are 1 minute away, guys. Liam Murray in the Facebook chat does want to see who can win this tournament, as we all do. Fortunately, Liam, you're probably in bed right now. And can just go straight to sleep after this one. I got to drive half an hour home, which is a little bit annoying. But to answer your question, we did have about 250 viewers at peak, and now we have about 140 on break. Assuming as soon as the break is over, we'll jump back up to about 200, which is pretty good. Obviously, we're quite happy with the amount of viewers that we're getting at Play Live, and hopefully, not that I'm the resident commentator or anything like that, but I have been doing a fair few. I think I've done 4 this week, so hopefully you guys aren't sick of my voice yet. Hopefully I'm bringing you some sort of insight into what these guys are thinking, and not that I'm the greatest professional poker player in the world, but I do feel like I have a quite decent knowledge of the game and can do what I can to help people understand a little bit more of the more basic stuff, the more nuanced stuff like 5Ks and 10Ks, maybe not my strong suit, but for these FTs and stuff like that, I feel like I do have quite a little bit of knowledge, I guess I would say. So we do see play resuming right now. For those at home watching, all 150 of you, let us know who you think you want to win. Do you want Jordan to win? Do you want Mayam to win? Who do you think will win? Who do you want to win? Obviously, 2 different things. Obviously, all we do want to see here on the live stream is a fun battle for as long as possible. Maybe not for all of them, but it is 1:15 a.m., so maybe the guys want to get to sleep. As we do see Jordan pick up 10-7 suited here on the button for 17 big blinds. This feels like a hand that we can potentially jam. This feels like a hand we can potentially limp. I'm probably leaning limp, but I don't think jamming's terrible. I definitely hate raising. Raising's not an option here, as he does choose to call. And Ishan in the chat says Jordan wants Jordan to win as he's got some kahunas. So I think I do agree here. I think Geordie is the more aggressive player for sure. But obviously Mayam having the 2 times chip lead is looking very, very good to take this one out, as Geordie does flop the absolute dream spot, flopping a pair and a flush draw. As we see Mayam going to have to check fold this one at pretty much all times.
One big will do.
That's all.
7
Come on, Jordy.
folds.
The leg's not going to sweep himself.
Win the small ones, the big ones coming.
As Geordie does take down a small one, as Chris has returned with my drink. That's a good boy. Thanks, mate. You are the best. Cheers, mate. So just catching Chris up a little bit on the action, first hand back. We do see Jordan with 10-7 of hearts on the button. 10-7 of hearts. Do you prefer off 17 a jam, or do you like to see a limp?
Off 17?
Off 17.
I think I like a limp.
Yeah, we did get a limp from Geordie. I said there's potential to jam, but we'd probably rather pick a hand like 10-9 suited. Has a bit more connectivity and stuff like that. As Joey mentions in the chat, momentum shift here with Geordie. Definitely agree. I think
Sure.
I think after Geordie spiked that ace, obviously the cards are the cards, but I do believe that there's a bit of confidence obviously is key in poker, and if he feels like he's going to win, he's obviously going to have more of a chance to win here. So we do see 2 pretty garbage hands. See the flop of 10-8-5 with 2 hearts, and this is probably just going to be a battle of who wants it more. So we're going to see Geordie probably check in flow here, and Mayam snap check back. And I was going to say Geordie should probably pounce on this and understand that he's quite capped here. But I think the flop's wrong. It's actually 10-8-5 and the turn's a 3. Yeah, so unfortunately Geordie can't do a lot now. But I actually probably would have liked to see Geordie bet this turn and just take down all these King X and Queen X hands and stuff like that. But he does come with check. And Mayam does want to probably check this one back. I don't see any real reason to bet this one. Maybe a little bit of protection needed, but not really. You're getting snapped off by any pair. You obviously do have some better 3x to bet, like ace-3 or 2 pairs, probably more so. But yeah, not sure what this bet achieves. It kind of just gets called by ace highs, but probably doesn't have a lot. And Geordie does end up calling with the 9-2 offsuit, which I'm not exactly sure why.
Did he bet, or did Geordie bet the turn?
It said, according to the graphics, Mayam's bet the bet the turn, and Geordie's called. So unless he's genuinely just got the most devious intentions ever, which it looks like he's doing, Yeah, I do think this is.
Oh my God, he
I mean,
did.
if you're going to call the turn, I mean, the only option is to lead. And I probably like small. I probably like $1 million or something like that. You don't have to rep, maybe rep like 8x or something like that. He does go bigger than I said. He does look like 1.4.
Oh, the kid's so sick.
1.5, yeah. He has really good instincts, man. And this is how you win poker tournaments, man. You just have really on-the-ball instincts. And
In the chat, we've just got Jordan. He got balls. I couldn't agree more.
yeah. Maysam has made a call very similar to this only about an hour ago that did shift play. And he is going to have to sniff this one out. He's probably thinking Jordan's flat the turn and he didn't bet it. So he probably doesn't have 10x. So what's he repping? Has he turned a straight draw like 4-6? Has he turned a straight draw like 7-6 or 6-7? Has he turned a straight draw like 7-4? And now is just bricked out and wants to bluff it? Has he turned a flush draw? I think these are all fair questions that Mason's asking himself. And I actually think Cole actually performs quite well here. Like, what are we actually... No, sorry, the flop is wrong. So it is 10-8-5, right? So he's probably asking himself, why didn't Geordie bet out with a flush draw or a straight draw or something like that? And now why is he just donking out on the river? What are your thoughts on this hand, Chris? Obviously, knowing that the flop is 10-8-5, 2 hearts.
Yeah, baby.
Wow, does get it through. It's a very interesting hand.
Does show the bluff for everyone at home. Does show the bluff,
Wow, shows the bluff.
which is the second time he's done that.
Love showing the bluff. You know, there is something to say about showing the bluff really quickly just before we talk about the hand. That does... You show enough bluffs, especially as a young guy.
Puts the doubt in your opponent.
Puts it down, but also can invoke a little bit of tilt as well.
Yeah.
If you think, especially heads up, you think your opponent is capable of getting put on tilt, you bluff them enough times, you show it. You know, it's a little bit arrogant, but maybe that's enjoys my. Or maybe he's just showing for the rail.
He's showing for the rail. And I actually, you know, obviously we're playing for a lot of money here and he's probably not thinking that deeply, but I would much prefer him not show it. I think you don't want Maysam to get tilted because he's playing so tight right now.
Also fair.
And I think you just want to run over him with bluffing and stuff like that. And I think that's where your value is. When you're wide v wide configs like this, obviously heads up, you just want him to overfold, which is what he's been doing. And if you just start showing bluffs and then you keep bluffing him, well, he's just going to start calling now. And you're actually kind of blowing up what was a very good spot for you. And now you've tilted a guy who was overfolding and now he's not overfolding. And now your bluffs become not profitable. So I actually would have liked him to see him not show that bluff, but yeah, we do see a flop of ace 9-4, and look at it. Literally, is what happened. Jordan's bet the flop, and this guy's floated with 8 high. So obviously we're ahead of this one in this hand. But what if he just had like queen high and just got stubborn and just did not want to fold over 3 streets because we're showing down too many bluffs, right? And I really hope that this doesn't really bite him in the bum, and he can find. And he does end up finding an 8. So, look, I'm not going to say because it's results based, but you have now tilted the guy, and the guy's just now floated you with 8 high on the flop. So, yeah, I'm interested to see if Geordie regrets that one a bit later, and hopefully not. You agree with that? I think he is a bit tilted now. Like, you've shown a bluff twice now against
most definitely, yeah. You've shown a bluff twice, is what I said, and it's
and now you're trying to bluff him again. You know?
yeah. Oh, he has given up. Bit of a strain.
Yep.
We'll see the 8 to off and we'll be scratching his head. But alas, here we are. And Mason's winning.
Does find that Miracle River, which obviously was required to win that hand, as we do see about half the time these guys do go to showdown. I believe that's over the whole FT and stuff like that. So not exactly sure if that's just heads up specifically, but Partial makes an interesting comment. Find it strange they've been told to put their phones away, but Mason has been allowed to use his AirPods. Not exactly sure on the rules there, Partial, in the Twitch chat, but I feel like if it was against the rules, it would have been pretty obvious to the dealer and the TD. So maybe they're allowed to listen to music. I'm unsure, but yeah, you are right. It is a little bit peculiar as we see Jack 9-0 v 10-9-0. And yeah, what could be a pretty action flop if it comes 10-8 or Jack 9 or something along those lines. So this is going to be a limp and they're going to be a check back pretty much every time. Music. Sorry, we just got word from the guys downstairs. Music is okay, and just no actual phones in the hand. So, to answer your question, C Fly. Yeah, you actually are right, Winston, in the Twitch chat. You could be listening to the stream. I don't really want to influence any action because I'm just commentating, and I do feel a little bit biased because my friend's in the tournament. But I do agree with you, Winston, that he actually could potentially be listening to the stream and looking at some hands. And once again, I'm not sure if that's exactly the rules or something like that, but yeah, I do think you're right. He could be listening to the stream, which does give him an unfair advantage. And obviously, some tournaments they do allow you to watch the stream, which would be very different. But Mayam obviously is not allowed to watch the stream, I believe, in this series. So,
Well, look, I don't think he'll be able to watch it because he
can't watch it, but he can listen to it.
He can listen to it, yeah,
which is that's still pretty unfair, if that's the rules, right? So,
Let's go. Come on.
as we do see Geordie take a nice one big blind bet and does get the jack high to fold, which I quite like. C-Fly in the comment section, when are the tournaments allowed to remove their guarantees? Now, obviously, I don't know the exact terms and conditions, but I was actually at the tournament where they did remove the guarantee, so I can elaborate a little bit on top of that. Once again, I'm not exactly sure on the laws and the rules and the T's and C's and all that, but apparently in the terms and conditions, there's a rule where if the tournament doesn't start within 20 minutes, they can cancel the guarantees, which is kind of fair enough, I think. I mean, as a player, I would like to see them obviously keep it in, but in saying that, every tournament has their right to do it. I believe I played another tournament, I won't name names, but it was about a year ago, and one of their rules was if the tournament doesn't get half the entries of the guarantee, so say the guarantee is 200,000, actually, let's say 50,000, right? And they only get like $24,000 in the prize pool, they can actually just remove the guarantee at the end, which I thought was quite ridiculous, to be honest with you. So, once again, I'm not exactly sure, but I do think that would be, quite unfair. But I think what PlayLive did is they just removed it because it didn't start within 20 minutes. So I do think that was pretty fine. They did relay to us multiple times that they are going to cancel the guarantee if players don't want to sit early, which is fine. I do think, everyone's entitled to sit the tournament when they want, obviously. So, just didn't get up. And that's fine. There was a lot on that day. There was a main, there was a mini main, stuff like that. So, yeah, it just happened. And, if you want to jump in, you could jump in. If you did, it's fine. Maybe he was listening to Baby Shark on repeat. Oh, I haven't heard that song in a long time. Marco says, maybe you should try tanking for 20 minutes until the stream catches up. I would believe that's a rule that you can't tank for 20 minutes. I would almost guarantee that that's in the rules somewhere.
Yeah, there actually is. The TD can call the clock.
Yeah, they would probably have to do it a bit earlier, like I'd say like 10 minutes in, just to make sure the time hasn't lost track of them. As we see, Mayam limp the King 2-0 and Geordie have the 9-8-0. As we do see a flop of 10-6-5, which is pretty good for Geordie in terms of his playability in this hand. He's out of position, but probably going to be looking to check raise this one if Mayam did bet, but on turns can just fire a barrel here and probably take it down quite convincingly unless the guy's getting tilted and wants to call down king high for 2 streets.
4 bets, 600.
He looks like he's just let out.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this. What are you really repping here?
Wow, we're going to potentially see a float?
Yeah, he's going to raise.
Or a raise, wow.
So this is what I was saying as Geordie before, and obviously haven't talked to him because we've been up here and he's down there. But this guy's tilted now. And this guy wants to make a stand, and he's been, like, obviously he just folds, but he now is thinking about making plays, which is not what you want to do, right? Like, if you're the kind of guy who doesn't want to bluff and only wants to value bet, showing one bluff is great. Gets the guy tilted, gets the guy annoyed, puts the guy in a spot where he thinks he's always wrong. But now you show the guy a bluff and you're always bluffing, well, now you're just going to let the guy overcall you and you're going to be drawing quite thin. So, yeah, We are hitting 1:30 a.m. guys, so he's getting late in the booth right now.
Yeah, appreciate you all staying around. It's been fun. This is been actually very, very fun FT.
All round, yeah.
Lot of good characters, a lot of different play styles as well. Obviously, Geordie leading the action a fair bit as well. He's definitely an action player, young up and comer.
At what point are you not a young up and comer? Because I get called that, and I'm like, I'm almost 30. So what point are you not a young up and comer?
Jackson,
It's just because I look like a baby.
Jackson, you're old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I know that.
You're not a young up and comer anymore.
I'm not. This is a very,
Ooh,
very,
here we go.
very interesting flop. So Geordie flopping an open ender, Maysam flopping a gut shot and a pair, and this is where that could potentially come into play. Where, you know, does Maysam take what is a pretty clear call, and does he just like check raise this and make your life miserable now because you've tilted the guy? Not sure. We'll see what he does. Geordie comes with a check and a bet, and Maysam's going to either check call this one or check raise this one. Probably merit for both. Probably prefer check call, but I can see either way happening. He does go with call, which is probably quite standard. It does look like it hasn't rattled him too much, Maysam, but you know, you do have to obviously understand what's happening, and hopefully Jordan, for his sake, if he's going to overbluff every spot, which he has been, he doesn't sort of awaken the beast in Maysam and going to get him to start hero calling a lot of spots, which we did see with the 8-2-0 float on a ace high flop before.
In saying that, I actually would like to see a bet here from Geordie. From a dynamics aside, this is a very nice hand to bet.
It feels like a triple off as well.
Yeah, not only do we have absolutely no showdown, we also block the pair with the straight draw as well. We block 9-8, we block 8-7, block 8-6 as well, which is really valuable, which, you know, he's obviously... Mason's never obviously going to fold any of those hands, but we can now make him start to fold some naked 6x, some naked 7x as well.
Well, let's say he's got a hand like 8-6. It becomes really gross on the river, right? Obviously, we do block straights and block two pairs, but we only do have bottom pair, right?
Oh,
so
100%.
it becomes gross. And I just thought he was going to throw that straight into the muck, but it does look like he was moving the cards to get chips. And this could be the pot, guys, that we do see Geordie bust if he is going to bluff this one off if he doesn't get there. He does still have 23% equity. Any ace, king, queen is a good card to potentially bluff on.
It's an ace of spades as well.
Yeah, so
we obviously see Maysam has a check mark, but it's a pretty... That's not a very friendly looking board if you have 10-7, no spade.
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
You
What do
are
you reckon,
right.
Jackson? You reckon Geordie's going to pull
Yeah.
the trigger here?
Look, would it be nice to have a spade? Sure. We do have an 8, which blocks the you know, the absolute nuts. It also does block some bet fold, some call folds like 6-8, 7-8, stuff like that. I mean, even those hands could potentially call rivers. I think with 10-7 here, he's going to be putting in a really tough spot. The pot is 4.8 million. If Geordie just jams here, which would be 1.5x pot, I really just don't see a world where we can call. Yeah. If he comes with like 2 million, it feels like we can call. Like, Geordie just can have ace-x, so he can have all the ace-x here. I mean, he did bet 2 straight, so he'd be repping like 2 pair plus if he has gone huge, as we do see him carving out a bet. It does look like he's going to come with 1.8 million or something along those lines.
Oh,
he has gone small. Wait,
no, 3.5, I think.
3.5, did he say?
He's gone quite large.
Wow. And this is hopefully the spot where it doesn't bite him in the ass, where he's done it. And as Liam Murray said in the chat, Facebook chat, big size on turn. So he is starting to say with his hand on the turn, he is going polar. So potentially Maysam can rule out a lot of ace-x here. He obviously just doesn't have ace-king, right? That's just like not a hand that he would be bet big and then, you know, go large on river. Yep. So you got to work out what hands can Geordie have, right? So what are his value hands, right? He obviously has, he was the button, so he can be limping pretty much entire range. You can have all the sets, all the 2 pairs, all the straights, pretty much pure. And we don't block the straight. We don't block the flush. We do block some 2 pairs, which is very handy here. We do block a little bit of straights, like 10-8, and that's the only straight we block actually. So we do block 1 straight. Having a spade would probably be nice because Geordie can start betting flop with like 5-4 of spades. Hands, you know, like even just a hand like, you know, 10-9 of spades. Obviously, just wants to bet for value on.
Wow, he does get it through. Has he showed the third bluff in a row?
I really hope not.
Well, the rail is cheering for him to show, so that's an effective show in my opinion. And wow, and just like that, we've gone from a 6-1 chip lead in Maysam's favour to now Geordie on 30 bigs v 20 bigs. What a
flip.
What a rollercoaster.
It was 54 to 9 bigs. It was similar to that guy. What was that guy in the 5K's name who had all the chips and lost? It was a min, right?
Oh, it's so brutal. But it's so true.
Yeah.
I'm in laughing through the pain next to us in the commentary booth.
That's all right. He didn't want 66K anyway. So, but no, it does happen. Like, this is the issue with tournaments, right? Like, you just sometimes can't find a spot to knock out these guys, and they find a double. And as Maysam had, like a miracle double from Geordie, hitting that 3-outer on the river. So, why am I hearing myself again? Can we mute that? Maybe turn your volume down. Thank you. We're good. So Amin just trying to work out technology as he's a bit of an unk. So Christian in the chat sending in an emoji. Geordie now back in chip lead, which is obviously awesome for all of his rail in the back there.
And I quite like that bluff from Geordie as well.
It's really good, yeah. Sizing all the way through was really good, yeah.
100%. I mean, look, if we're picking heads, it's obviously would be nice for him to have a spade in his hand, but
yeah, that's
we're
heads up, 20 deep. It's probably like
picking the straws here. Like,
it's like not that
think
often.
It's a great bluff. It's got good properties. It's got no showdown. The hand makes sense. We get a whole bunch of hands to fold. Yeah.
And seat 4 checks.
Paris is just outside, just on the computer for some reason. I got no idea what he's doing. So, would you actually prefer to have a hand like 6-8? Blocking 2 pairs as well as straights, or would you prefer to hand with no showdown like Queen 8?
Probably prefer the no showdown. With heads up, we're just going to have so many hands on no showdown.
So you just want to use them for your bluffs and
take
your very marginal showdown with the 6?
100%. I mean, if we take every single 8x with no showdown, which is going to be a fair bit, that's
I agree. Yeah.
That's a lot of combos. That's a lot of offsuit combos with the 8x.
Yeah.
You know, and we're obviously taking all the 8x no showdown with no spade as well, clearly. So, that's a lot of combos.
Yeah, no, do agree. As we do find Geordie with a 1.5 big blind bet on the flop with his jack of diamonds. Does go check on the flop, so both players not really repping much. And now you've awoken the beast by bluffing so much, right? So now we're actually seeing Maysam play back at Jordan for the first time in the whole final table we've been watching. This is the first time he's actually made a bluff, I believe.
And I actually quite like this bluff as well, to be quite honest with you. I mean,
it has to be it has to be double off though.
The flop has gone, it's gone limp, check on the flop. Now, with how aggressive Geordie has been, he's not checking an ace on the flop, and he's not checking anything better than an ace on the flop as well. And Maysam has picked up on that very quickly and very efficiently.
Yeah.
He's realised when Geordie bets a turn, he only has a 5. And if he doesn't have the 5, it's probably going to be a bluff. So it's probably a spot where Geordie's accidentally over bluffing a fair bit.
Yeah.
And he's pounced on that. And that's a very good...
That's a heads-up play, man.
That's a very good race for Maysam.
For someone who hasn't bluffed all day, to find that when you're playing for 20,000, it's quite impressive. And did have a nice hand to do it with, but, you know, we are playing for $20,000, guys. So it's not like, you know, we're just, you know, knowing every spot exactly what to do. So a couple of comments in the Facebook chat. Amin has said Amin's overrated. Don't worry, we all definitely agree. Krilly in the Facebook chat. Thoroughly enjoying the in-depth theoretical analysis from the boys in the booth. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the comment. Trying to get to your level one day, mate. Never folding jacks in that spot ever. That did cost me $3,000 potentially, so maybe I do hate you, but nah, well played on that FT, Krilly. As we see the Jack 8-0 of Jordan against the King 7-0 in Maysam. As we come to a flop of 5-6-4. Both players are going to be... This is going to be a fun one because both players have a straight draw. Geordie has a backdoor flush draw. And both have little showdown. I mean, King High is a sliver, but Jack High no good. And it does go check, which I find quite interesting from Jordan. I feel like he's going to be the one that is the one to pounce on these sorts of flops. But... why do you think Jordan actually checked back that flop? I think that's That's
Maybe.
very unlike him. Maybe he's
It
just
is.
lost his first hand in a non-showdown pot in a while where he got caught and he's sort of like,
6, 7 bets, 700.
as Mayam does come with a bet here of 700,000, which is good for 1.7 bigs.
Yep. Pretty standard. Has a solid draw. King High is going to be good every so often, but also happy to take the initiative. The flop goes check. It's going to be hard for Jordan to find a raise here.
Yeah, I think.
So I like the bet.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I kind of like check. I think we have, like, if we get raised now, it's kind of gross, right? So I think we have enough showdown here that we can check back King High and realize and win a bunch at showdown. And also, if we're behind, say, like, 4-2 or something like that, we can just, like, win with a lot of cards as Geordie does come with check raise, I believe, or he does come with call instead. So Nathaniel downstairs. Perhaps Krilly could join in the booth and discuss his insights on playing an 8 BB stack at all stages of the tournament. I'd know I'd learn a lot. Yeah, well, he does fold jacks off 8 big blinds as we did see him playing the super stack the other day. We are getting a lot of commotion downstairs, so it does seem like there's a big pot brewing. So we are still 15, 20 minutes away from that one, which is a shame because I don't want any spoilers.
Mind you, we found 2 clubs on the river, which is
Interesting, yeah.
it's a juicy river card. Obviously, it doesn't connect with either player's hands, but it's a very juicy card for their ranges and for the board texture.
We have really just woken Mayam up with showing these bluffs. He's now gone for it like every hand after that. So I don't know if he has thought about the repercussions of that potentially, but has just gone with the absolute barrel on this river.
Yeah.
And I hope he shows him. That would be funny. No, doesn't
He's
show.
too disciplined.
No.
Mason's been around the scene for a long time. For those that don't know, he's been around a lot longer than I have. I've been playing cash with him at Crown and some private games since I very first started the 1-3 streets when I was 19. Yeah, the guy has been around for a while.
As we do see the stacks now, very much similar. 26 versus 25
What
bigs.
a grind. This is a grind.
This is like FT heads ups are really funny. Like it can go for like 2 hours a heads up, or it can literally be done in 5 minutes. He man in the YouTube chat. Where's the zesty double hand clap celebration? I agree. What's the point of bluffing a guy if you're not going to get a dap from your partner in crime on the rail?
I'm gonna say, I'm all about it. I'm all about the zesty double hand clap celebration, and I'm gonna start incorporating that into my celebrations.
Yeah, I think you need to find a better position on the double hand. I think that for me is cleaner than the double. Like the double hand interlock fingers for me feels a little bit zesty.
Jackson, this might be your issue though. That's the
Yeah.
thing. You're not prepared to step outside the box.
Yeah, you're right.
All right,
You're right.
Mason.
He steps outside the box.
He steps outside the box.
Yep.
He steps into territory that I was afraid to go. As we see a flop, have we? Looks like this has been raised up.
Yeah, so this is the first time I believe for the whole heads up that Jordan's actually raised when the stacks have been 20 bigs. I don't really know what he's trying to do with.
Yeah, I'm not sure about raising this hand selection specifically.
This is a nice hand. You're happy to see. Like if you get jammed on, you just want to die, right? Like you just blundered a hand that you've got a lot of equity with, right? So
650.
you are gonna want to bet this flop at quite a high frequency. Now you have raised, so you do have a lot of ace X, like the strong parts of your range and stuff like that.
He's going to get this one through.
Come on, baby.
Nice spoilers.
Another thought as well for those at home when you're squeezing under the big blind in that situation is that we want to be thinking about if we're going to... So we're just going to move Jack in here because he's absolutely dying. He's choked on the water. You all right? You going to survive? Okay, that's good. Yeah, so when we're squeezing under the big blind, we want to be thinking about... sorry, I mean, this point is... Hopefully, we will do the zesty celebration next time you're on the FT, which would be in 5 years probably. That's a comment from Amin. He's taking
it real personal, hasn't he? He's taking our insults real personally.
Yeah, Amin, I'm just going to say that Amin is getting a little bit upset at our comments. And I
Yeah.
think
It's getting
I
personal.
think we've got Amin tilted in the comment booth. And we've got the keyboard
And
warrior
he's
in
spam,
person.
he's spam commenting the Facebook
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. Will not look me in the eye, by the way, for those at home. And he proceeds to talk to me through the comment section.
He's laughing.
Oh, that's too good.
As we see Maysam with what I think is quite an easy jam here, but once again takes the takes the passive route. So once again, Maysam going low variance, and he does just
Wow, here we go.
he does just flop the joint. Now, to answer your question, Meng, yeah, I did just choke on my water. To answer D King's comment, Amini's from the western suburbs, boys. I'm not sure if it's a. I'm getting a call, Chris. Can you just?
All right. What is? Here we go. Check. Geordie raise. Oh, raise on a call. Apologies. Geordie is C-bet. Oh, wow. This could be very dangerous if Mason decides to slow play this, as Geordie has the betting lead. And this is a pretty good flop for Geordie's range, although we can see that he has not much, and Mayam has flopped the joint. As we say goodbye to him in.
We've absolutely tilted him off.
He has had enough.
Feel free to comment. Keep commenting while you're gone. So we do see Liam. Tell him he didn't like the Persian lunch. He's just gone now. If I said that, he might have chokehold me. So
And we do see Maysam fast play, raise the flop, and has let Geordie off the ropes here a little bit, because I do think that Jordan would have put in at least one more bet.
yeah,
Maybe even tripled off.
just
on
has all the
favors
strong
so
hands there,
much.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But Maysam does check raise and still takes down a decent pot.
Yeah, look, we can't fault his play because he's still playing heads up for a lot of money, like $50,000 for first, but he is taking the low variance approach in every spot, which is, flatting hands pre that should be obvious jams, and, is fast playing all the hands where the guys raise pre and could we just be tripling off with nothing. So I would like to see, if I was Maysam and in his rail, maybe let him know, like, hey man, just like this guy's over bluffing, let's maybe turn it down a notch and let the guy blast into us. This hand, 22 bigs effective, probably a limp jam, Chris.
Yeah, I like a limp jam too.
Over just open jamming, probably.
Yep, I like a limp jam.
And he's going to raise. He's going to raise 800,000 by the looks of it.
Maysam is doing Maysam things, guys, and sometimes you got to respect that. And I'm not just talking about the poker. I'm talking high fives.
High fives.
I'm talking everything.
Zesty high fives.
But he's playing his own game. He knows what he's doing. He's old school grinder, Maysam. So definitely is not playing new school, but still has a solid strategy, and definitely is not one to be counted out. Definitely knows what he's doing for sure.
So we do not know Jordan's hand here. So this can be a fun one for me and Chris to give some analysis on a hand we can't see. So we do see Maysam opening up the ace-10-0 and Geordie calling from the big blind. Now, this is not a flop that I probably... I mean, he probably can just bet small for value here, Maysam, get called by, king high, queen high, ace high. He doesn't really have any ace highs, Jordan, just because he would have jammed them in pre. So it is just a little bit gross when you do bet this flop and get check raised. But against someone like Jordan, I think I'm just like calling this and just calling down on most runouts. Obviously, not having a spade is very good in this scenario because it means that we unblock the flush draws, which means Geordie can have more flush draws. Not having a 6-7 is also good because we now are unblocking his straight draws as well as 7-8. Not having a deuce, a 3, a 6, a 7, an 8 is all good for us. So that's definitely something we want to consider. We do have ace-10, so we even get a hand like ace-2 or ace-3. And he does take the passive approach once again. So I think if Geordie's rail is sort of letting him know, obviously on delay, and relaying some information, he could just be absolutely going for it. And we do see the big blind stacks exactly the same. So we are seeing a battle here, and it has swung. Geordie was the overwhelming chip leader, and then Maysam was the overwhelming chip leader, and we have just seen the pendulum swing multiple times, and we are in still for a bit of a ride. Yeah, 25 bigs each. this is going to be interesting. I think Geordie's now playing a bit of a open raise strategy, which I don't love. This shallow, it's sort of like, why put in an extra big blind if you don't have to? But he's not folding. Like, he is playing tighter, but he's not still folding.
I will
Like,
say there is a counterpoint to this though, and I'm not sure if this is the reason why Geordie is doing this, but he is not getting 3-bet much at all over his raises. He's not getting 3-bet clicked. He's not getting jammed on. So maybe he just thinks, look, I can just put extra pressure on in position, build the pot in position, and I'm just not getting punished.
yeah, essentially, fair enough.
And if he's picked up on that, then I don't mind the adjustment. But if he's not doing it for that reason, then yes, I would like to see him, from a theory perspective, just living. As we see him open pocket jacks and getting some action here from 10-2 off. We see a pretty average flop for both of them.
Unfortunately, Maysam, doesn't have much he can just overjam with. So Geordie's going to make the absolute minimum on this one and live with the result. Can't complain when it's an ace queen and you just, c-bet small and take it down. But
We do see Maysam has 3-door rolls, so not to speak it into existence, but a jack of diamonds would be pretty absurd.
yeah. And he does find the check back, and now he's just never losing this pot. He's probably hoping that Maysam can fire a bluff off, as we see Kiwi in the live chat saying, good night, folks, 4 a.m. here and about to sleep. All good, mate. No dramas. I do feel like this has a feeling. I'm going to say it's going to wrap up in 15 minutes. Could be wrong, but that's just what my gut tells me. As we do see Maysam now lead for, I believe,
600.
This was 600 or 700? 600. So does come with a third pot. And this is a very well-played hand from Geordie. Now just finds the check call and going to hope that Maysam bluffs this one off, and he does it. He does check. And I think with Geordie, I'm probably coming with like 800 to a million here and getting calls from a 4x or maybe like a 7x of diamonds as well. So, yeah, should be an interesting one to see what size he does come with.
C4 bet, 1 million.
So Geordie is going to bet this one for $1 million, as we did say, and he is going to look to take this one down. Obviously, this one's going to get through, and Geordie does take another sort of medium-sized pot here, 4.2 million, and is looking to take this one down.
I've held your ante.
Oh, thank you.
Back in the CL, baby.
200, thank you.
That's all.
He was tilted. Yeah. I'm in. And Min was on tilt. He's on Facebook comments tilt. As Maysam picks up the King 9-0 off 20 now, Geordie with the 1.5 to 1 chip lead. Does find the limp on the button, which is quite standard as Geordie wakes up with the 9-3-0. Probably not much to do here. If you're going to rather isolate a hand like Queen 5-0 or something like
I
that.
wouldn't mind seeing a raise here from Geordie, to be honest with you, with the 9-3-0. As playing a super polo, and it does look like that's what he's doing.
I think this size is quite bad. I think if you do want to raise, you do want to go bigger than a min click, obviously.
I agree. I would like to see 3x out of position.
Maysam can't fold a hand, and once again, I have mentioned this before. Geordie, I would like to tell him when I see him next that when, in theory, you min click in heads up, they actually can't fold any hand like 7-2-0.
Especially with the ante, correct.
There is an ante, right? If there's no ante, different story, because now you're actually incentivized not to play as many pots. But against this specifically, I do want to see a bigger hand, a bigger size pre, and we do see a pretty favorable flop for Maysam actually with King High. Obviously, he has been playing a little bit on the passive side, folding in a lot of spots. I probably do think he'll call one at least here and take a turn. But we have seen crazier things. There are a few times where Geordie's been pretty stiffed with him having nice hands and not getting jammed on pre, like he did with the 8s v the 3s. But this is a nice clean turn for Maysam again. I mean, it does get a little bit gross when Geordie starts barreling, because as Chris mentioned, is becoming polar once he starts isolating pre and then bet flop, bet turn. But king high is a good hand, so heads up especially.
C4 check.
Does check it back. Can he find a 3? Let's see what river comes with. 5. Okay, so look, Geordie has no showdown here. Not sure if he understands exactly what kind of hands Maysam has been overcalling the pre-flop action with, but he probably shouldn't have a lot of ace-x in theory, but actually has been having a lot of ace-x in-game. Not sure if his rail's been telling him that, but this is a hand where I'd probably maybe want to give up, even though I've got no showdown. We have to ask ourselves, what exactly does Maysam call with on the flop? We did bet really small,
Wow.
and Geordie does go with...
Jackson, Geordie is not
He's
the
not,
kind of
he's not messing around,
kid
eh?
to give up.
As we did
Puts the
mention,
pressure on.
Geordie made a massive mistake earlier in showing Maysam a bluff, and I think that has actually tilted him, as we've mentioned. And the guy has now started bluffing and peeling quite light for the first time in, 7 hours or so on this FT. So this is obviously
Sam has not folded yet. I'm facing a full size pot bet with just an average king high.
doesn't have hearts, which is great. The 9 is, kind of irrelevant. Does block straights, but kind of just whatever. Probably going to see a fold here to this size. Geordie's repped polar the whole hand. He's gone isolate pre to a small size, bet flop, check, and now he's gone pot on river. This is a gross spot. I don't really fault Maysam if he calls here because he has over bluffed pretty much this entire FT. We did just hear a comment, I believe, if you guys heard that. He thinks he said his king high is good. So does actually understand that Geordie is over bluffing, but it's one thing to say that, and then it's one thing to put the chips in when you're playing for $50,000. So I'm probably going to lean Maysam folding here, but I definitely understand calling. What do you think he's going to do, Chrissy? Kind of gross.
I have no idea. He looks like he's in a world of pain. I do not envy the spot at all.
Not having an ace is nice.
Any thoughts in the chat? Anyone in the chat
yeah, what do we think, guys?
have any inklings what he's going to do here? He looks torn. I've been in this spot before. It's the worst
Yeah.
feeling. And he does let it go. Wow, Geordie gets an absolute...
Does show it. Does show it.
He's shown it.
For the 100th time, Geordie has shown another bluff and
Geordie is just
absolutely
going
tilting
for it.
this guy's brains out.
Maysam, that's going to be frustrating for Maysam to see for sure.
He's been bluffed in almost every pot for the whole FT.
500, please.
So
That's a sick one from Geordie. He's really just
instincts are
putting the
great.
foot down.
Instincts are great. Hand selection may be questionable, but instincts great. In the streets, as we would say. But now does take a 17 big blind effective stack to Maysam, and I think Geordie's been playing these 15 to 20 big blind effective stacks much better than Maysam. Maysam being a little bit too passive, and I think with a big blind and a big blind ante, when you're only sub 20, you just want to play a lot of jams, and when you are, this short, limping and just being passive is not the option.
Alrighty, actions here. 500 is the bet.
And this should probably just... the big blind has potentially just gone up. Or actually, maybe not. Maybe he's only got 13 big, so he's probably just going to be want to whack
looks like
this
it's just
one.
gone up. Yeah,
he wants to
just gone up.
Probably just wants to whack this. Could just limp and get worse king X to jam, but I think that
I
if
don't
he's...
hate lipping. I think you go either way. Can definitely set a trap here.
Yeah.
Because
Which is funny with king queen off being a trap in poker,
but
but
for 13 bigs, this is an absolute. If we're limping and our opponent shoves with 13 bigs, we are snapping it off. Does us have to just shove?
yeah,
which
actually,
is also fine.
I think I prefer jam. It's just a lot easier to play, and you can, I think even with someone like a Maysam can maybe fold like a weak ace or something like that. Is Maysam's now showing cards, and I think he's trying to want to perceive a range that, like when you're showing a hand as weak as 9-4-0, I think you just want to be like, hey, I actually would call you quite light, but I have such a bad hand, and I think that's
good read from Jackson.
I think that's kind of a bluff, to be honest, from a Maysam. I don't think he actually is willing to call off. Cool. So Maysam is only 11 bigs effective now. So Geordie's going to be playing a lot of jams here.
Yeah.
Going to want to call off quite wide as well. Like Maysam jams, you do want to start calling off like 8-7 suited, which feels gross, but is what it is.
Oh, wow.
And I do think Mayam is going to whack this one into the middle. If he had like 17 or 18 bigs, we do want to probably see a limp call here, limp call off. With 11, he is just going to go for the limp, and maybe he just feels like Geordie's being over aggressive, which is probably fine.
To be quite honest with you against Geordie, oh, wow.
Oh, this is obviously a cool heads up. Do you prefer Mayam to just limp here, or like, because obviously, I mean, we can see the cards, but he's not folding sevens anyway.
Of course, this is just an absolute cooler heads up. But
yeah.
Again, look, honestly, against Geordie, it might not be the worst. Anyway, let's just see what happens. Geordie is definitely
he's whacking, and he's going to snap jam this one. So
snaps it off, and we're off to the races.
Geordie's going to,
and Mason needs to fade a 7 to stay in this tournament. If Geordie somehow finds a 7, it's all over. Off to the races, to a flop. We're really going crazy. Oh my Godfather. And that's it. And it's all over. My Lord.
Just quads.
How does he do it, Geordie Battis?
Seven.
The rail has lost their marbles.
Let's go.
Wow.
Huge.
Unlucky Mayam. GG's in the chat, mate. You played fantastic. That is a brutal beat to end it out. But Jordan Battis, your mini main Play Live Grand Prix Series champion.
Bang. 50 bands.
Wow.
And I did not get a singular piece of that, unfortunately. But we are probably going to party tonight. I mean, it's only 2 a.m. Shout out Geordie, man. Well done.
Geordie.
Played well. The deck was in his favour, I guess, on this FT a little bit, but did make some really, really sick plays, especially with that.
Put on an absolute masterclass this entire FT. Just showed the power of aggression. Yeah, and the chat's going absolutely crazy.
That's
no
awesome.
way. Ha ha ha. No effing way.
Yeah, Hutton, that's how you win a tournament, mate. Take notes. Just flop quads. So I think we're going to be heading off, guys. I think that's going to be it from us. I think GG's in the chat. Unfortunately for Mayam, did have him on the ropes with that Jack 8 versus the Ace 3. Geordie finds the Ace on the river, 3-outering him, and now gets pretty unlucky finding 9s versus pocket 7s and the guy flopping quads. So pretty stiff from Mayam there. I think he played quite well. I think overall took the passive approach to most spots, but overall did play quite a solid game. As we see Katarina in the chat, assuming I'm going to say Geordie's cousin. I'm just going to stab that. No idea. But saying well done to Geordie. Congrats to him. Well done. Mr. Richmond in the chat saying he's going to sleep and he's going to send you an analysis of that Jack 10 hand, Chris. So you enjoy that one, buddy.
Who said this, sorry?
Mr. Richmond said that. He's going to send you some analysis on the Jack 10 hand that he would have 3 bet.
I love a little analysis from Mr. Richmond. We've shared plenty of hand histories over our days. He's unbelievable. Wow.
Wow. A lot of love for Geordie in the chat, obviously.
Chad, put some love in the chat for Geordie Battis. Young up-and-comer. He's running the show at the moment.
Won a lot of tournaments now, man.
He really has. He's getting some results under his belt, isn't he, Jacko?
Yeah, we've got a little group chat with him, and we're going to have to change the name of it. That's our little tradition. Anytime someone wins a tournament over, I think it's like 20K or something like that, we do change the chat. And Jordan walking home with $47,900, which is quite a lot of money. I'm very excited to see the dinner we're going to get out of this one.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're on a delay, so we're actually going to miss the rail photo, which is quite depressing, unfortunately. But I want to give a shout out to everyone in the comment section. Thanks for watching. I think it's 2 a.m. We've got 200-ish viewers still total. So thanks to you guys. It's been great. Thanks to my boy Nick Mooney for starting the stream with me. Thanks to Chris for joining me. Chris, any last words before we go, mate?
Thanks, Jacko. Thanks for having me, guys. It was first time on the stream. Hopefully you guys enjoy my commentary. Let me know if you want me to jump on again, and I'll jump on. And yeah, well done, Geordie. Well done, Mayam. Great run, guys. Great job to everyone on the FT. And yeah, Jordan Battis, up and comer, gets it done.
One of the all-time greats.
One of the all-time greats. We'll end it on that.
we'll see Geordie off getting his winner photo here. That's going to be it from us, guys. So appreciate you all sticking around. Appreciate you, all the love in the chat, all the questions and everything like that. And we're going to be back. So day 2 of the main event is tomorrow, I believe, from, I'm not going to even say times. I don't want to be wrong. I believe 12, but I could be wrong. Double check the schedule. Going to be 1 hour of max late rego for all those that have entered already. And we're going to see someone play for potentially $100,000 tomorrow and day 3. So hopefully we're not on the comms, meaning that we're out of the tournament. But if
to be honest, this is not a bad second place. So I've had a lot of fun here. I knew I was going to enjoy it even more. So for my sake, hopefully you guys don't hear from me tomorrow and you see me on the stream instead of on this side of the stream. But you know what? I'm happy either way.
We've had fun, guys. Appreciate all the love, and we will see you back tomorrow. I believe we're doing the stream from 3:15 p.m. So stay tuned, and we will talk then. Cheers, guys.
Ciao.
I don't think there's any holding this rail back. Oh.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've catalogued the action from the highest stakes arenas, including Triton, the WSOP, and PlayLive. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the Vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.